Morning, everybody, and welcome to Burnout or Blossom. So, we're so excited to kick off the third event of this series events that has been put together all month long. Or we actually started in November, all month long by Eunity Solutions and Newcastle County Government. So it is my pleasure to welcome you all today. I am Linda Arrey. I am the President of Women in Leadership, Development, and Empowerment. And today I am excited to serve as your mistress of ceremony. I don't know if you've not taken time to look at the schedule, please do, because we have a day full of resources, a day full of engagement with you. And I'm just so excited that we're spending this time together. So I would like for you to buckle up, okay, and enjoy this ride. So just wherever you're watching from, whether it's Facebook or YouTube, just type in your name and let us know where you're watching from. I will go ahead and engage with some of you. So let me grab my phone. So I want to see, just let us know what's your name, what do you do, where are you watching from, okay? Whether it's YouTube or Facebook. So let me go over to Facebook right now and see. Okay. Awesome. And then let me see who's watching from YouTube. I'm going to go on and stroll over to YouTube. Just let us know. I see we have, as people are coming in, just let us know where you're watching from. And if you want to put your name, because we would like this to be very engaging as we go. So Lisa said here from YouTube. Awesome. Hi, Lisa. Hi. Awesome. So again, we're so excited that you have chosen to spend this day with us today. And production, can you please let me know? I asked a question. If we have our county executive on, if not, we're going to push. So I'm just waiting for a response.
Nope.
Okay.
So, yeah.
That is okay. We're flexible. We're going to make adjustments as we go. But just, stay tuned. As I said, buckle up. At this time, I would like to introduce to you the brain behind this day, and that is Eunity Solutions. So if you want to lay back and just watch this snippet about what Eunity Solutions does, a multidimensional consultant firm and some of their services. So production.
Strong to make you cry.
Our mission is to bring a
Eunice, Gwanmesia.
I was this little girl who had a dream of going to college after high school to earn a PhD so I could become a teacher as my daddy. My father always told me, never give up on your dreams.
We are a multi-dimensional consulting company. We focus on promoting culture, diversity, and inclusion while providing a wide array of other cutting-edge services, such as our annual Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Conference that's held every September, our Put Your Mask On First retreat for caregivers, both family and professional caregivers, our Burnout or Blossom course, which is a survival guide for family and professional caregivers as well. And also we have our effective cross-cultural communication workshops.
Your purpose, it has got to be so strong to make you cry.
Our mission is to bring a fresh perspective on cultural awareness, giving leaders the tools they need to expand their capacity to achieve success together with their employees. And our vision is really to maximize corporate and organizational team performances, increase retention and improve internal and external customer relations through increasing cultural awareness and the power of diversity and inclusion. We also provide a diversity and cultural sensitivity training, teaching leaders of organizations that are interested in building anti-racial communities to leverage diverse talent so that they are improving those team performances. We will be happy to assist you in checking the pulse of your organization and helping you develop a program that is purposeful, intentional, and sustainable.
Winners do not quit. Put your naysayers to shame.
Awesome, awesome. Winners do not quit. Put your naysayers to shame. That was a message by the CEO and president of Eunity Solutions. And at this time, I would like to bring this powerhouse woman on stage to give us some welcome greetings and just share more about that message about, winners do not quit and the objective of Eunity Solutions. Dr. G, good morning. You look gorgeous. Welcome to the stage.
Good morning. You look the same. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dr. G, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Yes, winners do not quit. Just think of your purpose when you hit that valley, when you're facing that challenge. Absolutely, we do not quit. So this morning, good morning, everyone. Good morning, County Executive, distinguished speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an esteemed honor to welcome you to the third of three events, Burnout or Blossom, a survival guide for caregivers. I bring you greetings on behalf of my entire team, Team Eunity Solutions. We say thank you and we're grateful for your continued support. I welcome each and every one of you to this third event. Out of the three series, we've done three so far since November 28th. Put your mask on first, retreat for caregivers, the art of communication, effective cross-cultural communication, and now burnout or blossom. First, allow me to just thank my team. They have been amazing, working day and night to put three successful and transformational events. So kudos to the team. I am grateful for all you have done. A special thank you to Linda Arrey, CEO of Wild, for cheerleading and spearheading the entire planning team. You have done a phenomenal job. These events, as you all know, were designed to be in person, but because of COVID-19, we made the conscious decision to redesign the events to virtual events. So thank you, Mr. Azuma and your production team for helping us achieve that goal. Thank you, County Executive Matt Myers and your phenomenal team for your dedication and willingness to serve your constituents. Most importantly, thank you for giving us the opportunity to serve our heroes. Be rest assured, we are ready to continue pouring and lifting the heavy weight off of those who do so much under very stressful circumstances and sometimes do not have the required resources and tools to do their jobs effectively. We are deeply honored to serve you today because you have done so for each and every one of us in our communities, in our state, and around the world as we all are going through this pandemic period. As of this morning, over 290,000 people have died from coronavirus. Who is at the forefront? It is our caregivers. It is the nurses. It is the doctors. It is the paramedics. The pastors who have to counsel those families have lost loved ones, to counsel those who are in the hospitals and cannot see their loved ones. So all of these people, we come to say, we see you, we hear you, and we're here to give you what you need to continue doing what you do best. That is the reason why we're doing this event, so we can equip you with the practical tools and strategies to help you take better care of yourself. Because guess what? If you get burnt out, there's dire consequences from that, not only to yourself, but everyone else around you, including your patients. So I say, just sit back, relax. I will later on talk about, my keynote will be addressing the issue of burnout. So right now, I'm not going to prolong it. I want us to get into the show. So welcome. and have a phenomenal day. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. You're on mute.
Okay, you heard Dr. G. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Thank you for that warm welcome, Dr. G. And it's been an honor and pleasure at the same time to be a part of, this transformational series of events. So at this time, I know it's Christmas time, right? And everybody is shopping. So what is the best gift you have purchased during this Christmas season? What is something you have purchased this Christmas season that you're just so excited about? Whether it's a gift for you to treat yourself, because it's been a long year. We all know 2020 has been crazy. So what did you buy for yourself to treat yourself this Christmas season? So just put that on there, and do participate in these icebreakers, because 2 lucky people will be chosen at the end to get some gifts, courtesy of Eunity Solutions. So just again, what is something that you have purchased during this time that has really made you say, you know what, it's been a long year and I am excited that I got this for myself? Okay, so I would like to go ahead and proceed. And while we wait for our county executive, we won't hold the program. I'd like to go ahead and dive right into our very first speaker of the day. And this woman, I tell you, so she sets the tone, okay? She's going to set the tone, knock you off your seat, bring you back on your seat. She sets the tone. I'm excited to just pull backstage, as Dr. J said, relax, and just dive into all that she has to say. So our next speaker and our first speaker of the day is none other than Pastor Nancy Dozier. Pastor Nancy is a life coach, personal pastor, CEO of Joy Life Ministries. She's curated a 6-week program that is transforming women's lives spiritually, professionally, personally. And she just always has so much to pour and elevate and get you in the right mode as we spend the 6 hours together. So Pastor Nancy, the stage is yours. Hey, sis.
Hello, happy Friday.
Yes, thanks for reminding me that it's Friday. I tell you, I am so ready to kick back and enjoy this Friday with family. But first, I'm so excited about what every speaker has to bring today. And I just want to pull back, and you look gorgeous, always look gorgeous, and just enjoy this day. So sis, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Linda. It is an absolute honor and a pleasure to be with you all, to be a part of this incredible Put Your Mask On First series, as we are offering the 3rd installment. But I know that this will not be the last. I know that there is so much more to come. So I want to celebrate Dr. Eunice and the entire team for curating this event, this virtual summit. I can't even begin to articulate the response and the impact that has been felt from so many people that have had the opportunity to just have that moment to just kind of like, yes, I needed this. I needed to put my mask on first. And I can honestly tell you, as a caregiver, as a first responder of sorts, even in the spiritual arena, for those of you guys that are ministers, as I am myself, we are first responders. We are the ones that a family will call when there is sickness or there's a loss, where there's bereavement, when something has happened. They will reach out to their faith leaders and faith community. So yes, we are also first responders and caregivers. And so if you are a part of that community, or if you are a healthcare worker, or if you're caring for a loved one, an elderly parent, whatever your role and contribution may be, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You matter. And today, this weekend is all about you. So again, I thank my illustrious host and my dear, dear sister and friend for hosting us today as our mistress of ceremony, Miss Linda Arrey. And I am incredibly excited. Guys, so as we get started, I do want to just tell y'all something. Fridays are like my favorite day. I love Fridays because, of course, they're leading into the weekend, right? But another thing that I do, just my own personal thing, and I'm about to let you guys in on a secret of something that I do just for like my own mental wellness, something that I do just to have fun. So on Fridays, I always do something that is what I call the sparkle. This is a tradition that I started years and years ago when our daughter was a little bit younger. We would always do something fun on Friday with what we wore. So at the time when she was little, that was sparkles. And so we would wear some kind of sequin. We would wear some kind of sparkle something. And so I have carried that tradition on because it's just something that we do that brings a smile to our face. Nobody else may know why I'm wearing crazy eyeshadow today, but I know that for my own soul, for my own peace of mind, it takes me back to a special time in our family. It reminds me of, just really good times. And so I always do something crazy on Fridays. I might wear a whole outfit that is just like sparkles and glitter or whatever. And today, to honor Friday, I decided to wear crazy eyeshadow. So you guys get to benefit from that. All right. So that's just something that I do for my own mental health care, something I do just to bring a smile on my face. But today, guys, I want to talk to us from our topic, which is burnout or blossom. And the direction that I'm going to be leaning toward today is healing the healer. I'm going to say that again, healing the healer. I need a few of you guys just to type that into the comments. Those of you guys that are following from Facebook, I need you to type that into the comments, healing the healer. And I want to come to you guys again, as I've been blessed to participate in this virtual summit series. I really have felt like I was needing to come to you guys in from the perspective of just pastoring. I want to pastor you for the moments. And so I'm going to be bringing forth a portion of scripture from the Bible. I know some of us are familiar with it, some of us are not, but I guarantee you, if you just hold on with me for the next few moments, this is going to bless you. It's going to touch you. It's going to help elevate you in your mind and in your spirit. So just hang on in there with me, even if you're not necessarily familiar with scripture. This is Psalm chapter 23, verses 2 through 3, verse 2 to 3. I'm going to read this to you. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. He restores my soul. He restores my soul. He leads me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. But really, it's just those first 3 lines that we are going to be focusing on for the next few moments. He leads me. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters, and he restores my soul. So just those 3 thoughts are what we're going to be focusing on as we talk about healing the healer. Guys, I can safely venture to say that outside of the Lord's Prayer, also known as the model prayer, Psalm 23 is probably the best known, the most well-known, the best and most loved portion of scripture because it just brings such comfort. If you're in a high place or a low place, if you're celebrating, if you're weeping, if you're mourning, wherever you are, there's just something in that passage of scripture that can speak to your heart and speak to your spirit as to where you are in your life. And so it was written by King David, who, although he was born a king, right? It was already in him. Kingship, leadership was already in him, but he went through a process of discovering that and a process of becoming that king. He was put in a position to learn leadership by being a shepherd for many, many, many years. And this unique experience allowed for the revelation of how God is our shepherd and how, like sheep, don't always know what is best for us. We don't always have the ability to correctly discern what is necessary and what is needed for our own self-preservation. And if you have been following this series, the last time I had the opportunity to teach on divine selfishness, and I began to talk about how seem like an oxymoron, but it actually is your divine right to be able to preserve yourself, to be able to preserve your own heart, preserve your own mental wellness, to preserve your own rest. And you've got to fight for it the same way that you fight for your patients or your congregants or your loved ones that you're caring for to be able to have rest and peace. You've got to be able to fight for your own rest and your own peace. So point number 1 today is I must surrender when made to lie down. We live in a culture where nobody wants to be told what to do, right? Let the church say, amen, right? I'm grown. You're not going to tell me what to do. You're not going to tell me where I can and cannot go, right? I pay my own bills, right? We have the whole spiel, the whole speech of what gives us the right to be this individual that doesn't answer to anybody, right? I'm going to make my own decisions. I'm going to do what I have to do and what I want to do, right? But guess what, guys? If we are going to heal the healers, if we are going to blossom rather than burn out, we must learn how to surrender when we are being made to lie down by the good shepherd. This is such strong language that David is using in expressing how the good shepherd cares for the sheep, which of course represents you and I. We are the sheep, right? That is what it represents. It is out of his infinite wisdom that he makes us lie down. I need you to listen to this language. He makes us lie down. Why? Because he knows that we can't function at our best when we are exhausted. We can't think straight, guys. Our compassion becomes fatigued. And I need you to hear what I just said. Our compassion has the ability to become fatigued. Our reason for doing what we do can become blurry and we lose a sense of purpose. Why am I even doing this? Why am I getting up in the morning to go to this job where I am placing my own life at risk to help others? Why am I here? Why am I doing this? All of that can become lost in the shuffle. It can become lost in the noise and lost in the busyness. And so as a good shepherd, what our God does is he makes us lie down. He makes us go to sleep. He's like, you need a nap. Listen, you may not like it. You may not even want it, but the shepherd loves you enough to make you lie down. But what's really important is I need you to catch the location that he makes you lie down in. Come on, somebody. I didn't come to preach this morning, but I feel a little preachy. So we might go there. We might just go there. Listen, you've got to pay attention to the location that he is causing you to lie down in. It says in the passage, he makes me lie down in green pastures. He doesn't lay you down in a war zone or in a desert or in a desolate place, a broken down location. He lays you down in green pastures. This is representative of a life of a restoration, of a healing, of provision, of a rest, and of a reset. And so it's not out of malice. It's not out of wanting to hurt you or control you. It is out of his love and out of his care that he says, baby, I need you to lay down, but I'm going to lay you down in this green pasture. This is a place where I am going to pour back into you. This is a place where you're going to be able to just rest and sleep and turn off all of the internal chatter. It's a green pasture. The second thing that our good shepherd does is that he gently leads us to still waters, right? And point number 2 is I must surrender when being led to rest. Guys, you can't fight this. You can't, just, okay, I'm just gonna keep, I just need to work a little bit more. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, but you know what? I just gotta press in just a little bit more, get a couple of more things done, because that's how I am. That's how, that most of y'all, that's probably how you are too. And you're pressing and you're pressing and you're going and you're going, and your body the whole time is screaming like, I need rest, but you just keep going. And so it is imperative that we surrender when we are being led to rest. And you might be sitting here in your home or wherever you're following our summit today, and you're thinking or wondering to yourself, well, Pastor Nancy, how do I know that God, the good shepherd, is leading me to rest? I don't even know if I hear God. I don't even know if I believe in God. I don't even know. How do I know that the good shepherd is leading me to rest? Here's how you know that you are being led to rest: gently guided, gently led, gently ushered into rest. Listen, your body is screaming for sleep and relaxation. Your body is going to be the first area that begins to communicate to you that you are being led to rest, because you are exhausted. You are tired in your physical body. You are sleep deprived. Come on. Even when you go to bed, your mind won't shut down. And so that is an indicator that you are being led to rest. The second indicator is that mental and emotional exhaustion they are undeniable indicators that you are being led to rest. Mentally, you're exhausted. Emotionally, you're like not even on a leash anymore. You know how people say, I'm on a short leash? Baby, the leash broke. You ain't on the leash anymore, right? And so that's how you know, where you're like, guys, emotionally, I have nothing left to give. Mentally, I have nothing left to give. Have you ever been there, guys? Have you ever been in a place where you're literally helping other people walk through their darkest moments, and on the inside, you are just so shut down? On the inside, you're like, I don't even have another tear to spare because I've poured out so much. I'm just here for them. I don't have anything left to give, right? That's an indicator. That is a significant indicator that you are being led to rest. The third and final one is, you heard about this summit. You heard about the Put Your Mask On Burnout or Blossom Summit, and you were like, I need this. You may not even have understood who all the speakers were, what was going to be taking place fully, or what the agenda was, but something about this just was like, you need to be a part of this. You need this. And that was the third message that you received from the Good Shepherd, as he was leading you to still waters, leading you to rest. In addition to how our Good Shepherd leads us, there is also the inside look into how he invites us into restoration. Guys, we are invited into restoration. See, he makes you lie down in green pastures, and then he leads you right beside the still waters, but then he invites you into restoration. See, restoration, he's not going to force you. He's not going to lead you. He invites you. You've got to choose to be restored. You've got to make the decision on your own. And so it's an invitation into restoration. Point number 3, I must be still in order to unlock restoration. I must be still in order to unlock restoration. And guys, we're still talking about how to heal the healers. See, like sheep, we are quick to forget who you are. You and I are so quick to forget who we are. We get so busy and we get caught up in so many things that we are doing. The people that need us, the putting out fires to the left and to the right, and, basically taking care of the whole entire world. We forget who we are, and we begin to identify ourselves based off of what we do versus who we really are on the inside, right? And so we can become so entangled in our duties that we begin to operate on autopilot, and you can literally get up in the middle of the night and you know what to do. You just do it automatically. You don't even put forth any effort or thinking. You're just doing it. Your body just knows what to do. You're moving without any type of of having to engage, emotionally or mentally. You're just on autopilot, and when that begins to happen, guys, what the reality is that we're not truly living in the moment. We are being so overwhelmed by responsibilities that we forget that we also need to be cared for, that we also need to be loved on, that we also need encouragement, that we need to be restored, that we need to have that extra TLC, that extra time of resetting. We forget that, and we just begin to operate on autopilot, making sure that we save the whole world, making sure that everybody else has a mask on, making sure that everybody else is blossoming. Meanwhile, we are burning out. See, being led by still waters, what that did for the sheep is that it created an opportunity for them to see their own reflection. It's interesting that it didn't say he leads me beside water, because you can be led to water, but if the water is choppy, you can't really see clearly. And so David was so deliberate in his language, and he says he leads me beside still waters, because when that water is still, I can get a clear glimpse of who I am. I can catch my own reflection and what I really look like. And if I can look at myself long enough, perhaps it will lead me to being able to identify what my own needs are. When I look at myself and my condition long enough, not in a negative way where it's just all, this negative self-talk, but when I actually just have that come to Jesus moment, when I'm real with myself and I'm able to my own reflection, I will begin to be able to identify that, God, I need help. God, I need rest. God, I'm exhausted. God, I have given so much, but haven't had anything pour back into me. And so that's what being led by the still waters will do. It'll allow you to see your own reflection, to acknowledge your own state of dependency. See, as educated, as skilled and industrious, as highly productive, and as necessary as you and I are in what we contribute, we must always remember who we are apart from what we do. And we must remember that we have to have something to depend on that is bigger than we are. We must have something to depend on that is bigger than than ourselves, than our own ability, than our own education, than our own experience, than how much money we make, than how much influence we have. It has to be bigger. And I don't know what that thing is for you. I don't know what you lean on that is bigger than you, but I'm going to tell you right now, as a caregiver, as a minister, as a wife, as someone that is constantly pouring, I lean on my faith in God. And it is something that is bigger than me. And I am always reminded of that in moments of stillness. Point number 4, as I begin to close, is surrender is a choice. Guys, surrender is a choice. He makes you lie down, right? And then he leads you beside still waters. Then he restores your soul, but that's an invitation. You've got to choose to surrender. See, when we are delayed in our decision to surrender, or our own gifts, our talents, missions, callings, and assignments, what's going to begin to happen is they are going to overwhelm us. I'm going to make that statement again. When we are delayed in our decision to surrender, our own gifts, our talents, our missions, our callings, and our assignments will inevitably overwhelm us. The good that you do will begin to overwhelm us. The people that you are helping, their needs will begin to overwhelm when we delay our surrender. I want to talk to you really quickly about 3 people that are outlined in scripture again. And they were heroes. They were first responders. They were highly gifted. They were highly skilled and educated. They were impacting change in their environment and in their communities. But when they did not necessarily surrender specific areas of their calling, specific areas, and took the rest that they needed, they began to burn out. So Elijah, a prophet in the Bible that literally called fire down from heaven. Elijah was a prophet who commanded it to stop raining for 3.5 years. And after all those amazing miracles happened, guess what? He actually began to go into a season where he experienced severe depression after a difficult season of bearing the weight of his gift all by himself. He didn't have community. He didn't have other people that he can talk with, other people that he can exchange with, other people that he can go to and say, hey guys, I'm tired. I need someone to pray with me. I need someone to be there for me. I need someone to pour into me. And so he went into a deep depression. The second person is Jonah, who is also a prophet. And Jonah was so exhausted that he came to a breaking point. He refused to operate in his assignment. Anybody ever been there? When you are so tired, right, that you're like, I'm not helping one other person. I'm done. I'm not talking to anybody. I'm not picking up the phone. I'm not answering another email. Like, I'm done. And it's not coming from a place of I'm taking this time to rest, but it's coming from a place of, y'all, I'm just not having it anymore. Like, I have nothing left to give. And you never want to get to a place like that, but that's where Jonah was. And he was done, guys. He was over it. And so he literally refused to operate in his assignment. He ran away. And in the process of him running away, he ends up in the belly of a big fish. One of the most beloved children's stories in the scriptures. And then the third and final person is David, who we've been talking about. David fought. He was a warrior. He fought valiantly for the people, and he defended the nation against giants. He was an advocate for other people. He was fighting for their right to have freedom and liberty and own property and live in peace. He was fighting for them. Listen to this. And he was an absolute hero. But when he began to become exhausted after going for years and years and years, one war after another, one fight after another, one battle after another, it finally hit him, and his own family came under attack, his wife, his children. And when that began to happen, guess what? The valiant warrior ran away, and he began to hide in the cave. He couldn't take it anymore. And that burnout began to sink in. So all three of these examples are of people who were solutions. They were caregivers. They were heroes. They were healers. But they experienced burnout rather than blossoming because they did not choose surrender. So then how do we begin to heal the healers so they can blossom? How do we begin to address this need? How do we begin to not just have this conversation, but begin to do things that are tangible, right? Begin to set things in place that are tangible so that people like you, people like me, people that are giving and caring and taking care of others can begin to be restored. I'm going to share 3 things with you and then I'll close out. The first is you must recognize their humanity. Or recognize your own humanity. This is the place of being made to lay down. You're made to lay down because in your humanity, you realize that, listen, my body can only take so much. I've got to have rest. I need sleep. And so the first is you recognize humanity. The second is we must create safe spaces for Superman to be Clark Kent. If you're familiar with the story of Superman, you know that, there was just a very limited number of people that ever saw him as Clark Kent, right? When he would do all of the valiant things that he would do and save people's kids and save cities and all of that, he always had a cape on, and people would only see the strength. They would only see that superhero action in motion. But you know what? After the cape came off, Clark Kent was in need of rest. And so if we are going to heal the healers, we have to create safe spaces for Superman to be Clark Kent and to not feel the pressure to perform and not feel the pressure to save the world 24 hours a day. That's called being led beside the still waters. And then the final thing is we must embrace reset. Embrace reset. He restores my soul. My soul is my mind. My soul is my will. My soul is my emotions. He restores my soul. Why? So that I'm no longer pouring out of an empty cup. Guys, I can't give what I don't have. You can't give what you don't have. And if you're not surrendered, if you're not rested, if your soul, your mind, your will, your emotions are not poured back into, you won't be able to be effective and continue impacting change. And so as we make room to heal the healers today, I want you to lean in. I want you to listen, not just with your ears, but I want you to listen with your heart. Every presenter that's going to come before you today, I believe that they are on divine assignment to pour into your cup. Every person that's going to speak today, they are on divine assignment to heal the healer in you. And so it has been my absolute honor and my pleasure to get to spend this time with you. And guys, listen, you are making a difference. You are literally saving lives. You're changing lives. But we want you to know that you matter and that you are more than what you do. You are more than what you provide. You are more than what you contribute. So thank you for being who you are. Thank you so much.
Unmute myself. I am so full, sis. A lot of things you were sharing, I felt like you were communicating directly to me. I do want to give a hello to Lisa. She's just been overtaken by this message. We can see a lot of engagement from her on YouTube. Just thank you for being engaged. As you were sharing, sis, I know I wrote down, those 3 points you were making, just surrender when made to lie down. That in times like this, I know a lot of 21st century ministers, leaders of church, are being more intentional about taking that time to surrender. But what advice do you have for those leaders, and not just church leaders? We have life coaches, we have, other personal caregivers, right, that constantly pour. What advice do you have for those that have not gotten to the place where they are courageous enough to surrender and say, you know what, and my congregation will be all right? Because we still have those congregations that feel like pastor is God. He cannot take off. He doesn't need a break. He needs to lead the church. I've seen some backlashes when a pastor say, I'm taking 30 days off or a week off, and they get backlash from the congregation and others. So what advice can you give to those church leaders and other personal caregivers that are not there yet because of fear of what their clients or congregation?
Listen, guys, I think we honestly just have to be very real. Here's what the scenario is. I think sometimes when you're dealing with a situation such as this, and you've got this pressure, right? This unnecessary pressure to continue performing, right? Even when you're like, I have nothing left to give. I don't have a message. I don't have anything to pour into y'all. I'm tired. I'm sleepy. I need rest. I need to get away. And yet people are continuing to pull. And there's almost this sense of shaming, for those coaches or those leaders, those medical professionals, those, caregivers. If they take that time away, it's almost as if people want to look at you as if you are being deficient or you're not fulfilling your purpose. And I think you literally just have to make up in your mind where you have to decide out of courage, I need this for me. And it can't be a decision based on other people or what they will think or what they will feel about what you're doing. Because guess what? If you weren't here tomorrow, if you, God forbid, something happened to you, if you have a nervous breakdown, if you go into cardiac arrest, there's going to be another pastor. There's going to be another life coach. There's going to be another doctor or another nurse or another ER personnel or another first responder that picks up from where you left off. But you won't be here anymore. You won't be able to enjoy your kids and your family, your husband, your mom, your wife. And so you've got to begin to operate in divine selfishness at times and say, guys, I only have one body. I only have 24 hours in a day, and I only get one life to live. And it is out of courage and it is out of self-preservation that I'm choosing to disconnect. I'm choosing to turn the phone off. I'm choosing to take those 30 days off so that I can be better for me. And if I'm better for me, I will be better and more efficient for you. So don't allow culture to bully your decision making. Make a decision based off of what you know you need.
Awesome. That is amazing. So I think it goes back to being authentic and really communicating who you are to your audience, your church, your clients. But I got another question for you. What is one thing you got for yourself for this holiday season?
What is one thing I
in yourself this season?
Listen, I've gotten a few things for myself this season, but my husband doesn't know that, so I'm not going to talk about it on.
Goodness, those Amazon boxes that get heated.
So I'm not going to talk about it on here, but I did do a few things for myself. So one of the things that's been really you know how we've all been in the house, like this whole pandemic. One of the things, I started having back pain. And so when I went to my chiropractor, they did this little nifty test and were like, oh, you need arch support. And he said to me, he was like, are you walking around the house barefoot? I was like, yeah, I'm in my house. I've got socks on and just kind of walking around. He was like, no, even in your house. He's like, you would not believe how many people have been coming in throughout this pandemic because we've all just been home and we're not utilizing, even inside the house, arch support. And so a lot of people, and then we're sitting there, we're sedentary. So one of the things, they are so expensive. I found these house shoes. This is the most I've ever paid for a house slipper in my life.
Oh, wow.
But it's so good and it's so needed and makes an immediate difference in how my posture and my back are feeling. So that's one of my favorite gifts for Christmas that I've gotten for myself.
Awesome. And I know people in the chat were saying they haven't gotten anything, just anything. Self-care and taking time for yourself doesn't mean you have to spend crazy. Doesn't mean just something to treat yourself. You've been awesome. You've been working so hard this year. Just treat yourself. Okay.
Yes.
To go walk on the park, something you would normally not do. Just do something for yourself. That'll be my one thing that we are gaining all this knowledge from all the speakers today. That'll be my one thing to just encourage you to do something for yourself this season. Pastor Nancy, thank you so much. Thank you for continuously pouring into us. And if you don't mind, if you can share in the comments how people can get in touch with you. I know you are launching your 6 weeks program again, and that's open to healthcare workers. And, we have healthcare workers, we have other church leaders. So if you're watching, please definitely get a hold of Pastor Nancy. Thank you so much, sis.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Have a great rest of your day.
Awesome. Production, can we go back to Eunity Solutions video as we transition to the next speaker?
I was this little girl who had a dream of going to college after high school to earn a PhD so I could become a teacher as my daddy. My father always told me, never give up on your dreams.
We are a multi-dimensional consulting company. We focus on promoting culture, diversity, and inclusion while providing a wide array of other cutting-edge services, such as our annual Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Conference that's held every September, our Put Your Mask On First retreat for caregivers, both family and professional caregivers, our Burnout or Blossom course, which is a survival guide for our family and professional caregivers as well. And also we have our effective cross-cultural communication workshops.
Your purpose, it has got to be so strong to make you cry.
Our mission is to bring a fresh perspective on cultural awareness, giving leaders the tools they need to expand their capacity to achieve success together with their employees. And our vision is really to maximize corporate and organizational team performances, increase retention and improve internal and external customer relations through increasing cultural awareness and the power of diversity and inclusion. We also provide a diversity and cultural sensitivity training, teaching leaders of organizations that are interested in building anti-racial communities to leverage diverse talent so that they are improving those team performances. We will be happy to assist you in checking the pulse of your organization and helping you develop a program that is purposeful, intentional, and sustainable.
Winners do not quit. Put your naysayers to shame.
Awesome, awesome. I just love watching that video. I can't get enough of it. And as we're transitioning into the next speaker, remember I talked about those icebreakers and that you should participate because we have some amazing offers at the end of the event that I would, you definitely want to be participating, engaging so you can take home one of this, okay? So I'd like to bring back Dr. G on stage to talk about one of the giveaways that you'll be getting at the end of this program. And this is something that would help you as a caregiver better communicate in your workplace. It will help you better interact with your clients and colleagues. So Dr. G. Okay, I don't think she is there yet. Awesome. Dr. G, I know at the end of this, we're going to be giving a giveaway of your signature diversity and inclusion program. And this program is good for individuals, it's great for corporations, it's great for small businesses. So I know everybody that's watching today will be an honor for them to actually take home this package. And you're relaunching February 9th. So that's a good way to lead on into the new year, set yourself up for success. Set your businesses up for success. So if you want to talk a little bit about this giveaway so people can get more excited about, staying till the end and engaging in this icebreakers.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Linda. Good morning again, everyone. Absolutely. If you stay till the end, you will have an opportunity to win a free ticket to our diversity and cultural sensitivity training. The next cohort starts on February 9th. It's a 1 hour every week for 6 weeks. So if you are the lucky winner, you will come and learn how to leverage that diverse talent in your organization, in your place of work, or even just being a champion at your place of work. You do not have to be a business owner. But the beauty of this is you get to engage with others, from various backgrounds. You get to learn the tools and strategies of how to really build anti-racial and inclusive cultures so that you're leveraging that team performance, improving job satisfaction, and you yourself being happy at the job. And at the end of this training, you're going to receive a certificate, a D&I certificate of completion. What better way to market yourself out there when you're looking for a job? Being someone who is bringing added value to an organization, someone who understands how to work with people from all walks of life and respect people, treating them with dignity as well, and help to grow that business. So please stay till the end. One person is going to receive a free ticket to our next course, which is November 9th, and that is over $1,000 worth of course that you're going to get for free. Thank you so much, Linda.
Awesome, Dr. Eunice. Thank you so much. And do we have our next speaker lined up? So Dr. G, you want to share what was your vision behind putting these events together? You know, what made you sit and say, you know what, I'm going to partner with Newcastle County government to put this event together for our caregivers?
Sure. As you all know, I am a family caregiver as well as, a professional caregiver, a nurse for 22 years. I've also been a family caregiver for my son, who is 20, will be 21 in January. I can't believe time flies like that. But he has some special needs, so I've taken care of him for that long, and now my dad for about 6 years. So as I started really thinking about what I could do to give back to my profession that I love so much, it's not something that I grew up wanting to be, but my journey led me to become a nurse. And that is the best decision that I have ever made and will do it 1,000 times over. So as I looked at what was going on with COVID-19, this was supposed to be the year of the nurse and midwives, but everything that would go bad just kept happening. More studies coming out about nurses getting burnt out, 44% of all American clinicians experiencing symptoms of burnout. And then COVID-19 hit, nurses not having the right PPEs, not having the support that they needed or the equipment to effectively do their job, some losing the job, some dying in line of duty. So it just really was so heavy on me that I thought, what can we do as an organization to really pay back those who go out daily, taking care of others? And so I thought about giving back. Initially, we started with just sharing masks to those caregivers, family caregivers as well as professional, that did not have the PPEs. And we went out and distributed over 1,600 worth of surgical masks and also did care packs for the caregivers. So then we started saying, it's all about self-care. These nurses and doctors and paramedics and frontliners, they're working under strenuous circumstances, quite overwhelming and exhausting. What can we do to help them put their mask on first? What can we do to help them take better care of themselves first? So we decided as a team and came up with the put your mask on first. Putting your mask on first. Why? Because if your cup is not full, you just heard Pastor Nancy say, then you cannot continue giving out of an empty cup. And if you do not have mental clarity, it affects you as an individual, it affects your family, it affects the outcomes of your patients. In fact, your medical errors are higher when you're not working with mental clarity. So we put all of these together and we said, listen, let us go out and really let the frontline workers know that we think of them, we see them, we hear them, and we're here to just uplift them, especially during these difficult times. They've always been our heroes. Now everybody says they're heroes. They've always been our heroes. But we just need to remind them that sometimes they need to stop and breathe and think about themselves. Just relax and refuel so that they can continue doing what they're doing best. I have also personally experienced burnout as a family caregiver and professional, to where I learned a lot of lessons that I'll talk about in my keynote. But it's just really us wanting to say, we see you and we're going to help you take better care of you so that you can have that mental clarity, so that you can again get your wholeness to go back and continue to deliver the appropriate, effective, and culturally sensitive care that you have been providing over the years. And do so, because if you don't take care of you, somebody else is going to take over when your body forces you to stop. So that is how I came up with this vision.
You know, as a frontline worker yourself, nurse, it really takes a lot to say, you know what, I have gone through this. I've experienced this burnout. And based on my experiences and expertise, I want to give back to my community. So I really want to applaud you, okay, for being a servant leader. You identified a problem and you're doing something about it. And so that says a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. And we're going to transition onto the program. You know, has healthcare workers and, you know, family caregivers. If you have somebody you're taking care of, somebody that's relying on you, you know, one of the challenges we often face is to talk about money and you know, estate planning. What happens when somebody's no longer here? How are we making sure that we have our money and ducks in a row? Because a lot of times when people start talking about wills, estate, and all of that stuff, you know, it's like, oh no, don't have that conversation because it means you're probably giving up or you're thinking this person is going to die and stuff like that. But I'm so excited that, you know, we were able to incorporate some part of financial and estate planning in this summit. So when I said buckle up, I wasn't playing, because while these conversations are sensitive to have, it is important to plan, okay, and involve the person you're taking care of in this whole planning process. So tomorrow you are prepared to execute and make the right decisions. So without much ado, I'd like to go ahead and bring on our next speaker. She's an estate planner and just teaches people how to be better prepared, right? I'm excited to listen to this conversation as well, because I do know that, yes, I know that we have, you know, family caregivers. We have people that are taking care of family members. We also have some frontline healthcare workers that their patients rely on them to act some of these conversations. So it's good to be informed. And so if production, you want to bring on our next speaker on stage, Miss Lily Kenchor. And hey,
hi, hi, how are you?
I am well. Happy Friday. You look good.
Thank you. I feel good. I'm happy to be here.
Awesome. Awesome. The stage is yours, Lily. I am excited to just sit back and, you know, have just soak in everything that you have to bring to the stage today. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to see all of you being here. It's a big deal that you're here. You don't have to be here, yet here we are. So my job really is to give you a general roadmap, give you some information, enough to be dangerous but not overwhelmed, and enough to actually take inspired action in your lives. It's interesting that we're having this conversation just 2 minutes ago, which is why if I look like I dashed to the camera, I did, because a client called me up with an emergency. His best friend has dementia, and he was named the trustee of her trust. And now he's in the process of trying to sell the property so he can get the cash to care for her nursing home needs. And it's all very frenzied. It's all very confusing. He's very overwhelmed. He calls me like every 90 minutes because it's just new to him. And so my job, like I do with him, is to try to walk you through the process. So again, my name is Lily Kenchor. I am an estate planning attorney. I have been practicing for 13 years, and I'm licensed in New York, New Jersey, and Washington, D.C., with some other states coming in the pipeline, but definitely those 3 states right now. I love what I do. I love what I do because with the stroke of a pen and the right paperwork, you can create a solid vision for yourself and your family. And we take for granted how powerful we are. Literally, your thoughts on paper can shape the trajectory of your family. Your thoughts on paper can decide who takes care of your minor children. Thoughts on paper will allow you to take care of your parents, your special needs dependents, your best friend, whomever you care about. You just have to be connected with the right attorney to help you get it done. So here's the first thing. Estate planning is one of those things that everyone knows is really important, but no one likes to talk about it because it involves talking about a time when you won't be here. And it's very hard to fathom that. And so even though it's important, we try to push it away down the line, next month, next year. I'll wait till I have something worth giving to someone else. We'll discuss that. And because of the tendency to procrastinate, many people often regret not getting their estate plan. Most of the clients who come to me are coming to me after they should have gotten an estate plan done and they didn't. And I don't want you to be in that situation. I want you to be proactive. You all on the front line can tell anybody. All of you should write a book about 2020 because you see how quickly life can happen. You see that plans don't always go according to plan. So you all should be the champions for estate planning. And I hope that after today's conversation, you will. So that's the first thing. A lot of persons know it's important, but they don't want to do it for all of the reasons I just mentioned. And then secondly, there's this confusion between estate tax planning and estate planning. Now, I'll tell you the difference. Estate tax planning is for the wealthy. The definition of wealthy keeps changing. Every state has their own definition of wealthy. I'm in New York, so if you hear honking, it's not me, it's the Brooklynites out there who don't know how to be quiet. New York says you're wealthy if your assets are greater than 5.7 million. Connecticut says you're wealthy if your assets are greater than 3 million. The federal government says you're wealthy if your assets are greater than 23 million. So when people hear these numbers, they say, oh, well, that's not me. So I don't have to engage in estate planning. You don't have to engage in estate tax planning, but you still need to engage in estate planning. And I understand why we have the confusion, because every time I used to see estate planning on TV, it was the super elderly grandfather who was leaving millions of dollars to his or her family, and they're all gathered around the video wheel to like see what granddaddy left them. So because that's the image of estate planning, people don't see themselves in that, and so they think that they don't need to engage. But that's estate taxes. Estate planning is for everyone. I always tell people, if you care about who receives your assets, when they receive it, and how they receive it, then estate planning is for you. Don't get caught up in the value of your belongings. What's important is you have something that you want to go to someone else. That's the first reason. Second reason, a lot of us are parents to minor children. A lot of us are parents to adult children who act like minor children. And so we want something in writing that allows us to take care of those persons because they may not be in the best position to take care of themselves. The third reason, some of us are business owners. We love this thing that we're doing on the side, whether it's small, medium, or large. What happens to the business when you're not here? That's another reason for estate planning. And lastly, a lot of us are going to be responsible caregivers for loved ones, whether it's our aging parents, our aging spouses, our aging siblings, our aging best friend who never got married and never had kids, and so he or she is depending upon you. So if you find yourself in any one of those situations, you care about who receives your assets, you want to name a guardian for your minor child, you want to set up a plan so that someone can take over your business, or you want to set up a plan so that you can take care of someone else, then estate planning is for you. So today's conversation is really about the 3 basic documents I think everyone should have. And forgive me for not saying this earlier. If you have questions, feel free to put it in the chat and I will glance over periodically so that I can answer questions as we go along. I don't want you to feel like you have to hold it in until the end. You can speak to me now. So we're going to discuss the 3 basic documents and a 4th one, depending upon your family dynamics. But these 3 documents are the documents I think everyone should have. I don't care where you live. I don't care what type of job you have. I don't care if you have $50,000 in the bank or $500,000 in the bank. These documents are for you. So let's start. General premise, foundational idea. Your assets, whatever you own, will eventually go to someone else. Just let that sink in. Everything, the ring on your finger, the socks on your feet, the couch that you're sitting on, everything you own will eventually go to somebody else. How does it go there is up to you. How it goes there is up to you. So assets, belongings, whatever is in your name will pass in one of three ways. They will pass by law, they will pass by contract, or they will pass by probate. Law usually refers to how an asset is titled, usually real estate. So me and my husband, we have a house jointly owned with rights of survivorship. That's a legal title, jointly owned with rights of survivorship, or tenants in the entirety. Either one of those legal designations means that when one person passes away, the other person automatically becomes the 100% owner. No ifs, ands, or buts. I could even have a will that says something different. I could have a will that says my house goes to my brother Jerry, but it doesn't matter because law trumps the will. So law is the first way that our assets pass on to someone else. The second way is contracts. Those are really going to be written instruments that have a beneficiary designation listed. Your life insurance policy with the beneficiary is a contract. Your annuity, your pension plans, your 401ks are all contracts. If you put someone else's name on your checking account or your savings account, or you say they receive it after you've passed away, that also is a contract. So you have assets that pass by law, you have assets that pass by contract, and then you have assets that pass by probate. The probate is the safety net. It catches those things that just do not know where to go. If I'm not passing by a contract, or if I'm not passing by law, I'm kind of just hanging out here. Where does it go? It needs to go through the probate process. And so the probate process is basically the process of distributing your assets. And the will allows you to do that. If you don't have a will, the state that you live in will distribute your assets according to the state statute. Every state is different, but generally speaking, if you're married, no kids, everything goes to your spouse. If you're married with kids, then they split it certain percentages between spouse and children. And if you don't have children or you're not married, then they just start looking for the next closest relative of kin, parents, siblings, nieces and nephews, grandparents, that whole thing. But let's focus on the will. Let's assume you're all brilliant people who go out and get a will very soon if you don't have one already. In that will, we have three main players. We have you, the person who created it. You're the testator. You have the executor. That's the person who follows your instructions in the will. They are an order taker. They're a soldier, right? They don't get to just rewrite your will and come up with new rules. They have to follow the instructions in your will. And then the third person who's a party to the will is the beneficiary. This is the person who benefits. This is the person or people who are going to receive something from your will. So you have the testator, that's you who creates it with your attorney. You have the executor, the person who fulfills the instructions that you've laid out in your will. And then you have the beneficiary, the person who receives your assets. So again, a quick recap. Our assets are passing by law, contract, or probate. Once we're in the probate domain, assets will either pass by the will that we created, or if we didn't create a will, they will pass by the statute of my state. I hope that makes sense. If not, type away and ask any questions you may have. So that's how assets pass. That's why I think wills are really important, because they dictate how the assets are to be distributed. You can change a will at any time for whatever reason you want. You don't have to leave anything to anyone in particular except your spouse. For public policy reasons, most states do not allow you to disinherit your spouse without their permission. You must leave something to your spouse. Here in New York, that is 1/3. 1/3 of your estate must go to your spouse. So outside of your spouse, you don't have to care for anyone. There is no obligation that you leave something to your children, your parents, your in-laws, your nieces and nephews. You can do whatever you want to do with your belongings. So the question that often comes up is, what if I want to make a change to my will, or what if there are just some life changes that come up? You can change your will whenever you want to, for whatever reason. The other question that often comes up is, what if I move? Like I created my will in Delaware and then I moved to Brooklyn. I always recommend that if you've moved somewhere and you think that's about to be your place for a good amount of time, redo your documents to comply with that specific state's rules. It's not that the new state won't recognize the old documents. It just gets a little bit more tricky because the old documents, the existing documents, are based on another state's laws. So we recommend that you update the documents to reflect the new state that you've moved to. So that typically comes up with the will. Here's the other thing with the will, and then we'll get to the other two documents. It's your own private document. You create the will, or you and your attorney create the will, and you only have one copy of this thing. So you're keeping it for yourself. It could be in your home. It could be at your best friend's house. It could be in your safety deposit box. It can be wherever you want it to be, but it's yours. It doesn't need to be spread around. In fact, I would recommend not to send copies of your will to, anyone except for maybe the executor. But even then, I don't think they need a copy. They just need to know where to get it when you're not here. And this is the critical part of your will. It doesn't do anything until after you've died and it's actually taken down to the probate court. That's the part some people miss. I've had a client recently call me and say, my mom died 10 years ago. And I said, okay. And she had a will? Yes. Did you take it down to the surrogates court? What? Like, yeah, you have to take it down to the court. Oh, I do? Yes, the will is a legally binding document, but the executor, remember the soldier that's supposed to follow the instructions? They can't do anything until they take it to the court reads through it, makes sure it's valid, and then they give the executor the go-ahead to follow the instructions. So it's not enough just to have the will. It has to be a valid will. And after you've passed away, it needs to be taken down to the probate court so that your executor can get their official legal authority to act on your behalf. Another question I often get is, who can be the executor? Anybody in the whole wide world. You trust your spouse? Great. You don't trust your spouse? Choose someone else. You trust your kids? Great. You don't trust your kids? Choose someone else. The executor can be anyone in the whole wide world. I'd only recommend that the person, for ease purposes, lives relatively close to you. They can fly from Antigua if you want to, but then they'd have to fly from Antigua to do all the work. So choose someone close and choose a backup. That's the first thing, the will. The next two are what I call the emergency documents. Many of you are already familiar with it. It's the power of attorney and the healthcare proxy. These are essentially, these documents allow you to name an agent who can make decisions on your behalf. The power of attorney allows your agent to make legal or financial decisions on your behalf. And the healthcare proxy allows someone to make medical decisions on your behalf. You all know, due to HIPAA restrictions, people can't just see your medical records. And so you need someone who can consult with the doctor, have access to your records, and make decisions. A lot of times people will say, well, if I'm married to this person, won't the doctor just naturally defer to me? Or if I'm the parent of this person, won't the doctor just naturally defer to me? I know, you all know that there have been many instances where physicians say, yeah, I'll ask the wife, I'll ask the husband, I'll ask the son, I'll ask the daughter, and then they proceed. But I think you all also know that a lot of hospitals are always trying to minimize their liability, because though the medical world and the healthcare world is about providing services first, There is also a business element, and a business needs to protect itself from lawsuits. So I've seen an increase in different hospital institutions and physicians and doctors' offices absolutely requiring a healthcare proxy and not automatically deferring to someone because they're a spouse or they're a parent or they're a child, right? So the healthcare proxy allows that person to make medical decisions on your behalf. So those are the two emergency documents, the power of attorney and the healthcare proxy. And I tell people these are really important because you don't know when you're going to need assistance. You don't know when Alzheimer's will strike or dementia. You don't know if there'll ever be a car accident and you're in a coma. You don't even know if you're just having a root surgery and something hasn't gone well and now the doctors need to speak to someone and get some input from a family member as to the next steps. Because we don't know when those things are going to occur, I encourage everyone, I don't care if you're married or kids, or I don't care if you're living in a studio apartment, life can happen to any one of us like that. So have your emergency documents so that you have the authority and the power to name someone to act as your agent. So those are the three documents: the will, the power of attorney, and the healthcare proxy. Again, I think everyone should have all three, regardless of wealth, no wealth, married, not married, kids, no kids. It's really, really important. There is a fourth document that comes up pretty often. It's not mandatory, but it's extremely useful depending upon the vision you have for your family. And that is the revocable trust. Some people call it a family trust. Some people call it a living trust. Different names for the same instrument. And what the trust does is this. So I like to use the crossing guard analogy. Whenever you go to a kindergarten or middle school, or probably not high school, but definitely middle school, there's a crossing guard there. And the crossing guard's job is to get the students, the children, from one side of the street to the other safely. That's what the will does. The will just makes sure that if you wanted the house on 100 Main Street to go to Shania, that it goes to Shania. If you wanted your stocks to go to Dr. G, it goes to Dr. G. And it makes sure it gets in those persons' hands and then it's done. It doesn't watch them. It doesn't care if they sell the stock. It doesn't care what they do with it. So just like the crossing guard doesn't follow the student into the classroom, or they shouldn't. The crossing guard doesn't follow the student into the classroom. Their job is just to get them across the street. If you care about more long-term distributions, if you care about restrictions, putting restrictions on the inheritance, if you care about a possible divorce, if you care about possible creditors, then you would want the trust, because the trust not only gets the asset from one side of the street to the other, but it actually does follow them to the classroom. It does make sure that the person is not wasting the money. It does make sure that the property is or is not sold. It keeps the asset in the family so that if there's a divorce or if someone is sued, the property stays in the family. So if you have a vision where you're saying, listen, I love this beautiful Brooklyn brownstone that I have. I want to leave this in the family because my fear is if I give it to my kids, they'll just sell it to the highest bidder. They don't know that that would be a terrible mistake. I want to keep this property in the family. You can use a trust. If you say, I love who my daughter is marrying, but statistically, maybe there's going to be a divorce and I don't want her spouse to have access to what I left her. This is my gift to my child. Then you care about a trust. If you say, listen, my child is 21, and even though they're technically an adult, if I gave them $25,000 or $50,000 or $1 million, they'd be in Vegas on the next flight out. I rather give it to them in increments, or I rather tie it to milestones. You only get this money when you graduate. You only get this money to purchase your first home, whatever the case may be. If you care about any of those restrictions, any of those examples that I just gave, then you're someone who will benefit from a trust. So again, not mandatory, because some people say, hey, I'll put it in a will. If my family wastes it, squanders it, fights over it, that's their problem. I won't be here anyway. But a lot of people say, you know what? I actually think I would like to put a little safety net, put a fence around these assets that I'm leaving behind. And I'm more comfortable with keeping it inside of a trust so that I know that it won't be wasted. Here's a question I often get. Oh, am I in the comment section? Yes, great, thank you. Another question I often get is, if I have a trust, do I need a will? And the question is, yes. The answer is yes. You need a will, because remember I said that assets pass 3 ways. They pass by law, contract, and probate. The will handles that whole probate process. Even if a lot of your assets are going to be controlled by the trust, you still want your estate to go through the probate process. And so you want your own document to shepherd your estate to final closing. So even if you decide to have a trust, it's my recommendation that you still have a will. With very few extenuating circumstances, meaning only in certain situations where someone only had contracts and they only had property, like a house, real estate. Have I seen it just work with just a trust? But 95% of the time, a will is necessary as well. So again, the 3 documents are the will, the power of attorney, the healthcare proxy. Those are the 3 I think everyone should have. And then if you care about more long-term distributions, if you care about having control over your assets, then I would recommend the revocable trust, family trust, living trust, all the same thing, different names. I'm checking the chat to see if I have any questions here. I don't see any, and I think I have like 5 more minutes. Is that right? If so, I'll keep going here. So one of the questions that keeps coming up is, who should do the drafting? You definitely want an estate planning attorney, someone who's licensed in your state. They don't necessarily need to live in your state. For instance, I don't live in New Jersey, but Jersey clients call me all the time. But they need to be familiar with the laws of that state and, of course, be licensed in that state. So that's the first thing. Another question I get often is, what if I just wanted to use LegalZoom.com, or I found a form online? Can't I just use that? Can you use it? Yes. Should you use it? Maybe not. And the reason I say maybe not is because if you have some complicated things going on, assets, businesses, second marriage, third marriage, fourth marriage, I won't judge. You might need someone who can really hold your hand through the process. And just getting a form online, it won't let you know if the form is up to date with the laws of your area, of your state. It won't let you know, you don't have anyone to go to if major changes happen in your life. You won't have someone to really shepherd you through the process. So it's similar to a doctor. If I had a really, really bad stomach ache, could I just sit in my house and drink lemon tea? I guess technically, but I want to, if it lasts long enough, I want to go to a doctor and have them look into it and make sure that everything is okay, the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. So can you just get something relatively inexpensive online? Yes, you can. Will it work? I suppose for most things it might work, but I still suggest having an estate planning attorney to walk you through the process, answer your questions, make sure you've done the work properly. And then as life happens, which that's how life works. It just happens. Life is just a series of happenings. As life happens, you have a qualified professional to whom you can refer and touch base with and get their legal opinion as it relates to your estate plan. And one thing I'll also add is, some of you may be thinking, this is fantastic, but I'm still not ready for this for myself. Don't forget planning for your parents. They are undoubtedly going to one day knock on your door and say, so I have this ache back here, and now I need someone to, push me around. Can you do that? And eventually, more and more responsibilities are going to fall on your shoulders. At the very least, get a power of attorney and a healthcare proxy for those persons, for your parents, for anyone who you feel like you're going to have to take care of in some capacity, because it's not enough to go to Bank of America and say, hey, my mom is sick and she can't come here and she's bedridden. I need to take some money from her account to pay her mortgage, to pay her utilities. The bank is going to say, I'm really sorry about that, but do you have a power of attorney? And you don't. And the one thing, and remember at the top of this call, I mentioned that a lot of times when people come to me, it's after something has already hit the fan. It's often, I now have a relative who cannot speak for themselves, act for themselves, do for themselves, and I now need to be their power of attorney. But it's too late to get them to sign the power of attorney because they're not within their right mind at that moment. They don't have the wherewithal to sign. They don't know what they're signing. Anyone can easily throw those documents out and say, you know, so-and-so was suffering from dementia. How in the world were they able to sign this power of attorney? So that puts us in a situation where now we have to go to the court to ask them to name you the guardian. So I tried to get as many people as possible to avoid the guardianship process because it takes months, it takes a lot of paperwork, and it costs money. It's so much more easier, so much more cost effective just to get the power of attorney now. Get the healthcare proxy now so that if something happens, you don't have to go, you're not caught flat-footed and then have to go to the court. Here's another thing that comes up. The power of attorney and the healthcare proxy expire once the principal passes away. So if you're the one creating the power of attorney or creating the healthcare proxy, that makes you the principal. And the person who's following, who gets to make decisions on your behalf, that's your agent. The agent only has authority while you're alive. So I say this because a lot of times people say, I'm my mom's power of attorney and she died and the bank won't let me access her checking account. That's because your power disappears when the principal passes away. That's only valid while you're alive. So I'll give a couple of tips while I have a few more minutes. One, these are things you can do without consulting an estate planning attorney. When you pass away, bills are still piling up. Cell phone bills, utility bills, loans, education loans, mortgages. And while the probate process is happening, these things still need to be paid. So I always suggest naming someone a payee on death of your checking or your savings account so that they have the authority to access your money to manage your affairs while the estate process, the probate process is happening. It's not quick. Probate takes, anywhere from 3 to 6 months, depending upon the size, the complexity, and if family members are fighting. But again, bills are piling up. I don't want you to accidentally put your family and friends in a situation where now they have to come out of pocket. Now we have to have a GoFundMe because there are no resources to pay the bills. So putting someone as a co-owner on your checking account or payee on death. They have no rights and no authority until after you pass away. So that's a tip that I always welcome and suggest that people do. If you have these estate planning documents, that's tip number 1. Tip number 2, check your beneficiary designations. Should that person still be the beneficiary of your life policy? Should they still be the beneficiary of your annuities and your investments, whatever the case may be? You want to review those contracts to make sure. 3, review the titling of your property. If you're married or you just own property with someone else, you want to make sure that it's titled properly so that the property automatically goes to the other person and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And then the last tip is if you do have these documents, fantastic, congratulations, but review it. Review it every 8 to 10 years or sooner if some major life event has taken place. Review it every 8 to 10 years to make sure, yes, that is the person who I want as my executor. Yes, I will give my son something even though he drives me crazy. Yes, I do want my best friend to open a charity, a scholarship in my name at Rutgers University from where I graduated. checking in on your documents, just like you check in on a family member or check in on a friend that you haven't heard from in a while, just to make sure everything is okay. I know I've said a lot. I know it's been 30 minutes, but I want to thank you all for allowing me to be here. You can always reach out to me. My name here, you can find it on Facebook. You can find it on Instagram. I'm redoing my website right now, so when you plug it in, it will be completely blank. But I am here to help you and answer any questions and refer you to attorneys in your jurisdictions if you happen not to be in New York, New Jersey, or DC. I see you, Linda, but you're on mute.
You know what? I have to learn to just, I keep forgetting to unmute myself. That was just amazing. I'll tell you this. I have learned a lot in this 30-something minutes. You're speaking, and I'm like, oh, wow, I didn't think about that. But for those that are watching on Facebook and YouTube, just, you know what? I don't see questions, but just put something in the chat. Let Lily know what is something new you learned today that otherwise you didn't know about.
Oh, that's
put it whether it's YouTube or Facebook, because she's put in so much knowledge. I've been educated. I know I was taking notes.
Good.
You made you said your assets, whatever you own, will eventually go to someone else.
Mm-hmm.
That's something we don't think about, right? Yeah. To really sit down and say, you know what, these will go to somebody else. So who do I want it to go to?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, for us to take that advantage and control where our assets go while we're still alive.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I used to live in Jersey, and there's a part in Jersey that's called Upper Montclair. Very well to do. And every once in a while you'll run into an estate sale, and I love a good estate sale because I'm half bougie, right? So I love a good estate sale.
Yes.
The reason they're selling it is because they need to come up with the monies in order to pay whatever bills are left. So that's how someone's estate or assets came into my hands.
Yeah.
So eventually it will go to somebody.
Yes. And you were talking about GoFundMe, and I'm just cracking up, because I see a lot of this poor planning that leads to somebody passing away, and it's, you know what, let's do a GoFundMe. And then another thing too, about, the whole estate planning and preparing for when we're not here. A lot of people really don't plan for like their funerals and what happens financially for the people they leave behind. Because people have that mentality that I won't be here, so it's none of my concern. So something happens and it's a GoFundMe page, and so poor planning. So just thank you so much. I know if you don't mind putting in your contact information.
Oh, sure. I can put that in the comments section, right?
Type that in the comments. And I do want to reiterate one other thing you mentioned: taking your will to the probate court for the authority to execute. I actually didn't know that.
Yeah.
Felt like, okay, it's a will, it's a binding document. I didn't really know that when somebody then passes away, you have to take that will to the
Yeah, and it comes up often, and I'll tell this quick story. It's how a lot of people lose their property. I have a client right now, her aunt passed away 20 years ago. She had a will and she left it to my client. She left the property to my client, but my client never took the will down to the surrogate's court. So for the past 20 years, she's been living there. She's been fixing it. She's been paying the mortgage and everything. And there are these people that go around looking for real estate properties to see if there's an owner. And then they try to buy it. So you have a situation where right now someone is trying to take this property from her because she's technically not the owner. She didn't go through the probate process. A lot of homes, a lot of wealth is lost because things aren't probated.
Yeah, it's interesting you said that, because I'm a part of this real estate group, and some of the properties we look for are properties that people think they own and not own.
Yes.
And so that's very interesting. Yeah. Thank you so much, Lily. I truly enjoyed this. I can go on and share. Like I tell you, I was taking notes. You see that?
I see it.
So,
Thank you.
I could just go on and
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to share this with everyone. Thank you. And I put my phone number, but I think, Linda, I put it in the private chat. I don't see where I can put it in the comments that goes to everyone.
You would have to go log in through one of the Facebook or YouTube. But if Adora or Tasha, if you ladies want to copy Lily's comment and put
please
it,
do, and I'll add my email address right now.
And they can share in the respective viewing platforms.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lily. Thank you so much. Awesome. So, yes, that was Lily Kenchor and talking about estate planning, and we're going to proceed with the program. But I want to know again, if you wherever you're watching for, please let us know, what did you learn before that you otherwise did not know or hadn't heard of. So just put that in there. I shared a lot of what I learned from Lily's presentation today, and we want to keep that conversation going on. And if you're watching from YouTube, Facebook, and you do have social media, as you hear the speakers talk and you get excited, go ahead and comment using hashtag. Put your burnout all blossom, okay? Hashtag burnout all blossom. Just the title of today's event, right? Burnout all blossom and Eunity solutions. If Adora and Tasha, if you could please type those in. So burnout all blossom, hashtag Eunity solutions. We want to keep the buzz going. We want to let people know how impacted we are by our presenters. So we've talked about estate planning. And I feel it's such a great correlation to segue that with financial planning. You know, as health caregivers or just personal caregivers, it is so important that we are prepared, that we stay prepared. So I'm so excited to bring on our next speaker. This is somebody that I've had a pleasure of just sharing and growing with over the few years, and a member, one of the coaches for my community, Wild Winner Circle, just always comes and impacts so much knowledge about, you know, finance and business. So I'm just so excited to bring on, she goes by Dear People's CPA, okay? They People's CPA. So she's here, she's coming to really just impact us with a lot of knowledge. And she's also the founder of Fuller Financial Consulting. So Shania, let me see your beautiful faces. How are you? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Linda. It's always a pleasure seeing your face and your beautiful smile.
You too, sis. The floor is yours. I'm just going to pull back here. Dr. G says, buckle up, relax. That's what I'm going to do because I know that I'm about to take some more notes. Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay, so perfect. I hope everyone can see my screen. Yes, right? Okay. All set. So, hello, everyone. Today we are going to talk about how effective financial planning can lead to generational wealth. So Lily had y'all covered. She talked about how you actually protect your assets, right? Whether it's through a will or a trust. Now in this presentation, we're going to talk about what are we actually putting into our trust, into our wills, and what type of assets are we passing down to the next generation? So here's a quick intro about me. So again, hello, I'm Shania Wilson, aka the People CPA. I am the CEO and founder of Fuller Financial, a financial services firm that provides tax, bookkeeping, and consulting to individuals and small businesses. I'm also the creator of TELP, the Tax Essentials Learning Program, which is an IRS-approved IRS tax training program. A couple of other businesses listed here as well that I partake in, a not-for-profit, My Successful Sister, and W&T Construction, where I invest in real estate. As far as education, I started my associate's degree from SUNY Morrisville. I went on to SUNY Oswego to obtain a bachelor's degree, stayed for an extra year to get an MBA, and now I'm currently a PhD student at Rutgers University. I have a year and a half left, so almost done with that. the whole goal of this conversation is to really understand, what does generational wealth mean to us? So again, Lily talked about protecting your assets. Well, what assets are we protecting? Whether you are an entrepreneur or not, or if you are young or old, it does not matter. It's never too early or too late to start thinking about what we can do to leave behind generational wealth. So I'm going to pose a question and ask you guys to answer, or ladies, to answer, what does generational wealth mean to you? And as the comments come in, I'll just kind of explain what I think it means to me, but I would love to hear your comments as well. So to me, generational wealth is effectively ensuring that the next generation does not start from zero, right? And that can be super simple. Doesn't mean they have to start off with $1 million. It doesn't mean that they have to start off with $100,000. But starting at zero is better than starting at negative 1,000 or negative 100,000 or negative 1 million. What happens in many communities, especially minority communities, is we start off at a negative, right? We starting off paying funeral expenses. We're starting off paying for debt that someone left behind. Generational wealth is being able to effectively leave behind wealth so that you can make sure the next generation is not starting at zero. And there's amazing things that we can do now that to make sure that this actually happens. So Linda commented that wealth and assets are passed down from one generation to the next. And yes, that's the very clear definition of generational wealth and what it means. So today we will talk about the basics of retirement planning. This is what we all can do. So whether you are self-employed or employed, you want to be contributing to a retirement account. And we'll talk just about how they work and some tax benefits that contributing to a retirement account actually create. Secondly, we'll talk about investments. So stocks and bonds, real estate, businesses, and other assets, because typically we think investing, stock and bond, and real estate. There's other type of assets that we can effectively add to our balance sheet, because ultimately generational wealth, I consider and call a balance sheet game, right? In life, there's in the financial world, there's two main statements. We have our income statement, which has our revenue and expenses. So for most of us who work full-time, that's going to be our income from our job, less our living expenses, our commuting expenses, our personal expenses. But then the statement, which is of the utmost importance that we don't discuss, is the balance sheet. The balance sheet is your key to leaving behind generational wealth. Why? Because it doesn't matter how much income you've made from your job. What you can never pass through to the next generation is your paycheck. What you can pass down is a 401k, an IRA, some stocks, some bonds, some real estate. And that's the difference between looking at generational wealth from an income statement perspective rather than more of a balance sheet approach. Because what goes on the balance sheet, we have our assets, liabilities, and equity. Most people operate with a balance sheet that has more liabilities than it does assets, right? And that creates the effect of having a negative net worth. So if you kind of think about calculating your net worth, total up all of your assets. Do you have a balance in your bank account? Do you currently own a home? Do you own some stocks and bonds? Do you own perhaps some art or other collectibles? That's going to be your total asset column. And that may be a good number, but then think about how much liabilities do you have. If you do have a home in your asset column, how much is that mortgage, right? Does the total cost of the mortgage outweigh the value of the home on your balance sheet and the amount of cash you have in your bank? On top of that, in your liability section also includes your credit card debt. Do you have student loan debt? Do you have any other type of consumer debt? Most of us in this world kind of operate off of having too much liabilities and not enough assets. So today we'll talk about these assets. Again, your retirement plan is an asset. Your life insurance is an asset. Stocks and bonds in your portfolio, that's an asset. Real estate, that's an asset. Having a business is an asset. And there's other assets that we can also purchase and hold to help secure our generational our generational wealth, and again, through the help of estate and trust planning, we're able to effectively pass down and dictate what actually happens to these assets once we, leave this world. So let's kind of get right into what a traditional 401k is. So a traditional 401k is a tax advantage defined contribution retirement account offered by many employers to their employees. So when we sign our documents to onboard, typically you can elect to have some withholding specifically for 401k. If you are at a job right now and your employer is offering a match to your 401k, they're literally offering you free money. No, you don't see that money right now because it's in your retirement account and you can only withdraw it for certain reasons and avoid a tax penalty, which I'll discuss in a second. Contributing to a 401k and having your employer match that is literally your employer giving you free money towards your future, right? Because you on your own as individuals should be invested into your future anyways. So it's just a bonus to invest yourself, but also have your employer invest in your retirement as well. Some employers go as far as offering a 1-to-1 match, meaning that if you donate $10,000 throughout the year to this 401k, your employer is going to donate $10,000 to that 401k as well. Now at that year end, you have $20,000 into this retirement account. And of course, what back retirement accounts is investments, right? So the more you invest into your retirement earlier on, and you reap the benefits of the 401k value going up and down, depending on what securities back your 401k, you are basically being able to double your rate of retirement saving because you do have that additional contribution from your employer. So again, evaluate how much you are currently withholding for retirement. And if your employer doesn't match, best practices is to go up and maximize that match because, again, it's just showing that you're just investing a lot more into your future because, we all going to get there eventually. The goal is to retire, but let's not retire uncomfortably. The goal is to retire very, very comfortably, and that's done by effective planning from now. The good thing about a 401k is that the investment earnings are not taxed until the employee withdraws that money, typically after retirement. So the 401k, we are going to contribute to a 401k with money that is not taxed. And when we withdraw that money in the future, it will be taxed. Which is why some individuals are looking to either supplement retirement with an IRA, a Roth IRA specifically instead, rather than the 401k, or best practices is to actually have a combination of both. So what makes a Roth IRA different from a 401k account? Well, a Roth IRA is a special retirement account because you are going to pay taxes on the money going into your account, meaning that you contribute to a Roth IRA after you receive your paycheck and you have your net income amount. That money was already taxed because, we get our paychecks, we see this beautiful, beautiful gross income, and then we are hit by Uncle Sam and Auntie State Tax also, and Medicare, Social Security, and we're coming home with this net pay. Well, whatever you have in your net pay, now you can go ahead and contribute to a Roth IRA. So even though there's no tax benefits of being able to contribute with before tax income, the good thing about Roth IRAs is that when you go to retire in the future, your income is not going to be subject to income taxation, right? So imagine contributing $2 million throughout your lifetime, or contributing enough so that when you go ahead and retire, you have around $2 million in your retirement account, and this money is going to be tax-free to you in your future. That is what the Roth option offers to you. So additionally, there are limitations for Roths, obviously, because they offer a very significant tax benefit for your future. Singles can contribute to a Roth IRA if they make more than $140,000, and married couples, that limit is $208,000. The limit per year is $6,000. Unless you are over the age of 50, then you can contribute $7,000. However, there's this thing called a backdoor Roth conversion, which if you speak to a financial planner, they'll be able to help you. Basically, if you make more than the 140 mark as a single individual, there's a way to contribute to a 401k and then do a conversion to move some money into a Roth IRA account, which is called a backdoor IRA conversion. So your Roth 401k can be rolled into a Roth IRA when you leave your job or you retire, which will eliminate the required minimum distribution amount. This is best used if your retirement savings and retirement income are currently heavily weighed towards tax-deferred assets. So again, the goal is not to retire with X amount. We also want to be tax effective. You don't want to retire and then still pay the IRS a big chunk of your hard work for retirement contributions, and now you're getting the distribution that's being heavily taxed by the IRS. We want to be smart and also allocate a portion of our retirement savings strategy to accounts that are going to not be taxed when we are taking withdrawals by the time we retire. And a Roth option creates that scenario. There's also an account called a Roth 401k, which is, again, you get that same tax benefit as a Roth IRA, where contributions and earnings can be tax-free as long as they meet certain criteria. There is contributions for a Roth 401k. Financial planners recommend that if you can talk to your employers about your retirement options, if you can ask them to match a Roth 401k rather than a traditional 401k, you create the best scenario for yourself, because the Roth 401k contribution limit is a lot higher than traditional 401k. Under a Roth 401k, you can contribute $19,500 for the year, and those over 50 can contribute an additional $6,500. So again, you're creating a scenario where you're basically able to contribute around $26,000 per year into an account that's going to grow. And when you take out those distributions upon retirement, you will not be taxed on that income. So very, very powerful retirement planning tool. So just here's some retirement accounts that are, well, some retirement facts that are relevant to where we are now. For this year, I mean, we have only a couple of weeks left, but there's no early withdrawal penalty for taking a withdrawal from your 401k or IRA because of coronavirus. So some clients that I have advised have used this and, went ahead and used that money to invest in something that's going to bring them more income in the near future, because these funds that are withdrew from your retirement account this year have to be paid back in 3 years. Also, if you have securities back in your 401k that are subject to capital gains tax or dividend tax, there's a way to minimize your taxes through this concept of tax loss harvesting. This means that given your whole portfolio of securities that's back in your 401k, we're going to go ahead and sell those underperforming securities to offset the gains on any assets that have capital gains in our 401k distribution. Now let's get into the stock market, right? So again, what backs a 401k is securities. So whether that's stock, bonds, other commodities, it can be real estate. You can have a self-directed IRA and actually own property in your retirement account that's going to, again, grow and appreciate in value as well. So people ask me all the time, how do you get started with the stock market? I'm scared of it. I don't know what to do. I don't want to lose money. And I'm like, okay, I can help you with problem number 1 and 2. Problem number 3 is just on you, because there's no guarantee to not lose money in the stock market. As you know, for many people, their 401k have depleted very much throughout this year because of the decline in the stock market. There's no guarantee. The stock market is a super duper fluctuating, trending marketplace. But in the long run, typically most stocks are going to go in a more upward motion, which makes the stock market more of a long-term benefit than a short-term, unless you are going to be a day trader and watch out for losing your losses. So how do we get started with investing in the stock market? Well, I came up with this little quote that I love. It's super simple and it kind of gets the job done, if I say so myself, right? So it's start with what you know and then research what you think will grow, right? What does that mean, Shanae? Start with what you know. What do I know about the stock market? Well, you may not know about the stock market right away, but you know what you found value in right now, right? Many of us may have these phones, right? Team iPhone, if y'all team iPhone, holla at y'all. If you team Android, that's great as well because Microsoft does have the stock as well. But look at what things you are spending money on that you find value in. Like all of my electronics right now are Apple. I have the phone, the MacBook, the AirPods, all of that good stuff. But I also own Apple stock. Why? Because I look at what I know, why I find value in Apple, then look around you. Do people around you typically find value in these companies? If you know that that company has a strong impact in the marketplace, that shows the signs of longevity and growth for that company. As you guys know who are in Apple, once we got the iPhone 1, 2, or 3, it's been nonstop. We're just up to the number 12 now, still using the same company because we like Apple products, right? So that's what you know. You know that most people like Apple products, which makes Apple a good stock for you to invest in because, again, there's strength there. There's strength in the numbers, they say. And I, obviously, as an accountant, believe that wholeheartedly. Aside from that, if you like certain brands, if you're a person who likes bags, you like to buy Louis bags, Michael Kors watches, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with treating yourself. But if you found value in that product, you want to also analyze that stock because nothing feels better than going to buy something from a company and you already own that stock, right? So I don't feel bad upgrading my iPhone every year because I own Apple stock, right? So my purchase is actually going back to me because that stock price is going to appreciate and I can possibly face some gains if I sell my stock because I bought it at a lower price a couple years ago and people are still seeing value in this company. So here's some questions to ask. What brands do you buy? What technology do you use? Where do you think the future is headed, right? And that is the research what you think will grow side. Right now, we're seeing a surge in automation. We're seeing a surge in virtual chats and virtual communication, which is why stocks like Zoom have seen more than a 400% increase in their stock value since the beginning of the pandemic, right? So you want to put yourself in a position to reap the benefits of the wave before the wave actually forms itself, right? You get most of the air. If you guys surf, it's like surfer terminology. I don't surf, but I just know the terminology. But you know, you want to catch the wave right when it's about to be formed so you can be able to take advantage of riding the wave the whole time. And that's what happens when you get into a stock or into some type of buy for an asset early on in the game. So here is an example about the benefits of investing. I understand we had the pandemic and a lot of people lost their job. A lot of people, face different, health issues or health scares. And this world was in a terribly crazy place, right? But I just want to show you guys the power of investing, right? Even though things happen, we have to stay positive. We have to still keep moving towards the future, right? You don't ever want to operate out of fear. You want to operate out of optimism. So in March of this year, when the stock market crashed, it was down to, around 2,200 points-ish. Right now, we're at around above 3,300, 3,400 points. So that's, an increase that's almost double just in a couple of months. So I think I have an example of like Walt Disney stock, for example. If you can see in March of this year, which is right here, this stock dropped down to around, let's say, $85 a share. Right now, it's actually trading closer to 160, so it's almost double, right? So had you invested $1,000 into Walt Disney stock just back in March, you would have had $2,000 or more in your cash account because the value of that stock appreciated despite what's going on, right? Because the market always corrects itself in the long run, and it always faces an upward, well, most times face an upward trend in the long term. So here are some stock market facts. So whenever you sell a stock, you are going to be faced with this thing called a capital gain, right? Capital gain is subject to two types of taxation. You pay income tax on it, but it's based off of either a long-term capital gains rate or a short-term capital gains rate. In the long term, which is most beneficial, capital gains are taxed at either 0, 15, or 20%. And that depends on your income. In the short term, capital gains are taxed at your ordinary income rate. So, for example, if you make $500K a year, your income tax bracket may be around 30%, right? So say if you have some capital gains for $10,000, you're going to pay 30% or $3,000 of that in capital gains tax. In the long run, you are taxed at either 0, 15, or 20%. Well, having $500,000 in net income will put you in that 15% range of capital gains tax. So instead of paying 30%, you're paying $1,500, which is half of what you would have paid, right? So effectively, as it pertains to getting capital gains, whether it's in your own personal investment account or for your 401k, you want to see how much tax you'll be assessed depending upon you selling your stock in the short term or the long term. Through effective tax planning, the goal is to sell them obviously in the long term because we can perhaps lock in a lower capital gains rate. The good thing about capital gains is that we can offset our capital gains by our capital losses. In addition to that, we can deduct $3,000 of that loss against our ordinary income for the year. So what does that mean, right? Probably sounds like just all these numbers to you ladies. So I'm going to break that down again. Here's a scenario. Say we earn $50,000 from our salaries in 2020. I also gained $15,000 in the stock market, but I lost around $10,000. So I lost $20,000, right? So now I basically have a total net loss of negative $5,000, right? I made 15, but I lost 20. So I have a loss of 5,000. Not only can I use my 20,000 to get rid of paying taxes on that 15 that I did make, I can use that 5,000, deduct 3,000 of it against my regular income, so that's of my 50,000 salary. And the remaining 2K, I can do what we call a capital loss carry forward, which means that next year I can deduct $2,000 against my ordinary income. So this is an effective way to help minimize your taxes through effective tax planning if you are investing in the stock market. Okay, so if you ladies have questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat box. I am monitoring it as I'm speaking, so just feel free to just to ask any questions that you may have about what we discussed thus far. Okay, so let's get into real estate. So real estate is another alternative to adding an asset onto your balance sheet. It's an alternative to stock as it offers lower risk, it yields better returns in the long run, and it provides greater diversification. You want to diversify your portfolio always. Diversification would mean having X amount in the stock market, having X amount in the real estate market, having X amount invested into a business or a startup, or perhaps having some art on hand, or maybe I am a Pokemon card collector. Whatever it may be to add some assets on your balance sheet, we want to have different asset pools, and that's what we call diversification. So here is a nice comparison of the real estate market's recovery compared to the stock market recovery as well. So as you can see here, this is again March 2020. We saw a significant decline in the stock market as we did the real estate market because the pandemic was announced, but also we can see an upward trend for approximately the same type of growth rate for both the real estate market and the stock market. So as you can see, when the economy is going down, both the real estate market and the stock market are going to decline in value at the same time, because ultimately, if people don't have money to invest in stock, the stock value goes down, but then also typically they can't pay their rent, or people can't go ahead and invest and buy because they want to hold on to their money. There's other ways to hedge any type of influxes like this. So say, for example, if the stock market and the real estate market is going down, the question is, where do I invest my money in, right? The interesting thing about the economy is that typically when the stock market declines in value, when the stock market declines in value, what goes up in value is commodities. So people typically tend to buy gold more and silver more. And you can go ahead and buy and that serves as an investment as well. And typically, so here are just some quick pros and cons to investing in real estate. So again, the pro is that we can collect passive income, right? So imagine, instead of spending your whole life as a person who rents, you can rent still if you want to, but then still have somebody paying you rent. Real estate offers that idea of passive income, making money while you're sleeping by not doing much, right? You're just holding that asset. You're being a landlord. There's a bunch of tax advantages to having real estate. Whenever I meet with my clients about tax planning, I typically always recommend them to purchase some type of real property, because you can depreciate real property, right? We all want to know, how in the world did Donald Trump pay only $750 in taxes, and I pay, way more than that from just a paycheck? Well, even though Donald Trump paid very low income taxes, again, he has several employees that he's paying employer side of real estate taxes for. But on top of that, he has a bunch of real property, right? Think about how many Trump buildings that we see throughout the country. He also has several golf courses. He owns land. When you have real property, you can depreciate it. And let me just tell you how powerful depreciation is. I can go ahead and purchase a 2-unit property that's valued around $500,000, right? I'm paying a mortgage. My mortgage may be, $2,500 a month, but I'm making $5,000 a month for my property. So $2,500 a month in net income. Let's multiply that by 12. That brings us to around $14,000 for the year that I'm profiting from having my property. Now we have depreciation. Depreciating a $500,000 asset over a 27-year period would bring us to around $18,518 in depreciation expense for the year. So even though I netted a positive $15,000 from my rental income, I have depreciation expense of $18,000, meaning that on paper, I actually lost $3,000, right? But we know in reality, I have $15,000 extra in my pocket, right? But guess what? You're not going to pay any taxes on that $15,000 you receive from your rental property, because your depreciation expense outweighs what you receive in income, right? So literally, I just gave you guys an example of how to make money and pay zero taxes, literally zero. So forget $750 from Mr. Trump, $0 in taxes just by doing this one thing. And also, real estate gives you the ability to leverage, right? The most powerful part of real estate is that we accumulate this thing called equity. What is equity? The last piece of our balance sheet, right? So a balance sheet contains assets, liabilities, and stockholders' equity. Equity allows you to leverage your asset and pull out equity of that asset. So equity is when your property appreciates in value. So say our $500,000 building is now worth around $600,000. I have $100K in equity. This means that we can pull out some equity against our properties, but then also we are able to, I don't know where this thing came from. Okay. We are able to use some of that equity loan and get it in cash, and then use that money to buy more properties. So not only can you pay zero income tax from investing in real estate, you can also expand and grow a lot quicker because you have an asset to leverage. So it's more work than buying stocks. Yes, you have to go through closing. You have to actually come up with some cash to close. It can be expensive and is very illiquid, meaning that if you want your money of that value, you cannot get it right away. You have to actually sell your property or take out equity against it or take out something else against it. There's high transaction costs when it comes to having real estate, and depreciation is not guaranteed unless you live in like, you know, major areas where it's always appreciating. Okay. So then the last investment vehicle that I will talk about is investing in startups. There's a site called startengine.com that I love to look at, but investing in startups can yield a very, very high investment in the long run, and it is a long-term game. Here's an example. There's a guy who invested $5,000 in Uber at around 2005, 2006. He cashed out 2 years ago, $12 million. Literally. Invested $5,000 in 2005 when Uber was still a startup and cashed out at 12 million, right? When you invest in a startup before they get IPO'd, you are in the best position, right? Because once the public gets to it, people already made 10 times their investment by the time they IPO, right? Because this is before we get into the stock market and submitting to the SEC to IPO. You can be an early on investor and get into the company before they are going to consider going public. And it's a very, very powerful tool. So I myself, I'm currently invested into 3 startups. One of them is Popcorn, that's led by Dom. I forgot her last name. She's a very known serial entrepreneur, and she has a partnership with Popcorn with Arrey. It's going to be like a technology retail type of gadget thing, not so value in it. So I invested in it. And again, if it does IPO, by that time, I'll make around 10 or 15 times what I invested. So I'll encourage people to just not think about, oh, I have to start a business or I have to be an entrepreneur. You can invest, right, in the stock market and real estate and also in other businesses and other startups as well and get in early on. These are some key questions to consider when you are thinking about investing into a startup. Number one, the level of involvement, right? Do you have to attend meetings? Do you have to really be involved? What's the time frame? What is their track to IPO? Because startups, typically the goal is to IPO ASAP. We want to go ahead, invest all these resources, grow the company ASAP, IPO, make some money back. Question 3 is what is the expected rate of return, right? They'll give you some pro formas when you invest and let you know what they expect to accomplish in the next 2 or 3 or 5 years, so you can calculate what your expected rate of return is. For diversification, you don't want to invest in startups that are all in the same industry. It's best to diversify. Maybe one startup that's in health, maybe one startup that's in technology, etc. Then lastly is exit strategies, right? When do you expect to get out and what do you expect to benefit? So generational wealth, that's the key. I love rapper, billionaire, entrepreneur Jay-Z, and this is probably one of my favorite bars that he spit, and it was generational wealth, that's the key. My parents ain't have ish, so that ish started with me. Well, I'm here today to let you all know that ish is going to start with you all, and generational wealth is the key, and you can attain it whether you are an entrepreneur or not by making strategic investments, being aware of your opportunities and what you can actually invest in, and obviously making sure that when you have these assets, these income streams, that you are consulting in the state and trust attorney like Lily to protect those assets and really solidify your plan to leave behind generational wealth. So I thank you all for listening. Here is my contact info if you want to stay in contact. Thank you so much, Linda, for having me. And I do have time for questions if you wanted to just go ahead and ask some questions.
So every time I hear you speak, I always learn. I'm always excited by your presentation. So let me see if we have any questions on there. No questions, but you know, I always have questions, right? Because I take notes. So So I like how you shared about, no guarantee in the stock market.
Mm-hmm.
When Corona hit, I almost had a heart attack. But that was me not being informed. I watched my 401k,
Mm-hmm.
go down. All of our stock investments went down,
Mm-hmm.
My brothers tell me, oh, I just lost $100,000. I just lost this. I'm looking at ours. And I told my husband, I say, we got to move stuff around.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you, when I'm thinking about it, I'm still having some anxiety attack. But as you said, has the stock market stabilized and adjusted with Corona, things are going back up, But that's something that, and then a lot of stocks that declined. Actually, that was actually a good time for people to invest in stock market when the market almost crashed. It takes you and staying educated to know that. So I probably should have bought more stocks. I'm one of those that did not buy stocks during Corona. I didn't buy any more stocks, and I should have. I was more concerned about what I had lost, but those stocks came back up and everything else. So I'm really glad that you mentioned that. And then I like what you talked about. Stay, we start with what you know, and then research what you think will grow. So I think that's so important because a lot of times we don't do research. We just end with what we know. We start with what we know and we end with what we know instead of taking that knowledge further. And then investing in stocks for brands you consume. I've never looked at it like that. I like purses. I like my red bottoms. I like all of those stuff. I never looked at it like, what, I will be paying myself if I buy, invest in those stocks for things that I consume. So I really wanted to reiterate and just encourage everybody, we consume stuff regardless. So why not pay yourself by investing, in the brands that you like? And this was so powerful. You said you don't want to operate out of fear. You want to operate out of optimism. Yes. Can you touch just a little bit on what that phrase meant? Because it really, I felt that was so heavy.
I think it kind of just presented itself due to the fact that, again, we are in, super weird times where we don't know what's going to happen next, right? But you can choose what you are going to aspire your reality to be, right? I can say, oh my gosh, like the economy's going bad, people are dying, and I'm not saying to be heartless in the midst of all that's going on, but you choose whether or not your tomorrow is going to be bright or is going to be gloomy, right? I'm not going to ever operate thinking that my tomorrow is going to be gloomy. I don't want gloominess to become a reality. And again, we all know that whatever we think and whatever we believe and wholeheartedly go after is typically what manifests, right? So in terms of operating out of optimism, it's really about knowing wholeheartedly that your tomorrow will be bright no matter what, no matter who our president is, no matter what happens to the stock market. I know that my tomorrow is going to be great because I have faith, right? So it just comes down to you really owning into your own power and knowing that you're in charge of creating your own reality, and operating out of fear will make fearful events happen, right? Do you want to be in that? No, I don't want to be scared. I don't want to be stressed out. I want to be happy. I want to be wealthy. I want to, not be in a position where I felt like I have to, fight hard. And that all comes down to your thoughts. Like, yes, things will be present to get you off track, but you have to be strong enough in yourself. And again, operate out of optimism. So no, don't look at things as a loss. Look at it as an opportunity. What can I do right now to help me grow further? I don't care what's going on with the outside world. How can I help me? Because I have to make sure that my tomorrow is not gloomy.
Awesome. Thank you so much for elaborating on that. And if you can please put your contact, just type your contact information. I know you shared it on your last slide. If you want to type it in that private chat,
yes.
and Doris on Facebook, Tasha's on YouTube. They will go ahead and make sure that our viewers have that information, because I know you have something powerful coming up December 22nd.
Yes.
To help people better close their year right. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yes. So just very quickly, I am doing a private event for just 20 entrepreneurs who are looking to take time, organize their finances, talk tax strategy, and get their finances together before the year is over. It'll be a 2-hour working live session. It comes with 3 additional ebooks. It also comes with a worksheet for the actual event, because we will be doing actual work. And it comes with a Excel sheet created to help organize your business's finances. So really putting it together so that you don't have to worry about not ending your financial year the right way as an entrepreneur.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Shanae. Always a pleasure hearing from you. So if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, this is Burnout or Blossom. If you hear something from my aspects that excites you, go ahead and tweet or post on whatever social platform you're on. The hashtag for this event is hashtag Burnout or Blossom and hashtag Eunity Solutions. We've heard so far from Pastor Nancy that just got us right mentally, emotionally. We had Lily come on and talk about estate planning, and you just heard from Shanae talking about, getting your finances right as a healthcare provider and personal caregiver. So we're going to go ahead and transition. But as we go, wherever you're watching as well, I would like to know, how are you taking care of yourself during this season? I know it's Christmas. People are stressed out. People are overwhelmed with Christmas shopping. How have you treated yourself? Did you buy something for yourself? Are you taking an unconventional Christmas, flying somewhere? I would like to know, how are you treating yourself during this season? Because as caregivers, it is so common for us to think about everybody else during the season and not ourselves. I know Lisa shared earlier that she bought stuff but nothing for herself, right? So how do you plan on treating yourself this season? And if you have not thought about treating yourself this season, again, I'll be honing on you all through this conversation to think about something in our time together before we end up later this afternoon, how you plan on treating yourself during this season and beyond. So I'll go ahead and bring on our next speaker, Melanie Wilson. Melanie is a mindfulness and wellness coach. I always enjoy just hearing from her. She's the doctor to get your mind, body, and soul just right. So it's so important that, this event, we're talking about total wellness mentally, spiritually, emotionally, financially, and making sure that you're doing everything that you legally can to take care of your loved ones and your patients. So our experts were specifically curated to meet this overall objective of total wellness. So I'd like to come in and bring Melanie. She's the CEO of She'll Rise. And hey, beautiful.
Hello. So good to be here.
I see sunny today in Florida. I can see, yeah.
Yeah, it is beautiful today. It is beautiful today for sure. For sure.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. I suddenly feel my age.
Sure. Well, you don't look 16, so I'm excited. I'm excited for your topic today. And I'm going to buckle up, pull back here and just soak everything in. The stage is yours.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for having me once again. My name is Melanie Wilson. As Linda indicated, I am the founder of She'll Rise. This is a community of rise-minded women. We are authentic, trustworthy, and honest. We are choosing to show up, dig in, do the hard work, have the hard conversations so that we can rise up strong. My expertise is anxiety, depression, and trauma. And a lot of times the anxiety and trauma that we are working through is a result of many different things, but what really ties into what we're talking about today and over this series is really overextending, not being able to say no, and burning ourselves out. So what my topic covers today is sacrifice, but know your limits. I do want to recap some of the information from the previous talk because it really helps to kind of lay some groundwork for what we're going to talk about today. But in addition, I have a degree in psychology. I'm also a certified cognitive behavior therapy practitioner. And I'm also certified in trauma-informed approaches. The passion, the desire for what I am doing now really erupted as a part of my own journey of healing and rising up, both from addiction and trauma, anxiety, depression, and so forth. So for me, it's really comfortable to have conversations with women who are experiencing these types of things, because not only do I have the education and experience to guide you, coach you, lead you, and take you through the process to get to the other side, but I can honestly say, I know what you're feeling. I've been there, and I can promise you it won't always be that way. And I want you to keep that in mind as you process what I talk about today. So sacrifice, but know your limits. We all have limits. We have emotional, mental, physical, relationship capacities, and it's imperative that we pay attention to what we realistically can and cannot do. So I want to recap a few things from our last talk. It was self-advocacy. It is our responsibility. When we're in the field of human services, we are really good at showing up and serving and giving every ounce of ourselves and then some to take care of other people. But we neglect and forget to take care of our own self, our own needs, and so forth. So some of the things that I wanted to draw your attention to are signs of burnout, when the potential burnout is coming, or maybe you're even further into it where like the burnout is actually taking place. Emotional, agitated, irritated, frustrated, short-tempered, detachment, depression, anxiety, feeling ineffective, lack of focus, forgetfulness, and even that deer in the headlights look, where you're physically there, but mentally, emotionally, you just don't have the capacity to engage. Physical signs of burnout: headaches, nausea, diarrhea, vomiting, fatigue, shortness of breath, weakened immune system, racing heart. You may start to lose weight or gain weight. You no longer enjoy your work, your career, your position. And all of a sudden, the negative self-talk really starts to take root. Now, there's a lot of other things I covered, but those signs are really important because it's going to create that great segue for what I'm building on for us today. Why are those things so important? We're talking about sacrifice. When we go into the field of human services, whether you are a first responder, an educator, you're in community service, in churches, where you are constantly showing up to serve other people, we need to be aware of what our needs are, because we associate these lies, these doubt labels, that's a key phrase for today, these doubt labels, if we need to step back and take care of our own needs. Shanae had mentioned start with what you know, and I'm going to give you an exercise today. I'll bring up the worksheet here shortly to actually assess like what you already know. Start with what you know, because that's your point of reference. You have to get brutally honest with yourself, because the point of reference needs to be valid. It needs to be accurate so that you know where you need to press in and improve and modify. I want to dig into boundaries, because when we think about sacrifice and knowing our limits, boundaries are so critical. No one can or will respect your boundaries if you don't communicate them or believe in them yourself. A lot of times what happens is the burnout will come about, that resentment, that anger, that irritation, frustration, kind of losing the drive comes about because we're being taken advantage of, we're being stepped on, we're being walked over, we're being used and abused and manipulated. It's because our boundaries have not been solidified. We don't have any confidence in what those are. So of course, we're not going to speak up and communicate what those boundaries are. So how can we expect someone else to respect them, to honor them, to see value in them if we're not doing it for ourselves? Healthy boundaries are those boundaries that are set to make sure mentally and emotionally you are stable. Nelson, which is one of the positive psychologists that I have studied in great detail, healthy boundaries are a crucial component of self-care. Healthy boundaries are a crucial component of self-care. That's because in work or in our personal relationships, poor boundaries lead to resentment and burnout. Not having your boundaries in place increase the disadvantage of your sacrifices and increases the potential for burnout. Self-care, which can include setting boundaries, is an important part of leading a mentally healthy life. For more people to experience greater well-being and fulfillment, they must learn about healthy boundaries. Toxic people will challenge you to get rid of, to dismiss, to trash your boundaries. People who don't respect your boundaries are not your people. This is important for you to understand and be able to distinguish the difference between people who are looking out for your best interest and they will support, encourage, and respect your boundaries, or people who are out for their best interest, where your boundaries actually get in their way. The sacrifice as a result is detrimental to your mental and emotional stability, your mental and physical well-being. There are all types of boundaries: material, physical, mental, emotional, sexual, spiritual. And it's hard. It's hard to put boundaries in place, but we need to keep in mind that boundaries are not being put in place to inflict hurt or harm to someone else. It's not there because we don't want to be engaged, we don't want to serve, we don't want to do. It's there to protect our limits and our capacities so that we know with great confidence what we can and cannot do. One of the books I read not too long ago, Sheila Niequist, Present Over Perfect, phenomenal book. But one of the quotes that I extracted from that book is, we disappoint people because we're limited. We have to accept the idea of our own limitations in order to accept the idea that will disappoint people. Now, Adler is a theorist that I've done great research with and have really studied his theories. Adler is really focused on you being courageous enough to be disliked. What happens is when sacrifice comes into play, and when you think of the symptoms that I've talked about, the signs of burnout, that is a result of the disadvantage of sacrifices. Sacrifices become disadvantage. Is that a word? Might not be the right word. When we don't pay attention to what our needs are. We have to be willing to accept that we have limits. We have to be willing to accept that there are capacities that we are capable of and we must honor. And we also have to be willing to accept and be courageous enough to disappoint and be disliked. It's so freeing, so freeing. So as we talk about boundaries, it's really about understanding that you have value, you have worth, you have limits and capabilities and capacities that you need to honor, you need to respect, because that is how we can distinguish between advantages of sacrifice and disadvantages of sacrifice. When it comes to putting boundaries in place, it doesn't mean that we don't love people, that we're unforgiving. It's not about preventing people from being a part of our life. It's not about cutting off contact and engagement because we feel like it. It's really about honoring what we need. They're critical because they keep us safe. They protect us and they promote healthy levels of interaction, relationships, giving, serving, and so forth. And our boundaries are built on past experiences. And for my personal journey, I didn't realize that I could have boundaries in place. I didn't know that I could say no. I didn't know that I could speak up for myself when something didn't feel right, look right, or sit right with my gut. Now my boundaries are in place and I will very easily say no without an explanation. If you get offended, I'm sorry, but that's not my responsibility. I am delivering it with kindness, but I'm protecting and recognizing my limits and my capacities. You have emotional capacity. You have mental capacity. You have relationship capacity, physical capacity, financial capacity. And when it comes to human services, the power of sacrifice and our inner drive to love others well and to give and serve sometimes will far outweigh and cloud what our personal needs are and protecting ourselves. So the self-care is critical. Boundaries are part of self-care. And again, the sacrifice, understanding the difference between the advantages of sacrifice and the disadvantages of sacrifice. I want to move you into an understanding of these advantages and disadvantages of sacrifice, but I also want to educate you on how they are fueled by doubt labels. These doubt labels, if not paid attention to and kept in check, can then turn into rules for our lives very easily. Doubt labels. Now, I have a whole list here, but the ones that I've highlighted are the ones that typically show up in the workplace. These are things that it's a perceived message that we kind of create these limiting beliefs and hold ourselves accountable for. All right. These are some things that we may be thinking, we may be manifesting in our thoughts, even though they may not actually exist. So doubt labels, examples: not good enough, insignificant, you don't measure up, incapable, weak, incompetent, failure, inferior, ineffective, unskilled, worthless. When you think about being in a position of a first responder or educator or community service, if we need to take a step back to take care of ourselves, what usually circulates through our mind are these types of doubt labels. Will they think I'm not good enough? Will they think I'm insignificant? Will they think I don't measure up? Will they think I'm incapable? And so forth. What happens with these doubt labels is they then manifest themselves into rules for our lives. It's what we're thinking, which then comes out in how we're behaving. One of the things that really stands out to me when I think about the workplace burnout is us standing up to say, this is too much, I need a break. One of the things that will be fueled by those doubt labels is a statement, a bold statement that would say something like, I might make someone mad. You might. But again, we're focusing on building the courage to be disliked. We're focused on building the ability to uphold boundaries to protect our mental and emotional stability, our mental and physical well-being. If you make someone mad, that's okay. If the intent is to protect yourself, recognize and honor your limits and your capacities, that's okay. We have to learn to be able to be okay with disappointing others and being disliked. Burnout is caused by our inability to accept the potential of being disliked. We must work through that. So change can be very uncomfortable, but the advantages of working the process to modify these doubt labels and the self-doubt that we create into statements, rules for our lives, is so worth it in the long run. Some other statements that can evolve out of self-doubt labels, the doubt labels, can be things like, I'll do it later. It's not going to help. I'll do it tomorrow. I don't feel like it. I'd rather take a nap. This is where our personal needs get pushed off. And instead of recognizing what we need and responding accordingly, we stay in the space where we're overworked, we're overwhelmed, we're working well beyond our limits and capacities on our way to burnout. And the way that we can justify that is we push off what our needs are. I need to rest. I'll do it later. I could use a nap. It's not going to help. So we keep pressing in and pressing on in overdrive because of the fear that those doubt labels have created in our thinking. So what I want to work you through, and give me just a second here to share my screen. Let me see here. Okay. So, all right, let me get this. All right, should be coming up here. Where did it go? Where did it go? Oops. I apologize. It's not showing me the screen that I actually want to show you. It keeps going away. All right, we're going to work through it even without it showing. And then I can actually provide this for you. All right, so what we have is a cost benefit analysis. I really need this screen up for you guys to see. All right, I apologize. I apologize. All right, so what we have in front of us is a cost benefit analysis. What we are looking at here is understanding the advantages of our sacrifices and the disadvantage of our sacrifices. When it comes to serving others in a human services field, sacrifice is an unspoken demand. In order to protect our mental and emotional stability, we need to be able to appropriately gauge the cost of our sacrifices. Identifying advantages and disadvantages will allow you to begin making modifications to help you maintain a balance. So what I want you to do with this worksheet is quickly capture the advantages of your sacrifices. When you show up and serve, we are making sacrifices. What are the advantages of those sacrifices? Then you need to transition to capturing the disadvantages of your sacrifices. Disadvantages can be those signs of burnout. They can be your lack of willingness to implement and uphold your boundaries. They can be your inability to recognize what your needs are and respond accordingly. So then you need to evaluate the cost of continuing your sacrifices. This is where it is purpose-driven. This is where there is benefit. There is opportunity for advancement and compassion, and something spectacular comes out of your sacrifice without costing you something that's detrimental to your mental and emotional stability. Then the benefits, same thing. Look through what you're capturing for advantages and disadvantages so you can capture what the benefits are. As you work through this, you need to then start to acknowledge where you need to modify. Doubt labels that you associate with modifying your sacrifices. So as I went through some of those doubt labels that could typically come about in the workplace, it is a perceived message. So they're not good enough, don't measure up, incompetent, failure, worthless, ineffective, unskilled. Those could potentially be the doubt labels that you will associate if you were to modify your sacrifices, if you were to accept your limits and communicate what those limits and capacities are. But then we need to reframe these doubt labels. Not good enough. We know that that's not true because you are capable of doing what you're doing, but because you are overworking, you are overwhelmed, you are overstressed, and now the signs of burnout are starting to show up, and eventually you will not be able to perform. So reframing it from understanding that it's not about not being good enough, it's about a willingness to choose what is good for you. Incompetent. When you choose to say no, and like Linda said, no is a complete sentence, it doesn't mean that you're incompetent. It doesn't mean you are incapable. It doesn't mean you are ineffective or inferior. If anything, it means the opposite of all of those doubt labels. It means that you are willing to recognize your capacities, your limits, and acknowledge the sacrifice and whether or not it is an advantage or disadvantage. And then you are choosing to respond accordingly by modifying. You have the power to make these changes. Is it easy? No. Is it hard? Yes. But it's worth it. You are worth it. So we don't want to allow these things to continue to circulate in our mind, because what we're thinking, we are living. So if these doubt labels are running through your mind and then evolving into these statements that become the rules for our lives, I'm telling you, if you continue on that path, you will burn out. You cannot blossom if you're not taking care of yourself, if you're not implementing healthy boundaries, if you're not recognizing what your limits and capacities are and communicating that with confidence so that others can support and encourage you as well. It's important to be courageous enough to be disliked. It's important to be bold enough to recognize that you will disappoint people and be willing to be okay with that. The willingness to be okay with those things really is the deciding factor between blossoming or burning out. If you don't recognize your capacities, the cost of your sacrifices will be so extreme that your ability to blossom will be snuffed out and you will indeed burn out. You need to put yourself first and choose wisely. So what will you choose today? Will you choose to continue on the path of sacrificing, even though you know it's driven by doubt labels and bold statements that have evolved as a result of you allowing those doubt labels to circulate in your mind and create rules for your life? Or are you going to stand up for yourself, recognize what your limits and capacities are, recognize the disadvantages of your sacrifices, the cost of your sacrifices, so that you can continue to show up and serve and be beneficial and imperative and significant because you are healthy? A healthy version of me, a healthy version of you, has a far greater chance of carrying out the purpose for our lives than a version of us that is exhausted, that is burned out, and that is not willing to stand up and protect ourselves. And you have to remember that people are watching. Little people and big people are watching, and you get to lead by example. You standing up to speak up for your needs may be exactly what one other person needs to hear to feel courageous enough to do it for themselves as well. All right, a lot of information. Like I said, I do have a worksheet for you. I do apologize for it not coming up when we went through the dress rehearsal. It shared, no problem. So I apologize for that, but I do want to get it into your hands. Do you have any questions for me? Are there any specific situations that you are encountering right now that you need a little bit of clarification and guidance on to start to step into who you are and protect that version of you? All right, so I'm looking at comments. All right, I'm not seeing any questions or comments. So
Yeah, I don't see any questions right now, but I know as people are taking it in, if you want to put your contact information, Melanie, how people can get in touch with you. I know Dora is on Facebook, Tasha is on YouTube. They can transcribe that to the respective platforms.
Okay.
But, I was just so excited when you talked about, taking a balance sheet of your life, what's working, what's not working, what's the cost. I think so often when we think about the balance sheet, we're thinking about money in our bank accounts, and not really pausing to say that we still need to take that same accountability for our lives. So you always bring so much value, and it's just always a pleasure.
That's such a great example too, Linda, because as our experts talked about with estate planning and making sure that your taxes and investments and all those things are in order. You wouldn't go out to purchase something if there was no money to purchase it. But we don't apply those same rules and regulations and guidelines to our bodies, our souls, our mental and physical, beings. We just continue to spend and spend and spend. But at some point you have to stop and start to deposit too.
Yes, that is such an interesting way to look at it. And I hope, as viewers are listening, that you've at least taken another approach on how to practice self-care and, overextend yourself and avoid burnout so you can blossom. Mel, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Always on stage and impacting value. We are going to go now and take a short break. So during this time, again, I would like to just share this event is brought to you by Eunity Solutions in partnership with Newcastle County Government, and it was curated for healthcare workers, personal caregivers, just caregivers, whatever field you're in, whether you're in ministry or you're in healthcare or you have somebody you're taking care of at home. This event is curated for you. But I would like to go ahead and put in a little video about Eunity Solutions while we take this break. We're going to come back and have just some quick icebreakers before we bring on our next speaker.
Eunice, Gwanmesia.
I was this little girl who had a dream of going to college after high school to earn a PhD so I could become a teacher as my daddy. My father always told me, never give up on your dreams.
We are a multi-dimensional consulting company. We focus on promoting culture, diversity, and inclusion while providing a wide array of other cutting-edge services, such as our annual Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Conference that's held every September, our Put Your Mask On First retreat for caregivers, both family and professional caregivers, our Burnout or Blossom course, which is a survival guide for family and professional caregivers as well. And also we have our effective cross-cultural communication workshops.
Your purpose, it has got to be so strong to make you cry.
Our mission is to bring a fresh perspective on cultural awareness, giving leaders the tools they need to expand their capacity to achieve success together with their employees. And our vision is really to maximize corporate and organizational team performances, increase retention and improve internal and external customer relations through increasing cultural awareness and the power of diversity and inclusion. We also provide a diversity and cultural sensitivity training, teaching leaders of organizations that are interested in building anti-racial communities to leverage diverse talent so that they are improving those team performances. We will be happy to assist you in checking the pulse of your organization and helping you develop a program that is purposeful, intentional, and sustainable.
Winners do not quit. Put your naysayers to shame.
I think that's just such a powerful way to end that. Winners do not quit. Put your naysayers to shame. I know 2020 has come with a whip. It's broken us. We have pivoted. We have elevated. And we are not quitting no matter what. And that's one of the reasons we showed up here today, to continue to absorb knowledge, to continue to share and grow together. So again, wherever you're watching, whether it's Facebook or YouTube, if you hear from my experts and something moves you, definitely give them a tweet. And the hashtags for this event is hashtag put burnout or blossom, or hashtag Eunity solutions. And you can put both at the same time, no problem. The more we're out there raving about what's happening here today, the better. And has healthcare providers, personal caregivers, whichever kind of caregiver that you are, whether you're in church, the healthcare field, a life coach, a teacher, what are you doing to treat yourself during this season? Because as I shared earlier, during this season, people focus a lot on the people they are taking care of. So if you have not thought about it, just make sure before you get off this call today, that's something I'd like to encourage you to do for yourself. You know, what are you doing to treat yourself during this season? Have you factored some break time or some downtime during this season? And if you have not, are you thinking about it? Are you starting the new year with work, or are you starting the new year by taking a break? So just think about things that are not tasking that you are doing, or things that you can incorporate to actually take care of yourself during this season. Okay, so I would like to go ahead and continue with the program by bringing on our next speaker. If you attend that Put Your Mask On First, you know, I see people are getting excited with some of the, you know, because some of the speakers today are repeated speakers. People are excited to hear them again. People are excited to hear our new speakers. And I'm just so excited to bring Evans back on stage. He definitely schooled us during Put Your Mask On First on how to, you know, work our bodies, you know, both physically and emotionally and mentally, you know, the whole body, right? Not just the physical, whether it's the proper way to eat, proper way to work out, all that stuff. He's a dietitian, nutritionist, and just all this stuff. Great community leader. So I'm just so excited to bring Evans back on stage to come and impact us some knowledge, because as caregivers, it is so important that we are taking care of ourselves too. Happy Friday, Evans.
Hello. I'm okay, cool. I'm in there. How you doing today?
Doing so well. Nice to see you again. And you know,
yes,
I'm so excited. I was so excited by your talk for Put Your Mask On First, and I'm just ready to, you know what, pull back on this chair and just soak in on all the knowledge you're bringing on stage today. So the stage is yours, Evans.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for Uni Solutions and the sponsors with Newcastle County as well. And you know, like Linda shared, you know, my name is Evans Armand Trading. I'm the CEO and founder of Senior Fit. And, you know, for those that are not familiar with us, we're located here in Dover and Milford, and we literally serve people all over the country with the different services that we provide. But in the 11 years now we've been in business, we've been able to help over 2,500 people lose over 35,000 pounds. And the key to this whole transformation and this idea of blossoming versus burning out is really understanding your metabolism. You know, we've seen that so many people, when they are ready to do that self-care that Linda just talked about and take ownership of their life, they begin to burn out before the blossom actually happens. You know, there's a seed time, there is a progression time, and then there's a harvest. And many times what they do is, you know, they give it before the harvest, or they've tried things and realize it doesn't work. So today I'm going to share with you guys a little bit about metabolism, as well as I'm going to finish up with 7 tips to a better body. So, you know, just as we kind of look at this idea of metabolism and how it works in there, you know, understand that it's a key component that most health and fitness professionals actually get wrong. You know, a lot of people have this mindset that your metabolism is fixed. And it is this idea that, you know, my metabolism doesn't change. It's, you know, I know what it is. Either I have a fast metabolism or I have a slow metabolism. And they have this idea that it's constant, which leads to this idea of saying, well, I know what to do when it comes to my metabolism. I know what to eat. I'm just not eating it right now. And they have this idea as if there was this glass container or this like secret meal plan that if I follow that in case of emergencies, I can lose weight and I'll be ready for the summer season. The reality is that that's not how our body works. But on the other side, there's people who are completely ignorant. They have no clue what to do. So they ask questions or make statements like, you know, is it counting calories, or what's the superfood for weight loss, or I should be doing HIIT training, right? Well, whether they think they know what to do or they don't know what to do, both of these mindset actually leads to frustration. So what we see people do is they get mad with the scale and frustrated with the scale, or they find themselves binge eating and chronically dieting. They actually go through this cycle of I diet, I lose the weight, I get hungry, I binge eat, I gain the weight, I diet, and constantly going through this epic cycle. In the morning, they feel like, man, you know, nothing feels as good as, you know, being thin and lean. And by the nighttime, they're like, I want to eat all the cookies in the house. So our goal is to help provide some guidance with that so you can get off of that roller coaster. Now, we've probably all have seen or heard this equation out there that says, you know, that calories in versus calories out, you know, and if you burn more calories than you consume, then you actually lose weight. And if you burn less than you consume, then you gain weight. And we have this idea that, okay, cool, that's the equation. The calories in is somewhat simple, right? It's the food that we eat. It's our protein, carbs, and fat. And I'll kind of cover a little bit of that later. It's the calories out where I think that a lot of confusions happen. You know, so typically you pick up a weight loss app and you say, well, you know, I'm gonna start tracking, and it asks you for some basic data. It says, hey, how tall are you? What's your gender? What's your activity level? You know, what's your current weight? And it spits out a certain number of calories and a certain amount of protein, carbs, and fat. The reality is that all men or women, and we can stay back to the previous view, I think is even better for them. They don't need to see me as much as the info. Thank you, guys. You know, all men and women at the same height, at the same weight, do not have the same what's called body composition. And we talked about that last time. They don't have the same amount of muscle mass and fat mass. So their outcomes or what they should be doing is not the same. Also, whatever you were doing prior to or this current weight that you are can impact how your metabolism is actually operating. So I'll prove it to you. Most of us understand our body. You go, what's an ice cream there? Well, let's say that you don't make any changes. So whatever you currently do to your nutritionally and exercise right now, whether it's nothing or it's a whole lot, you don't make any changes to it, except you add a pint of ice cream every single night. That's going to be about 1,000 calories that you add every single night. You know, and you do that for 30 days. Will you gain weight? And if you're on here answering in your mind or out loud, the answer is probably yes. You're going to put on some weight. Most people estimate that they're going to gain maybe 5 pounds over the course of a month. You know, I ask people, if you continued it for a whole year, how much would you gain? 95% of the people say between 25 to 40 pounds. No one ever says the 5 times 12, which is 60 pounds. And the reason why is because intuitively we know that you don't just constantly gaining weight until you weigh 1,000 pounds. At some point, your body just adapts to this new caloric intake, you know, and you stop gaining weight, you know. And so what happened was your metabolism actually sped up 1,000 calories. Now that might have cost you 30 pounds, but it did speed up. Similarly, if you do the reverse, let's say you just split your meals in half. You say, you know what, I'm just going to eat half the amount of food that I eat right now. Over the course of 30 days, we're actually going to lose some weight, but we're not going to die, you know, so you're not going to die from doing it. And at some point you actually stop losing weight, you know, so, you know, people, you know, you actually start losing weight. And the reason why is because your metabolism, just like it upregulated to handle the ice cream, it also downregulates to handle not eating enough. This is where the diet industry has gone wrong, because most diets, all they do is cut your calories or remove certain food groups, which cut your calories and slows down your metabolism. So, you know, how many calories does it take for you to speed up or slow down? It really differs by the individual, you know, in there, but we do know that our body is very much able to adapt, and we can control our metabolism. So that's good news. If you felt like, man, you know, I'm ready to make this change, but I'm stuck, you're not stuck anymore. You know that you can make it. Now, the answer to speed up your metabolism is not to go home and eat a pint of ice cream, just to be clear. You know, you want, there's a better way. but the cool news is that it can make adjustments. And I'm talking about, we've had clients that we work with that have hypoactive thyroids, have all kinds of different health challenges. Everyone's metabolism is adjustable. So this is where the industry has gone wrong. Weight loss actually happens in the gap. In the gap it takes for your body to adapt to the change. So we talked about the half of calories. That's not the answer either. But if you did cut your meals in half, you only lose weight in the gap. When that gap closes, you stop losing weight. So it's the time it takes for your body to adapt is different. But in that time frame is where it really happens, and that's where we look at these height weight tools. And when it says you're a certain weight, it doesn't know if your metabolism is up here based on the ice cream example, or if your metabolism is down here. So just kind of give you a visual. If the bottom, the x-axis here, you have time, and on the y we have, let's say, calories. I just picked some arbitrary numbers. This is not a solution. So let's say someone was eating 1,500 calories consistently. For most people, that's a pretty low caloric intake. But let's say that's what they were eating, and they were frustrated and decided, I wanted to cut weight. So they decided, I'm going to drop their calories by 500 calories. So they got down to 1,000 calories, which 95% of Americans should not be eating 1,000 calories, should be eating a lot more than that. But let's say they cut it by 1,000. Well, they're going to lose they're going to lose weight in this gap. And then over time, what happens is their metabolism starts slowing down to adapt to it. Now, I know we're talking to people from many different backgrounds. A lot of my clients, a large percent of them are healthcare professionals. So there's something in your body, has a hormonal system, and in your endocrine system, the guy who runs it is your hypothalamus. There's a section of your brain, and the focal point there, his goal, it's like a CEO of a company. It has a goal. The one goal it has is something called homeostasis. Homeostasis is two Greek words. Homeo means the same, and stasis is state. So the goal of your brain, or the section of your brain that controls your metabolism, is to maintain the same state. And it's not limited to your weight only. It's other areas, right? It's cold outside, and if the weather drops too fast, you start shivering until your body temperature increases. And if it's warm outside or it's too hot, your body starts sweating until your body temperature cools down. And there's absolutely nothing you can do consciously to control these systems. These are auto-regulating systems. What you can do is control the external pieces, right? You can control the temperature, and that will determine if you kick on the shiver or if you kick on the sweat in this example. So since your body's goal is to maintain homeostasis, it wants to net zero. It wants the calories you burn to equal the calories you consume. So if you undereat food, this is a really important point, then it will slow down so you can net your zero. So this is, a component that we have to understand as we're thinking about, okay, how do I change my body? I have to change how this happens. So this is really important here. We decrease, our body will net us out different. So where the industry has gone wrong is gone into this idea of thinking that all I have to do is cut my calories or burn more calories. The reality is that there's a lot of adaptations that we need to make. And it's different based on where you are in your life, what you're doing. It may be decreasing calories. It may be increasing calories. We have a client, she lost 40 pounds and we increased her calories by 900 calories. She just wasn't eating enough for her metabolism to actually kick up. What you do realize is if your metabolism is slower because you've undereaten for a period of time, or if you've gone through the diet cycle, you start feeling lethargic and you have no energy. Your body's doing that on purpose to preserve calories so it can net you zero. It could be more exercise. For some people, we have to cut out some of the cardio. Some people have to increase their cardio. It's kind of cool. Sometimes it's changing the macronutrient combo, and we'll talk about what those are in a slight moment. So basically here, we have like a 10-step system of how to hack your metabolism, we like to say, in order to get you results. There's a method of adjusting based on your unique metabolic properties to help you figure out what's the next best step so we can move towards your body composition goals. We use both science and lifestyle coaching, because the perfect plan that you cannot sustain is not the perfect plan for you. So it's figuring out, sometimes people need a less par, so to speak, plan, but it's something they can sustain and they see dramatic results. I tell you a quick story. We had a client a couple of years ago, and we had a registered dietitian on staff, phenomenal coach, and she sits down with the client and she looks at this person's nutrition plan and says, "Hey, you need to make some changes." Well, the person was putting in, a couple of teaspoons of sugar in their coffee in the morning, and then they were eating pizza every Friday night, and it was just something that they enjoyed doing. It was something that their husband did. And a month in, I talked to the client, and they're like, "I'm quitting." And I'm like, "What happened? What's going on?" She was like, "I can't eat fake sugar." That's what she called, sugar substitutes. "I can't eat fake sugar, and that pizza thing is something we've been doing for over 20 years. It's something special in our family. And, it's just our way of getting together. It's like a mini date night. I can't do it." And I said, "Well, the reality is that you should be able to lose weight eating pizza and putting sugar in your coffee. There's so many other calories we can manipulate. It'll be okay." So we started to look at what other lifestyle changes can we make. And instead of taking those two things out, we kept that in. And in that year, she lost about 35, 40 pounds. Keeping her sugar in her coffee and keeping her pizza on Friday nights. It's just that we made adjustments during Friday to accommodate the protein, carbs, and fat and the calories that were tied into the quantity of pizza that was consumed. So that's the reason why lifestyle and science have to work together, because many times for us, food is culture. I'm Jamaican. For Thanksgiving, I had some oxtail and rice and peas and jerk chicken. I didn't even eat the turkey until the next day, but that was my culture. Now, if I was in New York, I'd have some hardo bread, I had some butter and cheese, I'd had a bunch of other things, but we're on COVID. So, everybody, we just did my own personal home. Bottom line is that combining science and culture is what's going to really get us to our goals. So as we move forward, we figure out everything that you need to transform your body. If we can go to the biggest, the beautiful. So what I want to do is kind of give you now 7 tips, right, that you can use to get you a better body, right? So the first tip is to eat every 3 to 4 hours. Now, for some people, may seem like a lot, and the idea is not that you're like, some people say, "Oh, you have to eat breakfast because it fires up your metabolism." All the research has shown that you don't have to be a breakfast eater. But what we've seen in research over the last couple of years is that breakfast is, or meal 1, if you don't want to call it breakfast, it doesn't matter if it's 2 p.m. you eat it and you woke up at 9, if you just don't want to eat till later, it doesn't really matter. But what matters is the content and the quality of that first meal. So for most people, that first meal should have like 30 or 40 grams of protein in it. But if you're going to fit in all the food that you need to eat, for a lot of people, it's going to take maybe 4 to 5 meals to get all that food in. On the other side, understand that your metabolism doesn't shut off at a certain time. So there's this like false belief that if I eat after 8, I'll gain weight. No, where that concept came from was after a certain period of time, what people did was sit down and watch TV, eat junk food. So they consumed all the calories they needed until that time. And then after dinner, they're watching TV and they're eating a bag of popcorn, chips, whatever it is. And before you know it, they're consuming an extra 300-500 calories per day, eating stuff, later. But it wasn't the late at night time that their body just said, "Oh, it's 8 o'clock. My metabolism's not working anymore." No, it's working 24/7. Again, these are auto systems that you cannot, control it moving or not. So that's the first thing. Just get food in every couple hours. It'll kind of help you with your what's called satiety cues, that full feeling. You'll feel that control with it and less tempted to eat things that you shouldn't. Next important thing is include something that's protein dense in every single meal. And I'm telling you, high quality protein, typically animal-based protein, is one of the best things you can do. You'll probably hear in the next 1.5 to 2 years a big rave about muscle quality and how muscle is so important. But we've seen traditionally, and if you look in nursing homes, people do not get admitted to nursing homes because they're sick. Sick people go to the hospital. The reason why they get admitted to a nursing home, the number one reason is sarcopenia. Is this thing that happens as we age? We actually lose our muscle. Partially is due to the hormone of testosterone starts decreasing, but also just due to a lifestyle. The average American loses a pound of muscle every year over the age of 30 and gains a pound of fat. So from 30 to 40 years old, they've gained now 10 pounds of fat and lost 10 pounds of muscle without their body gaining weight. This is assuming that you hold your weight. The challenge with this is that every pound of muscle burns between 20 to 90 calories a day doing nothing. So if we average that out as 50 calories a day, that's being burned or not being burned times 10, that's 500 calories a day that their body has just like slowed down their metabolism just because they don't have the tissue, the muscle tissue there. And if you're anything like me, you've heard people say, man, I hit like 45, I hit 40, I hit 50, and then nothing changed. I just started gaining weight. And the reason why, because their metabolism slowed down 500 calories per day. So eating protein is going to be really critical to help you keep it up. And it also controls blood sugar. So we know that cardiovascular disease is still the number one cause of death in America today. And if we can decrease inflammation in the body and keep fat off the body, we can decrease our risk factors for cardiovascular disease. So eating that protein every meal will control blood sugar and blood insulin, and it's going to be a really powerful tool. The second thing we want to do is get vegetables in. And when we say vegetables, we're not just talking about broccoli. I love talking to people and they're like, yeah, I eat vegetables. I'm like, what do you eat? And they're like, I eat broccoli. We want to eat the colors, because all those different colors provide a lot of different what's called phytonutrients, plant-based nutrients, and it gets you the nutrients in that you need. The ideal amount is probably 300 to 500 grams if you to weigh it out per day. I personally don't eat a lot of vegetables in my snack because my lifestyle doesn't allow it. I start, very early and I work till very light and I'm in front of clients a lot. So I don't have time to be chewing on vegetables. So what I do is I front load, I put a good amount of vegetables in my breakfast and I put a good amount of vegetables in my lunch and I put a lot of vegetables in my dinner. And that allows me to get the amount of vegetables that I need throughout the course of the day. So getting vegetables in is going to help you. And you want to eat colors, like different color vegetables. Play around with them, experiment, whether it's peppers or different color onions, different color potatoes, all these different vegetables are going to be really, really important in there. The next tip is to save. And if you're going to go after those starchy carbs, and I'm not anti-carbs, I eat a lot of carbs if you see me eat in there compared to a lot of people, but it's also built out based on my exercise program and everything else. But if you're one of those that say, I need to watch my carb intake, maybe I'm a diabetic or pre-diabetic, maybe I have 30, 40 pounds to lose, then one of the things to do is maybe stick your starchy carbs or after exercise. So there's only two ways to decrease blood sugar. One is through insulin and the other one is through exercise. So that's the reason why every time someone goes to a doctor and they're diabetic, the physician or endocrinologist says, hey, we recommend you exercise, because we can decrease blood sugar without the use of insulin. Because when you exercise, your muscle cells are like ready to consume those carbohydrates to restore what's called glycogen in your muscles and help you with the recovery process. So you can have it different times, but if you're not being guided, that's a great tool. If someone's not like programming out your nutrition, if you just stick your heavy carbs around your around exercise, before, after exercise, then you're gonna see a great benefit in there. The also big thing is to get your healthy fats in. So I'm not gonna go deep dive into fat education, but understand that your healthy fats are your fats that are maybe like some nuts, seeds, olive oil, some flaxseed oil, some salmon, mackerel, your what's called polyunsaturated or monounsaturated fats. We don't have to really worry about getting in the saturated fat, because as long as we eat an animal product, we're going to get saturated in. But what these nuts, seeds, and salmon and those kind of things, what they do is they decrease inflammation in the body. There's all kinds of research and studies to show that these unsaturated fats can help with cholesterol levels. They also help with hormones in the body. So we're talking about the like testosterone, estrogen, estradiol, progesterone. Having the right amount of fats in your body, what they do is allow your body to function very well. They protect your cells. So it's really, really important. Getting those omega-3 fatty acids in are critical to keep your heart healthy. It's pointless to live really, have a nice body and have unhealthy arteries. So this is going to help. So a kind of tool that we use to educate our clients through this is, if you were to look at breakfast, think about, okay, I want oatmeal for breakfast, for an example. What should I add to it? Well, oatmeal is a carbohydrate, right? So all your foods are either protein or carb or a fat. Proteins typically come from animal, unless it's like soy is a complete protein in there. That's that's a plant-based protein, or it's a protein shake or something like that. you know, and then you have your carbohydrates, right? Your plants, your grains, your fruit, vegetables, all those kind of things. And then your fats are nuts, seeds, oils, butters, all those fats, or, you know, fat tied to the animal. So oatmeal, right, is a grain and it's a carbohydrate. Well, if you eat a carb by itself, it's going to spike your blood sugar a little bit. So what we want to do is pair that oatmeal, because we said protein every meal, with a protein. So that could be I had some egg whites. That could be, or some eggs. It could be I had a protein shake and I put in there. I can eat one on the side of the other, but I want to get some protein in with that meal. If I say, oh, I want an apple, maybe I have an apple, you know, and I have, let's say for breakfast, I had eggs and cheese. I mean, you know, eggs, cheese, like an omelet, and some oatmeal. And my morning snack, I had a piece of fruit and a shake. Well, a salad, and a lot of people call a salad just like lettuce. So a salad is not going to provide a lot of nutrient by itself. So we maybe want to add some form of starchy carb, you know, so we may say, hey, I'm going to have some bread with them, some rice, some quinoa with the salad, and then I'm going to have some protein with the salad. You know, that could be chicken breast or fish, or, you know, like shrimp, or I can chop up some steak, you know, great source of protein in there. Even get some cheese or something like that. For afternoon snack, if I had cheese, I can add some crackers. Cheese is just protein and fat, so I can have some crackers with my cheese. And for dinner, I had, let's say, chicken in this example. What would we add? We'd add a lot of veggies in the dinner, you know. So that's, you know, a great way to kind of build out a day. Tip number 6 is to eat slowly and stop at about 80% full. This is something that you got to practice to figure out where 80% full is for you. You know, so the idea of satiety, that's that full feeling. It takes about 20 minutes for your brain to recognize from your stomach, you know, to know that you're full. So there's a hormone called leptin released by your stomach, tells your brain you're full. It takes about 20 minutes to get there. So it's something you have to practice, like, how do you get there? So this is how you practice it. When you finish eating, immediately you should still feel like, I can eat a little bit more. You know, you're not feeling very satiated, but then just wait a little bit. An hour later, you should feel pretty satisfied and not really thinking about food. 2 hours later, you go like, I can eat a little bit more. I can eat again, but it's not really an overwhelming feeling. At the 3-hour mark, you should be like, hey, on a scale from 1 to 10, about a 7 or 8, I'm ready to eat. But if you don't eat at the 3-hour mark, at the 4-hour mark, you're like, I'm going to eat anything in front of me. That's the Snickers commercial. So as you play around with that, sometimes you may eat and feel really full, and then you'll go 4 hours and not even think about food. You go, maybe I ate a little bit too much, and then you'll play around with this to get it in there. It doesn't have to be perfection. If you're tracking your macros, you don't really have to worry about it. But for someone that's doing what's called intuitive eating, you're just kind of listening to your body. Initially, you don't want to listen to your body, so you want to teach your body, you know, what to do. The last tip is that no matter how well we try to eat, according to the American Medical Association, it's possible to get the nutrients we need from the food that's available. So you want to take a high quality, whole food, plant-based, multivitamin, multi-mineral, and phytonutrient. And, you know, we recommend different brands because we know, you know, like we've been to their manufacturing plants and we know how well they do in there. So to kind of summarize some of these tips, if you're like, hey, you know, you moved a little fast through it, you know, never eat carbs alone, right? Drink water. It's recommended to get half to 3/4 of your body weight in ounces of water. You know, get some recovery time. You know, I love how, you know, some of the speakers earlier talked about taking care of yourself. Melanie talked about that investment that you make, you know, and the ROI that you're getting. Are you taking time to recover? Lots of large leafy vegetables. HFC stands for, you know, high fructose corn syrup. So you want to look at labels and stay away from high fructose corn syrup and anything that says partially hydrogenated on it. Those things are going to be really bad for your health. The 90% rule is 90% of the time, you know, you follow your plan, and 10% of the time you're kind of off, you know, in there. And you want to work up to about 5 to 7 hours of exercise per week. It doesn't have to be rigorous exercise. It may just be walking, you know, for 45 minutes, or, you know, building some of those things in there to really, really help. And the big tip is never change your plan until you establish homeostasis at where you are. And the reason why this is a massive tip is because what we see a lot is that someone will hit their goal and they'll go, okay, cool. Now I need to stop because I got there. But the brain did not accept that as a new norm yet. So what they did was they started going back to whatever they were doing, and they regained the weight. So we want to establish homeostasis at where we are before we make a change. You know, just a little bit, a couple of success stories here of clients that we worked with over there. This is Kevin. His story, he lost 30 pounds. He was pre everything. We was able to help him lose that 30 pounds in about 6 months, which was really, really cool. Sharice, she was traveling office. Actually, she was the head of Equal Opportunity. So she was traveling all throughout the nation. And it was really cool that it allowed her to balance that work-life situation with the crazy schedule and still lose weight. You know, Pete here, he was the director of operations for IG Burton out there in Milford, and lost 35 pounds in 5 months, which is really cool. Portia was heavy her whole life, and we was able to help her not only just lose weight, but then she wanted to compete, and she was able to do that. She had PCOS, insulin resistance, and got down from over 26% body fat down to 16% body fat, which is really awesome. You know, Ryan lost 100 pounds with us, or 97 pounds his first year, and up to 140 the year after it. So, you know, what is metabolic coaching, and what we're talking about, what we do here with the metabolism? It's an individualized, customized program that we use to help jumpstart people's metabolism. It includes weekly accountability check-ins with our coaches, as well as you get balanced meals in there, and we get to, you know, you get to choose the food you want. So we don't have like a special food that we tell you to eat. You get a food that you choose, and you get to enjoy that food, which is really, really cool. And then, you know, who should do it is anyone who's tired of dieting. Maybe you've done that before and you realize, I don't want to live like that. Or someone who wants to lose fat, or want to have more toned muscles and gain some muscle mass. Those are kind of things. People who want to create a healthy habit and want to be held accountable to it. You know, I always like to say people who shouldn't do is anybody who doesn't want accountability, because it's definitely included in that program. And someone who doesn't want to commit to healthy habits, or someone who's happy where they are and they don't really want to make changes. So as we talked about, it includes a lot of different support pieces in there to help you get access to a full, over 1,000 hours of research to help you along the way. So I hope these tips really helped you guys out. I'm available to answer questions that you guys have. I've posted in here my my information as well, so you can feel free to reach out, or if there's any questions that people have, it's in here. I see one person asks, how do you increase your metabolism? You know, a little bit ago, a couple of minutes ago, and depending on where you are. So you know, Meb, I don't want to mess up your name, so we say Meb. The answer is, that's a very individualized question. So the first thing we do is establish where you are. You know, so we start tracking, what are you doing, and then if what you're doing is not creating a change, then we have to figure out, do we change the nutrition end? Do we change the exercise end? Do we change both? You know, but we also have to look at, what's your health history? Do you have any physical limitations? What's your work schedule like? How do you sleep? Because sleep and recovery are all things that can impact if your metabolism slows up or speeds down. You know, I got coaching last year, even though I've been doing this for 11 years. I believe in, you know, drinking my own soup. So I paid a coach to coach me for about 7 months. And for 4 to 5 months, we only worked on my sleep habits. He's like, Evans, you paid all this money just to work on your sleep? Well, the reality is that my body wasn't going to change until I got recovery in. You know, so it's dealing with stress management that impacts your metabolism. So it's definitely something you can do. It just very individualized on what's the sustainable next step for you. Any other questions in there? Beautiful. So the big difference between, the question was, and you're welcome. The question is, like, what's the difference between high-level athletes in the NBA and normal people? Is the dosage, right? So think about the support system that a high-level athlete has, right? They have a registered dietitian, they have a personal trainer, they have someone who's stretching them consistently, they have somebody who's dealing with a lot of the things that comes to get them to perform at that level. They're also training hours upon hours per day. You know, so you look at like, because we actually train some NFL athletes, you know, and their training schedule is hours per day, but they also sleep 8 to 10 hours a night. For the average person, we have to deal with, you know, stress from our families and life stress and all these different things. We have to deal with figuring out what to eat. They just tell you, this is what I like to eat. And there's a chef there. In my house, I'm the chef. We don't have those other people to cater to our lifestyle, you know, and I think those are the big differences. The other thing is, to be a high level athlete, like an NBA athlete and things like that, your conditioning started in your early teenage years. So your body's used to burning 6, 8, 10,000 calories a day to support your habit structure, versus for many of us, if you're anything like me, you sit more than you move. You know, and all those make a big difference in how your body's going to perform. Great question. You're muted.
You know, I thought by now I'd have got this mute button, but I guess not.
Just means you're human.
I know, right? That's so awesome. I always just like sitting back and just listening to you talk. And he said a few things that really resonated with me. You know, I always hear people say, I don't eat after 8, you know, and I'm glad you really mentioned that, because that's such a big misconception with people thinking the time, you know, late at night, your metabolism slows down, and not, you know, your actual activity in your body. It's not driven by the clock. It's driven by the fact that you're not very active. You're dormant late at night. And I'm nocturnal, so depending on my maybe up at 2 a.m. working, and I may want to get a snack. So I'm really glad you mentioned that. And then you did say about eating slowly and then stop when you're at 80% full. I like the fact that you gave us some tips to know when you're 80% full, you know, checking that. And then the eating slowly, you're talking to healthcare providers, personal caregivers. You're talking to people that are always on the go. And I'm one of those that is usually grab a meal and run out the door, stuff like that, try to stuff something in my mouth real quick. What are some tips you are using to actually practice the eating slowly? So like a time management skill, because I know you're a busy man yourself, entrepreneur, very involved in community, parent, husband, all that stuff. What are some tips you are utilizing for your time management so that you can effectively incorporate this healthcare measures that you just shared with us today?
So I'm going to tell you what's ideal, and I'm going to tell you what I do.
Okay.
They're not the same. Okay. Where's your face? It disappeared. Stay with me.
Okay.
So ideally, right? You block off time. You sit down at the table and you eat your food. Kind of almost like how I grew up in a West Indian home, right? You sit down and we all ate at that time. That's ideal. You know, most of us, if we're sitting and eating in a eating space, then that's ideal. But my life is too chaotic for that. So what works for me is planning, meaning I planned out what I'm going to eat for today, and I eat that. My daughter and I were just talking about it this week. She's 13 years old, and we were driving. I was driving her to school, and I'm literally eating my breakfast while driving to school, and it was really good. And the last bite is the only one I was eating slowly. And I was like, I wish I knew how to eat slowly. I've been telling people to do it for like 10 years. You know, I said, if it wasn't for the fact that my portions are preset, I would be obese. So you know, if you can't make the time to eat slowly, that's fine. The only thing that does, it controls your portion. Then, so what you do on the back end is you preset your portions. This is how much I'm going to eat. I set it aside. I put it in the container. Well, once the container is empty, no matter how fast I ate, now I only got water as an option. And that's a way to do it if you don't have the capacity to sit down, take time apart, and eat your food that way.
Awesome. And there's one thing that I'm so glad you said that, because, you know, a lot of people on this call are up and go. So we can do that by just controlling our portions. You mentioned something that from Put Your Mask On First, that I would like for you to hit on that again. about you were talking about this whole conception of, you know, fitness is 80% what you eat and 20% working out. I hear that. I've heard that twice since put your mask on first. I said, no, Evan said, you know, that's a misconception. You also have to emphasize on the fitness. Can you talk a little bit on that, the importance of how, you know, fitness holds an equal weight to what you eat? I do know people in my life right now that are focused, you know, I'm going to eat clean. And then if I don't do workout or exert any metabolism activity right now, I am good to go because I'm eating right.
So that's awesome. So you said some things, like you said some trigger words for me. So you just cut me off when you're ready, but you said eat clean. And, you know, it's like I always wash my food before I cook it. So isn't it all clean? You know, this idea of clean eating is just another farce, right? There's no metabolic, there's no testing, there's no scientific thing that's clean eating. It's kind of like if you're a vegan or vegetarian, eating clean is this, but then if you eat all foods, then eating clean is that. And if you're keto, the opposite, then it's just something we make up to make us feel good about changing our habits to some degree. So I try to steer people away from clean versus non-clean because no one has a clear definition scientifically of what is clean food. So that's just my soapbox. I'm off of that. So we talked about this idea of exercise and nutrition, right? And we know that exercise is critical for many different reasons, right? It's going to increase your strength. I was actually just talking about this with a client. She's a brand new client, been training with me a month, and we do your body comps every single month so we can see is not just the scale moving, but what is moving, right? Did you lose fat? Did you gain muscle? Well, you know, a month later, she's down, 4 pounds, which is healthy weight loss, except for it was 4 pounds of muscle, you know. Now, she hasn't been doing her nutrition, so I was like, hey, you need to dial into the nutrition. And she didn't lose what she wants to lose. So exercise will produce strength. So that strength can be measured in different ways. It can be measured in like muscle strength, right? So I'm able to move more. Maybe I can climb up a flight of stairs and my legs don't get sore. I may be able to lift equipment or move things around the house. I may have a little bit more endurance. So eating well is not going to build that. You can also measure it in cardiovascular strength. That's your heart and lung strength, right? So I run up a flight of stairs and I'm not as winded. I'm running around with the kids and I can play for a little bit longer. All those things are things that you can do to increase your cardiovascular strength. But a good diet is not going to do that. We talked about the nursing home situation and the loss of muscle tissue that happens over time. Well, just eating right is not going to do that. On the same time, though, you can exercise till the cows come home. But the best workout plan will not trump a good nutrition plan when it comes to changing your body. So if you want to lose fat or you want to gain muscle or you want to do a little bit of both, then you have to look into your nutrition to do that. But again, nutrition is not going to put muscle in your body. So that's the idea behind the two. So I like to tell people it's not 80-20, it's 100-100. You got to get the nutrition down if you want the fat to come off, and you got to get the nutrition down if you're exercising, if you want the muscle to come on. But if you're not exercising, you actually just get smaller version of you. And many of us, we didn't like the large version of our shape, so we want to shrink that in there. So hopefully that helps, is doing that combination of both nutrition and exercise, and just treat them as pairs in there. It's like you need a gas tank, but you also need to have oil in the engine, and neither one, without either, you can't drive your car.
So awesome, Evans. I tell you, I can listen to you speak all day. You always impact so much knowledge, and I appreciate every time you come on stage and share.
Thank you.
It's been an honor, learning from you. And I just, I hope people are listening, because you can't take care of your people, you can't take care of your clients if you are not mentally, physically, emotionally well. So
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for sharing. We're going to go ahead and continue this program.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Evans. Oh, Evans, before you go, can you please type your information in the private chat? I know Adara, some Facebook, Tasha's and YouTube, they would transcribe that onto the different platforms that they are streaming from.
I did already. We're good to go.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes. We're going to go ahead and move on into the program. And so far, just, you know what, how are you feeling? Whether you're watching from YouTube, Facebook, how are you feeling? What are some things that have really resonated with you today? If you want to put that in the comments on whatever platform that you are listening from, what has resonated with you the most today? What speaker would you like to go on and work with after today to make you a better provider, whether it's a personal provider, whether you are a healthcare giver? What is your biggest takeaway from today? You know, we will also do a post-event survey so we can hear from you, and also continue to provide to you events and activities that are both going to help you grow. We want to bring to you what you need, not what we think you need. And in order for us to do that, we have to hear from you. So just stay tuned and be prepared to take a post-event survey. And, you know, we kicked off this event with Pastor Nancy, just sharing about, you know, that personal growth. And, you know, we moved on to, you know, estate planning and financial planning. We talked about certain boundaries with Melanie, and Evan just took us to, you know, that health and wellness journey. And we're going to go ahead and just transition right now to mental wellness. Okay. Talk about total wellness. There is no such thing as total wellness when we're not taking care of our minds. So I am so excited to bring on our next speaker. She's a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, and she's going to be taking us on this journey to get our minds right as we're taking care of our loved ones and our patients. So if you want to bring on Katoya Hale to the stage at this time. Hey, Toya.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Happy Friday, sis. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Awesome. You look gorgeous.
Thank you.
And I am so excited to just sit back here and soak in all that you have to impact us today. I had the privilege to see some of the information, and I'm just excited to hear you bring that to life. So the stage is yours. I see so just I'm gonna sit back here and just soak in. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Linda, for that introduction. You are my sister in arms, so it's always good to see you outside of uniform. A little bit about myself. I'm a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. I'm also an active duty officer. I primarily focus on medication management, targeting symptoms of anxiety, depression, and trauma-related disorders. I also do some work in substance and alcohol abuse treatment. I've been in the mental health field for a couple of years now. Prior to that, I was a medical surgical nursing, so nursing at the bedside, perioperative, post-operative, PACU. So I've done a little bit of everything, and I've been in healthcare for about 10 years now. And so this topic is really near and dear to my heart, both professionally and personally. You know, I've been on both sides as a provider, having people come into my office where they're at that point of just feeling really overwhelmed, exhausted, and that they've really kind of maxed out on their capacity. And then they come to us, and that's what we're there for. And then on my side, being a provider, making sure that I'm doing the things to take care of myself, to be in the best space to make sure that I can show up for my patients. So, you know, I want to, if no one takes anything away from this, this topic today, is that it's very necessary. You know, we have our healthcare workers and our caregivers outside on the front line being, you know, being in the fight against COVID. And this is an opportunity for them to come in, get resources, be motivated, be replenished, and have what they need to go out and continue what they're doing. And so thank you, Dr. G, for introducing me to this platform. And I look forward to having many more. And so just open up my slides. bear with me for 1 second. I'm going to get my slides up. And for those who are watching from Facebook, I do not, if Linda, if you can kind of just note some of the questions, and then towards the end, I can answer your questions. It'll probably be best for me as I'm going to be using the slides. Okay. Okay, so I'd like to start with just kind of talking about where we are just in general and, you know, in the nation and in the world dealing with, you know, the stressors of this year, 2020. We'll talk about how there are particular implications for the caregiver and the healthcare worker. Then I'd like to delve into how we can recognize when we're kind of teetering into that maladaptive stress response. All stress, you know, stress is a normal part of life. We need stress to keep us like motivated to do things, to eat, to live, to be productive. But there comes a time when that stress kind of teeters on. It's counterproductive to what we need to do. And then I want to provide, you know, the audience with some strategies for coping, how we come to a point of kind of making a concrete plan to initiate improving our self-care. And then for those that may need a little bit additional resources, maybe what you need is someone to kind of help guide you along that way, or maybe you're at a point where you really need someone to talk to sooner. I wanted to provide people with resources that they can reach out to from this day on and into the future. So we are in a time where I'm sure everyone has heard that we're in this period of the new normal. And I'd like to just say, you know, there's nothing really normal about what's going on right now, but we, you know, in our attempts to be resilient and to be successful in this resiliency, we've been trying to adapt as best as possible.
Can you see the slides? We can't see them.
Oh, 1 second. Are they showing now?
Not yet.
Okay. 1 moment.
Use the share screen button.
I did do that. Let me try one more time.
Okay.
Can you see them now?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, third time is a charm. Let me try this time.
No, we can see it now.
You can now? Can you see them now?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay. So as I was saying, we're now in this period of time, like this global pandemic is unlike anything that we've seen before, any of our lifetime. So it's had, you know, global reach, you know, in any other time have we seen like all countries, any economic, socioeconomic, racial, class, we're all impacted with the same concerns and threat. One of those being an increase in our mobility and mortality. As mentioned earlier today, to date, there's been 290,000 deaths from COVID, which makes it a very real threat to our health. It's something that, you know, we're going to work, we're thriving, we're doing the things we need to, but there's still always a little bit of that fear of, hey, I could potentially be exposed to COVID and have it, and I'm not really sure, you know, how I will respond or how, you know, how I will come out of that. And then in morbidity just talks about the number of people who have been touched by COVID. And to date, you know, we've had over 14 million cases of COVID in the United States. And so it's in our purview. We can't escape it. It's always around. It's always in the thought. So it's kind of become a part of our day-to-day. And along with that has kind of heightened our stress. Alongside with that, many people have been faced with economic uncertainty. Looking back on last year's unemployment rate as compared to now, it's double to this same time last year.
It's 3 o'clock.
We're now at 6.9% of unemployment rate. So that leaves a lot of people who are economically unstable. They're not sure of where they're going to get their resources, whether that's shelter and food. And so that already puts people at an disadvantage as far as being able to manage their emotional well-being. Then we take into account social distancing. We're all doing our part, trying to make sure that we, stave off the spread of COVID, staying indoors. We're canceling engagements. We're finding ways to be creative to connect, like here in this virtual environment. But there's something to be said about, being human and being people and being social creatures. We need that social interaction. We need that connection. And so we find that as people are becoming a little bit more isolated, they are having some increases in their distress, increases in anxiety, increasing in depression, loneliness. And unfortunately, we've had some increased rates of suicide. So, the implications of, COVID and social distancing measures are far reaching and at times can be very detrimental and sad to hear. And then you include how that has changed how we do our day-to-day life, remote learning. So in the effort to make sure that we are doing what we can and doing our part, we have our children at home and we're trying to make sure we can manage and juggle being the mom, dad, and the teacher, while also probably still trying to fulfill our obligations as an employee. And so, I did not go to school to be an educator. I know I have a 5-year-old who is a kindergartner and she's doing remote learning. And, as much as I really want to stay totally engaged into her day and what she's doing, there are times where I cannot. And so trying to manage my expectations and understanding that, hey, there's some things that you will not be able to control is going to be, is really important. And so people are running to try to foster and find ways to navigate this new way of life. So all this to say that this has been a very stressful time for people. Add in the political stress of what's going on with the election season, and then add on the civil unrest that we saw early in the year. People are dealing with heightened levels of stress, and it's particularly impactful to those who are also primary caregivers and healthcare workers. So some of the specific risk factors for those who are healthcare workers is that they are in direct exposure to the risk of being, infected with COVID-19. Those who are working on the COVID units, those are in the ICUs, those who just have to leave at home every day to go to work and work in clinics and places where they can't really control who they interact with. It's a threat, and it can be a source of fear for many. And so having that direct exposure already puts people on a heightened arousal state or vigilance about, whether they could be carrying the COVID and giving it to someone else or be impacted and fall ill from COVID-19. Also for those, especially those who are actually working hand in hand with those who are COVID-19 patients, it's just the witnessing of the suffering and the death of others. One thing that has really been highlighted in recent events is that, nurses, doctors are being faced with difficult decisions that they never were really prepared to make. Being in a situation where you have to determine who gets intubated, when they get intubated, having to intubate people when they're still alert. Could you imagine just having to see that and be a part of that from day to day, the immense stress that probably takes a toll on someone? And so in addition to that, a lot of these units, the patient does not able to have any kind of visitors or anything. So sometimes in their last moments, who they have to turn to are their nurses and their healthcare providers in their last moments of life. And so that can tend to weigh on a healthcare worker. In addition to that, it's just the lack of experience. I know for myself in nursing, we talked about public health, but there was never a specific training or course where you would anticipate being or doing nursing in this kind of environment. Everything that we were taught about, PPE, proper hygiene. We had to shift and adjust when we didn't have the resources that we needed. We didn't have the staffing that we really needed, and our demand was higher than our supply. And so being in the throes of a place where you just can't quite get your footing can also put someone or predispose someone to be at heightened levels of stress. And so you go into this, you have the healthcare worker, you guys are out and you're doing your work, you're in these environments where you're trying to manage. And then that's not just your only place of caregiving. You also have other roles and responsibilities that you are called to tend to. So once you leave from, that hospital unit, that doctor's office, whether you leave from counseling or mentoring someone who is also struggling, you go back home and you still have to fulfill those roles of, a spouse, a parent, what other obligations you may have in the community. All those things come into play to having like heightened demands and, heightened risk for stress when you're trying to compete and be able to fulfill all those roles. And then lastly, just family distress. Life goes on. There's still things that go on between families. There's also concerns for families when they do have a member of their household that is actually out and are working on this COVID-19 units, whether that's fear that they could be impacted, that they could bring something home. So the fear is very valid. And so all of these things predispose a healthcare worker, caregiver to be faced with chronic stress that can lead to really significant physiological and psychological distress responses. And so now I'd like to talk about what are some of the common reactions you'll see when someone is dealing with chronic stress that is teetering on the point of being maladaptive. So we talked about, stress is normal part of life. Like our body biologically needs stress to be motivated to do the things like eat, to get away from fear. Like we have an innate stress response. But when your stress response is constantly being triggered, it kind of puts you in a place where you have no ability to discern correctly whether you should be legitimately fearful or, maybe this doesn't warrant my kind of fear. And so you're at this heightened state at all times. So some of the physical symptoms that you will notice when you're in that state is that you just feel really tense throughout your body. A lot of the times it'll be just tension in the shoulders and your neck and your back. May start to get more headaches. You may start to notice that you just feel uneasy a lot of the times, very restless. There's times when you can just start to feel like your heart is pounding and you can't really quite figure out why. A lot of times, some of the first signs will be just a constant exhaustion and fatigue. You work all week and then you have the weekend to spend time out doing things, but you really just want to sleep. You have things planned with your kids and you really just feel almost too tired to really get engaged and do what you said you wanted to do. Some of the emotional reactions include feeling sad, feeling anxious, being fearful, anger, irritability, and then feelings of grief. And so that can come across in just how you interact with others. When you notice that you just don't really want to be bothered too much, you may be getting into more like arguments and discord with people in your life, even with coworkers. You just don't tend to have the same patience that you normally would, and you're reacting to things that you normally wouldn't respond to. Sleep is another key indicator. Sleep is usually one of the things that I see people come into my office and complain about more often than not. More often than not, it's not like a primary insomnia. Insomnia is where it's really related to just the sleep cycle. And more often than not, it's related to some kind of emotional response. Like we talk about feeling anxious or depressed. And so we really get to the target of like what's going on, really targeting how we kind of set ourselves up for sleep. Sometimes we can see some improvement, but it is a common reaction to stress that people will start to notice once they're going down that line. socially, as we talked about, wanting to isolate, really with withdrawing from people, not really want to do the things that you normally want to do for enjoyment, not finding enjoyment when you do those things, are all things that want to cue you in that something may be amiss. I really kind of need to handle this and kind of get into targeting what's going on with me. And then lastly, cognitive. And this is where, we see how this can have implications in the care that is given. So we talked about, the risk of prolonged stress responses and why it's so important for caregivers to pour into themselves so that they can provide for those that they're caring for, is because when you're in this heightened stress response, you are going to tend to have hard time making decisions, hard time staying on track of things, and you're really just not engaged in the work that you're doing. And so it's really important that we do what we can to make sure that we don't allow ourselves to get into this space and stay in this space, because it can have long-reaching implications on the care that we provide to our patients or to those that we care for. And so some of the reactions that are a little bit more specific to those that are caregivers. So we talked about everyone is in a place of facing stress, and those common stress reactions when you're in a chronic state of stress. Now I want to talk about these stress reactions that are a little bit more tied to the work that we do as caregivers and healthcare workers. The first of them being burnout. So burnout is a combination of emotional exhaustion, cynicism, and a feeling of ineffectiveness. You feel tired. You feel like nothing that you do really is going to make a difference. And you just feel like I'm not performing at my best potential. A lot of times when that happens, you may be feeling like you're overworked, like your demands of your job are more than what you can really provide. You may start to find that you think about work outside of work, whether that's in your dreams, whether that's when you are out trying to enjoy yourself. Work is like a constant reminder for you. When it's time for you to get up in the morning, you just don't even want to go. You hit the snooze on the alarm. You think about ways you can maybe kind of miss work. You even consider maybe calling out anything. You just don't want to be there. You have a loss of enthusiasm. At one point, you loved what you did. You couldn't wait to really get engaged in the work that you want to do. And now you just kind of have this meh kind of attitude towards it. And like we talked about before, around this time, your concentration into what you need to do is likely declining. Then we have compassion fatigue that can kind of overlap with burnout. One thing I want to distinguish between burnout and compassion fatigue is that burnout, while we do a lot of things and there's a lot of interventions you can do as far as, like Melanie talked about, knowing your boundaries. Like Nancy talked about, relying on, your spiritual practice and following the cues when God is telling you to rest. You can do all those things. But sometimes burnout can happen regardless of that, because you may be in a situation where the demand on you is higher than what you can provide. And so I say that to say that sometimes, we can do those things and experience a bit of burnout, and that's okay. We can get back to a place where we're doing better. But I want people to understand that burnout is more than I'm not taking care of myself. Burnout sometimes is that, how can you be placed in a situation where you can do the things you need to do, you have the resources to do them, and you can do it effectively without feeling like you're being demanded to do more. And so compassion fatigue is a bit different in that, you're seeing a lot of the suffering of others. And because you're witness to that suffering, you're overwhelmed by the emotions of it. You find that you're starting to harden yourself to what's going on around you. And it's difficult for you to provide that same amount of empathy and sympathy for the work that you're doing. You start feeling disconnected from people. You find that, just your views of like how the world works or like what's going on in the world is just unfair. And so it kind of clouds just your view of life in general. And so a lot of times when people are feeling that way, it may be difficult for them to even verbalize or acknowledge it to themselves. And so denial is a big factor when we're at that point, or we're reaching that breaking point where we are feeling burnt out, when we are feeling fatigued, we don't really want to admit it. And so one thing I want to also bring up is that this is very common. It's something that I don't know that is spoken about enough in the healthcare field, but a lot of providers experience this burnout and compassion fatigue. And sometimes just hearing and acknowledging that it's not just you are not alone, can give you a bit of resolve that, hey, it can get better. If I am here, these are the tools I need to do. I can get to a place where I'm doing what I love and I'm enjoying what I'm doing. And then lastly, we talk about secondary traumatic stress. So this is a more serious. So when you're starting to experience these symptoms, it's typically tied to witnessing the sufferer, or the, someone's life is at threat, or you've seen someone lose their life. And so a lot of the times you're starting to take on as if that was a trauma that you experienced yourself. And in a sense, working in those kind of environments where you're seeing a lot of suffering, it's legitimate. What you'll start to notice is that you start to have like memories of something that may have happened that become intrusive. They can come at any point in the day. Sometimes you can have things that happen that trigger you to think back to what a past memory. You start to have some trouble sleeping, falling asleep, or saying that your dreams are being impacted by things that may have happened to you in the past or things you may have witnessed. You start to avoid being in situations that are going to remind you of that. So that might be, I don't want to see particular patients, or, I don't want to hear particular stories. I'm going to start avoiding responding to certain requests. So you're starting to do everything you can to kind of protect yourself from getting back into that heightened state where you could be reminded of that past trauma. And then it overall just change your view of yourself. A lot of times, you start to see a decline in your mood. You start to feel more maybe depressed. You may start to feel like, some blame, some guilt there. Even though it's not warranted, these are still some symptoms that, you may start to notice and you really want to pick up on, because when we're at that point, we talk about a time when we may need some help outside of ourselves. This is the points where you might want to reach out and actually get the help of a professional, because this is going towards the lines of what we call PTSD related symptoms. And so a lot of the interventions that are useful for that would be useful for targeting the traumatic stress that you may experience. And so, one thing I do want to highlight is that, this is common that happens among providers. We would want people to not get to this point, but there is a time where if you start to notice the symptoms, it's not too late to turn around and start to do things to kind of get yourself into a better place. And so I want to talk about what are some strategies for coping when we are faced with immense stress, such as times like this. The first thing you want to do is to really take the time for self-reflection and assessment of what you are doing. A lot of times, this stress response can be insidious. Like, it starts off that you're not sleeping very much. It may start off that you just don't feel like going out. And so you may not notice it. You may not notice when you're going down that path. And so when you take the time to reflect on where you are, it gives you the opportunity to take inventory on some places where you need to kind of improve your self-care. And so some of the questions you might want to ask yourself when you're doing that inventory is, how am I doing with my sleep? Like, how much am I sleeping? I know I'm going to bed at night and I'm getting up in the morning, and I might feel tired, but I don't think too much of it. But really taking the stock of, have I slept consistently well this week? Have I been tossing and turning a lot? Have I been waking up feeling more tired? How has my sleep been for this past few days? Another question you want to ask yourself is, how am I doing as far as my diet and my eating and the choices that I'm making? A lot of times when people are feeling a bit more depressed or anxious or just stressed, we tend to make less healthy choices in our food. We tend to, go towards food that gives a bit of comfort, sugary foods, fried foods, because we get a little bit of a shoot in like our feel good neurotransmitters when we eat something that we like. And so, when you find that you're kind of gravitating towards those foods, more often than not, you're trying to get a little bit of the feel good that you get when you are indulging in that kind of eating. And so you want to take stock of that. You want to look into, what have I been feeling? What emotions have I been experiencing for these past few days? Whether that's, I felt a bit irritated today, or I felt a bit down today. I felt a bit just kind of tired or fatigued and over it. So kind of noticing what your emotions are and then putting a name to what you're feeling. And then once you're noticing your emotions, try to think about the situation that, may have triggered it, or what kind of happened to kind of get you to that point of feeling that way. Was it someone had said something about, your work ethic, or what was going on that kind of can be related to your emotions? The next thing you might want to do is consider, once you felt that way, how did you handle your emotions when you noticed that you were feeling down? Were you able to kind of adjust and decide, I'm going to go and do something fun? Were you able to talk about it, or did you find yourself shutting down a bit more? You want to look into, how you're interacting with others, because a lot of times, that can be a key component to kind of recognizing some things, is when your loved ones start to notice some differences in you. If they're starting to notice that you're just not as present, they start to notice that you're not your usual smiley face, you just don't seem yourself. And so, if you're noticing that your interaction between the people that you see more consistently have changed, then that could be a cue that something else is going on. You really need to try to intervene to get to a better space. And so once you've kind of done that assessment, what you want to do is try to prioritize and write down what your needs are. So say if you say, hey, I haven't been sleeping well this week. I haven't really ate well. There hasn't been anything too much as far as changing my interactions, but like I haven't been eating, I haven't been sleeping well. I probably should do something about it. You want to take stock of that. And then you want to prioritize by saying, I need to make these changes, but I probably can't do all these changes in one day. So the questions you want to ask for that is, what do I need to change that will likely have a negative consequence if I do not change? Then you want to ask yourself, if I don't make the change, who is it going to impact? What kind of secondary effects is it going to have? If I don't get the rest that I need, and if I'm going into my job feeling tired, am I going to be able to concentrate and do the things I need to do? Am I going to be more likely to make mistakes or forget things? Is this going to have some impact on those that I'm caring for or my patients? If I'm not really eating well, it's like, well, then I'm not eating well. I'm not getting proper nutrients. Maybe I start to gain weight. Maybe that'll cause me to have less of a motivation to do the things that I need to do. And so you really want to take stock of, what you need to do, how you want to prioritize it, and keep write it down and keep a log of what that is. The next thing you want to do is try to adjust and manage the things that you are worried about. And so we all have obligations and things that we have to do. We talked about being in these roles, the changes in our life, having your kid in remote learning, having obligations to work. So there's always going to be a need that you have to kind of respond to, but adjusting and managing where you can give and when you have to give, as opposed to what something can be on the back burner, is really important, because you cannot do it all. And so being able to adjust and manage what you can control, prioritize what is most important for you to do, is going to be most helpful for you. Another thing is incorporating regular physical activity. Daily exercise is really, beneficial. We know that exercise increases the availability of BDNF, which is a protein that is important to laying down the groundwork for new neural pathways. And so as you exercise, in addition to the release of endorphins, you're also providing the opportunity for your brain to think of new ways of doing things. So if you're ever stuck in a pattern of, I've been feeling this way, I'm feeling down, get your body moving. We also know that when we're in a state of constant stress, we have elevated levels of cortisol. So cortisol is released when your body senses something that says, hey, this may be a threat to me. So I need to be prepared to fight it, or I need to be prepared to run. And so the cortisol is released so that you have more glucose in your system to be able to have the energy to fight and do the things you do. But we talked about when we have these prolonged stress responses, sometimes your body gets confused and you're responding to a stressor that's not really there. And so having this excess cortisol is not good for you. And there's studies that shows just doing a little bit of simple movement throughout the day, say getting up and walking for 5 minutes throughout the day, 1 hour, every hour working around for 5 minutes, or just changing your body position, that alone can decrease your cortisol levels. So imagine just taking the time to take a daily walk, get up and move will be really beneficial to your mood. Another thing you want to incorporate is really, bolstering your social support. Like I talked about earlier, we are social creatures. We are not in this thing alone. And so what you are dealing with and what you're experiencing are the things that you are worried about. Other people have worried about them too. Other people have experienced them too. And they may have been through it like you have. And so, maybe talking through things can give you ideas and, give you motivation to know that, it will get better. And they can give you ideas of like, this worked for me, maybe I can incorporate it in my life if it worked for them. So being out and about, and also just making sure that you stay in tune with others, because as we isolate, we tend to gravitate toward places where our worry circuits don't have a place for distraction. So we can tend to get really lost in those negative thought patterns. So being engaged with social support is really important. Another thing is your spiritual practice. We know that spirituality, whether you are a strictly religious person, maybe you believe in yoga, meditation, maybe just going out into nature is your spiritual practice. It's important to have a bit of a purpose as a person. And so we find that those who tend to practice in, their religion or they're more spiritual, they tend to be able to tie what they're doing in life to their purpose. And having that purpose and that drive alone and being able to tie whatever difficulties they go to that purpose can prove to be, really beneficial to their long-term mental health and well-being. And then lastly, sometimes there comes a point when you need to have the support of professionals. And that doesn't mean, you did something wrong, you missed the boat, and it doesn't have to be at a certain level. Like if you feel like I'm at a point where I'm getting impact, I'm not at my best level, I can't function the way I want to, I cannot figure it out on my own, that is when you need to seek help. And I say that to say that you don't have to wait till you're at a certain point of dysfunction to get to somewhere where you're talking with someone. And so it's important to recognize when, you are at that point and to seek out the help that is available to you. And so I wanted to discuss some of the resources that are available now for healthcare providers and caregivers. One of the things that I came across was an app called Happy App. And so basically it provides 24/7 support services. I think usually it has subscription, but right now for all nurses, when they, use this app, their first visit is free. So if you're feeling one time, you may come off work or you're feeling pretty down and you want to talk to someone, but maybe not quite like a friend or a family member, this may be a source of support for you or a source of like outlet for you to kind of talk through some of the things that you are feeling. We talked about the importance of peer support, and that's where Nurses Together
It's 3:30
comes into play. So Nurses Together is a peer support program. They offer Zoom meetings and a way for you to connect with other nurses that may be experiencing what you experience. And I'm not sure if it's nursing specific. I know it's Nurses Together, but they actually have a Zoom meetings 24/7. And so having someone there you can kind of go and kind of talk about similar experiences may be helpful. We have Headspace. So Headspace is a great app that offers like mindfulness tools. It goes into kind of tracking your mood. It's got some prompts to help with like sleep. And so for the time being, I think throughout this year, for anyone who is a provider that has an MPI number, their subscription to Headspace is free. And so if you want to check that out, that might be a good resource to start incorporating into your just daily health practices. And of course, if you are ever at a point where you are starting to have any thoughts about, I'm feeling so distressed and overwhelmed about life, there are places that you can reach out to. One of them being the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. They have ZAMHSA has a disaster distress helpline that was kind of stood up in response to what is going on with COVID. And so in conclusion, we're in a time where there's a lot of stressors coming from all avenues, and in particular for those who are on the front line providing care. And so it's important, as we are in this field, being the caregivers, being the providers, that we make sure that we're doing what we need to do to be our best self, to make sure that we can provide the care that our patients deserve and that the care that we want to be able to provide. And so thank you for tuning in, and
Katoya, thank you so much for just impacting us with knowledge. I always tell people that I take notes, and I've been just zoned into all the information that you're sharing. I think that among everything that we've shared here today, the mind and the brains and the heart are like the big things that really drive this machine that we call our body. And I think it's so important that, we really hone on that and take these lessons to heart, identify those stressors, and identifying when it's time to tap out, especially when we're dealing with a pandemic that nobody asked for, nobody expected. How are we navigating these challenges? So I really appreciate you for coming here today and just instilling us with so much nugget. I know the resource slide that you shared for a lot of self-help tools, I will actually email that to everybody. I know you may not have had time to go ahead and copy what's on there, but we would go ahead and send out those resources. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, sis, for sharing this space with us and the audience today. I really appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and, again, as I've been sharing, if you've not been listening, if you're just catching on, this is Burnout or Blossom, a survival guide for caregivers to avoid burnout. Caregivers are known to be one of the leading providers that experience burnout. When we talk about caregivers, we're not only limited to health caregivers, whether you're a life coach, a teacher, a preacher, whatever industry where you're serving someone else or you have a family member at home, you are a caregiver. So how can we impact you with knowledge to better navigate caregiving and take care of yourself so you're not burnt out, so you're full and you're able to execute and serve your loved ones in your best capacity? If you're watching from Facebook or YouTube, this is Burnout or Blossom. Go ahead, and if you hear something from my experts that excites you, go ahead and give us a shout out on social media. The hashtags are Burnout or Blossom and Eunity Solutions. As we progress into this program, as I said, we want to make sure we continue providing to you events and resources that you need not something that we feel you need. So we want to hear directly from you. So at some point in this program, we're going to take a 3-minute pause and take a survey. This survey is really to ask you, how have you enjoyed this event so far? What can we do better? And what can we continue to provide to you? So I hope you would stay tuned to take this survey. Dr. Eunice is the founder and CEO of Eunity Solutions. They are the curators of Burnout or Blossom in collaboration with Newcastle County government, and she will be giving a giveaway at the end of this program. So please stay tuned. And at this time, you have seen Dr. G come on stage before. She gave a warm welcome. I would like to invite her back on stage to give us a hot keynote speech for today. This is the moment that we have all been waiting for, to hear from the woman of the hour. So without much ado, I would like to go ahead and bring to you my sister, my friend, my business partner, and just all of the stuff in one. I tell you, you really can be sisters, friends, and business partners together. It does exist. So when we're talking about collaboration, it does exist. And, you know, this is living proof right here. So, sis, the floor is yours. You said buckle up and stay back. I'm about to buckle up, stay back, because I know. I've been, you know, you wowed me at Put Your Mask On First. You wowed me at Art of Communication. So I am just ready. I am ready to just sit back here and just, you know, have my wow moments. So the stage is yours, Dr. G.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, sis. Wow, this has been amazing. All the speakers really showed up and showed off. I don't know if I can put myself in their shoes, but I'm going to try my best. Listen, they've pretty much already done my presentation. Burnout or blossom. You get to choose. Pastor Nancy started by talking about healing the healer and surrendering. Sometimes we do not surrender. Then Lily came on and talked about estate planning. Shania talked about investing and getting our finances right. Melanie then came back and talked about setting boundaries. Evans just gave the tips for success in really reaching our weight loss goals. And Katoya just talked about, my God, reducing our stress and the strategies to cope with the stress and avoiding burnout. So what more can I say? They've already set the stage for me. So I'm super duper excited and supremely grateful for everything that they have done so far. So let's get started. We have been reminded that 2020 has been quite a difficult year for everyone, not only in the United States, but around the world. And as I said earlier, and Major Katoya also reminded us, over 290,000 people have died, including those frontline workers or healthcare workers that have been going out on a daily basis to take care of others. So some of them have died in line of duty by no fault of their own, just giving back to their community. 290,000. I want you to sit back and let that resonate for a second. What does that truly mean? That means the frontline workers or healthcare workers are working under some tremendous stress. They're working under some very disturbing circumstances. Several times they're the only ones in that environment without even a family member. So you're not only going through the stress of not having PPEs to use, you're going over stress because you're having to take the responsibility of someone else. You're having to be a family member. You're having to be a nurse at the same time. You're being a daughter or maybe a friend at that time when somebody is taking their last breath, when somebody has not seen a family member, maybe 2-3 weeks or even 2 months. That is stress. Yes, we need stress in our lives, but in times of change, it becomes a situation where you cannot adapt so easily to that stress or find a way to get out of it. So we're here today to talk to you about realizing that you're getting burnt out, realizing that that stress has gotten to a limit where you have to take care of it instead of waiting until your body gives up and you're forced to stop. That is what we're here for today. let's define what burnout really is. It's been talked about, but what I want to bring to your attention is the ICD-11 that the World Health Organization is working on. Right now we have ICD-10, and that defines burnout as a state of vital exhaustion. As of January 2022, yes, 2022, not 2021, the World Health Organization is reworking up the ICD-10. So they're going to be coming out with ICD-11, the International Classification of Diseases 11. And that new definition is going to be, it is a syndrome conceptualized as resulting from chronic workplace stress that has not been successfully managed. Why is this different? This is different because workplace is the change in this. Now, so World Health Organization is not only looking at burnout, but how is the work environment contributing to that burnout? Yes, we're in the healthcare. Yes, so many of us do 2, 3, 4, 5 jobs. That one job was not meant for one person. So you're taking the stress. You're in a profession that's already very stressful. You're working so many hours on one job. You're not relaxing in between or resting, and you're moving to second, third, and fourth jobs. So you're putting yourself through 4 times the stress, not only double, but quadruple stress. So think about it. Think about it for a moment. What does that look like when you're already burnt out or you're experiencing those symptoms? You start to have sleepless nights. You become very irritable. You lack time for yourself. You may be experiencing fatigue and lack of sleep when you're in fact having enough sleep. But because your body is stirred up, the hormones are stirred up because of the stress that you have on your body, and you haven't had time to let it release it and become present. So you end up sleeping, but you're still fatigued, you're still tired. Your brain falls asleep. You cannot tune down, you cannot quiet or silent your brain. What does that do to you? It changes your mood. It changes your attention span and your memory. And now you're becoming very forgetful. And then we wonder, why are we having so many medication errors? Why are we having so many surgical errors? The wrong parts being cut. Why are we having such high rates of job dissatisfaction? It is all, ladies and gentlemen, because we have not dealt with the stress. We see it coming and we refuse. We just keep pushing until the body shuts down and force you to stop. So we need to realize that our bodies are made to rest. Jobs were made for one person. You were not made to do 4 or 5 jobs. Yes, I understand sometimes circumstances is what pulls you to that situation. But you have to take a step back and think, what am I doing to me? What are the consequences in the long run? Yes, the impact is not just going to be on you. The impact is going to be on you. However, it's going to affect your loved ones. It's going to affect the patients you're taking care of. It's going to affect your colleagues because you're irritable. You're snapping with anything anybody says. It's going to affect that negative energy. Is going to affect the patients you're taking care of. These patients are coming to you at the weakest moment of their life. And you're supposed to uplift them. You're supposed to give them that warm and strong energy so that they can heal. You and I know that there's no healing with stress, because then the healing is not going to take place because of your hormonal imbalance. So let's think about that. It's not only going to affect you, it's going to affect everyone else that has to do with you. Think about it from this perspective. If something were to happen with you, the very next hour, somebody else is on that job. Even before you're buried, and those people may not even come to your funeral. I'm sorry I have to say that, but that's the reality. Your family will be grieving you, but you're afraid of calling out because they're going to penalize you or punish you. When in fact, your body, you're not whole, mind, body, and soul. You have no mental clarity, but you're pushing because you're afraid you're going to be disciplined. It is okay to say no. It is okay to take a step back and breathe. How do you even do that? Let me just share my story. I am not speaking without experience. I have experienced burnout twice. I have been there. I have been in your shoes. I know what it feels like. I know what it feels like not to have mental clarity. As a matter of fact, this morning, I just did not even feel like it. But I know how to pull myself out of it. Can you recognize that you're going down the wrong path? Yes, I've been there. I've experienced it to a point where I have put myself into a hypertensive crisis. 200 and something blood pressure over 100 and something. I could have stroked out. What would that mean for my two beautiful children? What would that mean for my spouse and my mother, my father, and the rest of my families? And the communities that I'm impacting, they would lose out on my story, on the impact and the empowerment that I bring to them if I had died. So I started thinking, what are you doing? Are you not listening to yourself? Where do you want to be tomorrow? And how is this going to impact your children? Those poor souls that God has positioned you to take care of. And I said to myself, from now on, I will listen to my body and I will stop when I no longer can push. Because I wasn't getting enough sleep. I was only worried about doing business, pushing for a job, taking care of my loved ones without saying, hey, I have to fill my cup so that my cup is full before I can give love to others. I have to love me or else I won't know how to love others. So it came to that realization that you come first, that I had to put my mask on first. Even in an airplane, you're reminded to put your mask on first should the airplane go down before you help the next person. It is the same thing in life. Life is full of bumps and bruises. So when we meet those bumps and bruises, if you're not able to stand because you don't have mental clarity, what happens to you? You're going to help somebody else and then end up dying or end up hurting yourself. So it is okay to say, I cannot do this right now. It is okay to take a step back and relax and refuel so that your whole mind, body, and soul, and you're thriving holistically so that you can keep going. And then you become that healthcare provider who walks in with a smile and say to your patients, how are you doing this morning, ma'am? Right. And put a smile on that patient that has not smiled for a while, that has maybe was just resuscitated 2 hours ago. But now you're coming in with such positive energy and reviving them and touching their soul as they had not seen before. And you become that special angel they've been looking for in a healthcare provider. So just think of the impact and the greater influence you can be. Being a holistic being, thriving, having mental clarity, and avoiding that burnout. When you blossom, you're not only blossoming for yourself, you're blossoming for others. So why do you even care about that? And how do you go about getting to that blossom space, should in case you already arrived at burnout? How does that happen? What does it look like? I think Captain Toya did a beautiful job telling you the steps to do, the resources you have. But let me remind you, the first step is truly recognizing that you're exhausted and make that decision to do something about it. Knowing exactly what your triggers are, what seems to be bringing you the most stress, and how are you dealing with it? What has worked for you now or in the past that you can use right now? What are your strengths in your weakest moments? What is your framework that you can fall back to? And that brings me to your self-care plan. Do you have a plan? Do you have something? Are you just setting goals? Or do you truly have a plan that you can use when you're meeting those road bumps and bruises? That's the question you should be asking yourself. But the first step is recognizing that you have a problem, that your body is wearing out, and make that conscious decision to go on that journey of becoming blossom again. So how do you do that after you become aware of that? You stop and you take a breath. I know when you're stressed, sometimes it feels like you can't breathe because your chest is hurting, you're anxious, those anxiety emotions are coming on, and you get confused. But make yourself do it, because that's the only way you can come out of it. Take a step back and just breathe. Take an inventory of what's causing that stress. Learn to say no. It's a new commitment. Delegate when possible. Yes, sometimes as women, we think we can multitask. We think we can do it all. It is okay to let go of some of your responsibilities to those who can help you, especially when they're offering help. Seek help and be ready to accept help. Don't ask for help and then want to control how that help should be executed. Ask for help and take a step back. You're asking for help because you need to rest. So delegate that task to someone and go do something for you so that you can refuel and fill your cup. Unplug frequently and daily. Whatever is bothering you, find a means of dealing with it. Whatever is bothering you, find a way of taking it out your brain and shut your brain down. I just learned recently that you can use CBD oils to put some aroma in the air, and I'm testing that. Maybe a warm beverage at times, maybe just lying down in your private space and just reflect in the past and where you're going and what is working, what is not working, why it may not be working, and re-strategize and reset some goals. Engage in healthy activities, just like it's been said before. But I say all of this to say you are in control of your destiny. Nobody else can do it for you but you. But when I talked about your framework, because everybody has talked about great resources, I'm going to just focus on talking about a framework, and I'm going to use my 5P success formula that I have lived by. Let me just go through them step by step and how it has helped me. Your framework is something you can fall back to. Your formula is something you implement when you're facing challenges. So I have relied on my 5Ps. What are those 5Ps? The first one is my purpose. What is your purpose? What is your why? What is that thing that can make you jump down a cliff without thinking twice, or go through a brick wall without even hesitating and just do it? That thing that makes you get out of bed regardless of how you feel and continue going. You made a decision to become a nurse. Some of you say you've always wanted to be a nurse since a child, but now you're in it, whether that was true or not, but you're in it. How do you stay inside? How do you get remotivated to continue going? It's by falling back to your purpose. So you must know your purpose, your why, for the reason why you're in this profession. From the beginning of my life, I wanted to always be a teacher like my dad. But it ended up that my failures would take me 360 degrees around the world before I finally discovered what my purpose was. So you need to have your purpose to withstand the bumps and bruises. As healthcare professionals, you're coming in contact with people from many walks of life at their weakest time. Some will call you names. Some will throw things at you. Yes, I've been called the Jamaican B word. I have been spit on, but it is not intended to do anything to harm you. It is not truly about you. It is a state of mind of that patient. It is a state of their equilibrium at the time when they're doing what they're doing. So do not take it personal. Just fall back on your purpose. Some of you may be saying, how do I find my purpose? How do I find my purpose or my why? You could find your purpose through your challenges. Some of the pains you have been through, reflect on them. Use that to heal yourself and inspire others. You can find your purpose by reading books that people have written, people that you have not met and may never meet. Develop an attitude of supreme gratitude to make positive impact in the world. Listen to other people that you admire and appreciate what they say about you. Connect and collaborate with positive people and communities. Share your story and empower others. What has been those roadblocks that you have had? What are the strengths that have helped you overcome those roadblocks? Have others helped you, and how have they helped you? Following those questions will help you determine your purpose. The second P is your passion. What is it that you love doing? What can you do in your sleep? What can you do without that extra effort? Something that only you has a unique talent to do. Something that you love. Because your purpose requires that passion in order for it to become a real manifestation. I'm going to repeat that. Your purpose requires your passion in order for your purpose to become a real manifestation. Oprah once said, feel the power that comes from focusing on what excites you, and that is your passion. My third P is patience. We live in a culture where everything is give me now, give me now, give me now. And it's got to happen now or never. Life is not a marathon. Not all in life will achieve goals at the same time within a short period of time. Some people will take longer than others. But what is important is the fact that you get to your final destination. You get to what your intended purpose was. Your intended journey was targeted for a certain outcome. And it doesn't matter how long it takes you. I often think of my students that came into nursing thinking it was either 3 years for a diploma, 2 years for an associate, or 4 years for a Bachelor of Science in nursing. And it ends up taking them maybe 6 years for a diploma, 6 years for an associate, and maybe 10 years for a BSN degree. When you go to a job, do they ask you how long it took you? Absolutely not. What they will ask you is, are you licensed? And do you have a clean background? That is all that matters to get the job. It does not matter that you took 10 years versus somebody who took 4 years. People have challenges. People have to stop because of medical conditions. People have to stop because they failed A&P or 2 assigned courses and have to sit out and then reapply and come back. Those are their challenges. But the good thing is they don't give up. They didn't give up. They continued until they obtained the degree. And that degree does not say on it, you took 10 years and somebody else took 4 years. No, it does not, my brothers and sisters. It is the ultimate outcome that matters. The length of time that it took you to get there does not matter. You got there, just stop, breathe, and celebrate you because you have arrived at that destination that you have worked so hard to get to. So that is exercise patience, and it will come at the predestined time. For you who are believers, you have faith and believe. Know that God has a plan for you. God has it programmed that you will arrive at that destination at that preset time. All you have to do is work on your game. All you have to do is continue executing and re-strategizing and investing in yourself to be that person you want to be for tomorrow. So just be patient. And what is my 4th P? Is persistence. Listen, persistence is for them. They've already given up on you. But in order for you to be persistent, I just talked about it, you must set some realistic and measurable goals. You must keep them within your periphery so you can see them in an environment that reminds you of who you are and where you're going. Yes, you're going to fail several times maybe one time. But whatever that first attempt is, you cannot stop. Yes, winners do not quit. You have to continue going. You have to do it again. Remember that failure is not an option. Just re-strategize and reset those goals and timelines. Invest in yourself. Get yourself a coach or an accountability partner. I have a coach. I have mentors. Yes, I'm a coach, but I still need a coach needs a coach because sometimes you get overwhelmed. Sometimes, even as a nurse, you should have a mentor, a leader, somebody, a colleague that you can talk to when you really feel drained. Because that mentor is someone who is going to tell you something that you necessarily do not want to hear. It's also that individual that you can rely on. It's somebody that you can lean on their shoulders and cry on their shoulders for help. And they will redirect you and help you refocus to where you're going. So just keep pushing beyond your body's immediate need to flee. Push forward. And I'm not talking about pushing forward when you're experiencing symptoms of burnout. I am talking about pushing through your challenges. With your burnout, you got to stop and rest. But when you're continuing the journey, then you continue pushing through those challenges, but taking breaks in between to refuel. That is what I'm talking about, pushing forward. And then there is perseverance. That is for you. It's your choice to wake up every day and keep doing and keep persevering. We need this when we're told we cannot do it. When someone looks at you and says you cannot be a good nurse, you cannot be a good doctor because you have an accent, because you're an immigrant, because you're a black girl, because you're a black queen. Who says so? Your blackness is beautiful. Your accent is beautiful. Who you are is unique. And there's no other you but you. So you cannot allow others tell you who you will be and what you're capable of doing. Just put your mask on first, take care of you, recognize the burnout, and regroup so that you're standing firm in your identity and your foundation. You're standing in your belief and you have your story to share. You have to impact those lives, those patients you're taking care of, those clients out in the field that you're being called into their homes as a paramedic, that teacher that is having kids for 8 hours and having to hear kids talk about their backgrounds and their struggles and everything. Or you're that coach that is having to deep breathe because of the emotions that you're going through hearing from your clients, trying to counsel your clients. You have to persevere. But you must have a plan in place. What is your succession plan? Yes, you may easily get into compassion fatigue, Pastor Nancy spoke about earlier. You're in such a stressful environment. You're taking on so much. So it behooves you to just take care of you. Take care of you through whatever your framework is. These are the 5 P's that have worked for me. You can use the same 5 P's. You can find something else. You can find something that is going to work for you. But there is something that will work for you. So ladies and gentlemen, burnout is not an option. Burnout is preventable. You can stop it. You can get out of it. I did it. You too can do it. So on that note, let me tell you, I take my hat off to each and every one of you in the front lines. You have done an incredible job in such a under difficult circumstances. You need to pat yourself in the back and do not hesitate to say, I need a break. Do not hesitate to tell your leaders, I need A, B, C, and D to effectively do my job. Do not be shy because you feel that they're going to be punitive to you. Speak your mind in a professional manner. Ask for what you deserve. Ask for a work environment that is conducive to you performing at your highest capacity. But most importantly, seek that mental clarity so that you do not jeopardize your license, so that you do not jeopardize the patient's life, so that you do not jeopardize the life of your family members. So I thank you so much, and I honor all of you and celebrate all of you. On that note, I say thank you, but I'd like to invite you to continue following Eunity Solutions on all social media channels, on Instagram, Facebook, on our website, and stay tuned for our upcoming events. This is just the beginning. Eunity Solutions has taken a stand to continue fighting for healthcare providers, to continue fighting for frontline workers through all of our programs. Put your mask on first, Burnout or Blossom, effective cross-cultural communication, diversity and cultural sensitivity training, because you impact so many lives, because you meet so many people, and you need to know how to treat them with dignity and respect. You need to know how to give them that culturally sensitive and individualized care, because caring is not a one-size-fits-all. Caring has got to be individualized. So please join us as we go on this journey. And I'd like again to thank Newcastle County government that gave us this opportunity to be able to bring this free to you. We are ready to partner with any organization that can work with us to bring professional development, that can work with us to bring retreats on putting your mask on first, Burnout or Blossom. There is so much we can do. Our healthcare leaders need us. Our healthcare colleagues need us. If they burn out, the system crashes, because we need a healthy community to really continue doing things that we do daily. So on that note, I invite you again to join us as we go on this journey. And it has been a pleasure. I have enjoyed every speaker, and hopefully we will enjoy the rest of the day. And thank you again so much, and may God bless.
Dr. Eunice, didn't I tell you to just buckle up and, lay back and just soak in? Thank you so much, sis. You always, I just totally enjoy all the time hearing you speak. You always bring so much knowledge. You bring so much awakening, to the issues that we are facing, whether it's in the diversity, equity, and inclusion space, whether it's in the caregiving space. You always just snap us to reality. So thank you so much for coming on and snapping our edges and, and everything. So I appreciate you. As I shared earlier, I know you have a giveaway that we're going to give after, or I think during the survey and stuff. Before I have you share that as well, I do want to reiterate to all our viewers, whether on Facebook or YouTube, that we're going to go ahead and transition now. Now is the time we want to hear from you, right? We've heard from all our speakers. We brought you life coach. We brought you pastor. We brought you estate planning, finance, mental and emotional wellness, dietitian. You had this powerful keynote from Dr. G. We have Tara backstage waiting to give us, zen us to the rest of our Friday night. But we do want to hear from you. How are you enjoying this event so far? And what would you like to see us bring to you next? Because Eunity Solutions is to continue providing these events and resources relating to caregiving, diversity, equity, and inclusion, creating culturally sensitive environments in your workplaces. So just, Adora and Tasha are going to go ahead and drop the link to our post-event survey. I say post-event, but this event is not done yet. Remember, we still have giveaways. We still have Tara that'll be leading us towards a guided meditation. But this is just a pause for us to sit down and really just hear from you. The surveys are going to take no more than 4 minutes. Just take your time. I'll also drop it here for those that are directly in the stream platform. And please just go ahead, whether you're a speaker, a guest, or if you're listening and you can hear me right now, please go ahead and take the survey in your respective platforms. We'll give it about 3 minutes. If production wants to play some music, we're going to come back. Dr. Eunice is going to give her giveaways, and then we're going to go right into guided meditation. So, and I know, just shout out to Azuma behind the scenes. If you play good music, you probably may get me dancing now, but you have to play something I can dance to. And as you're taking the survey, what are you doing for yourself during this holiday? How are you celebrating yourself? Azuma, it's okay. You can play the music in the background. I actually enjoy it. Just play the music low key in the background. How are you enjoying this holiday season? I know not everybody can take off from work during the entire holiday, but how are you celebrating yourself? And if you haven't really sat down and said, you know what, I have to celebrate myself, may this message today be a reminder that you do need to. And I hope if you take something away from this event today is that as a caregiver, you are worthy. As a caregiver, you are awesome. As a caregiver, you are wonderfully made and you are deserving of celebrating yourself. So definitely curate something, whether you're treating yourself to a spatial gift, whether you're taking some time off to go for that spatial vacation, whatever it is, take this time to celebrate yourself. Allocate some time to just celebrate you, because you spend so much time taking care of others. Is it time to take care of you? Nobody's going to take care of you much more than you can. So please take time and take the survey. If you are just coming in, you are watching Burnout or Blossom. This event is curated by Eunity Solutions in collaboration with Newcastle County Government, a survival guide for caregivers to avoid burnout. You can agree with me that caregivers, whether you're preaching from the pulpit, in a medical setting, a life coach, wherever you are, because you're constantly pouring into others, it is so evident that these are one of the leading groups of people that suffer burnout, because their primary goal is constantly to pour in, to take care of, and often caregivers don't take time off for themselves. So if you're watching and you listen to something that has excited you today, go ahead and share, give a shout out to the speaker. The hashtags for this event are Burnout or Blossom and Eunity Solutions. So once you've taken your survey, feel free to come back and join us in the main room. I see the countdown is saying 7 minutes. So we are going to go ahead and resume this event in 7 minutes. where you can turn on the music and Awesome. And now we are rounding up the surveys. And Dr. G, if you want to join me on stage, we're going to go ahead and do the raffle right now. And I know we already have a name. So this raffle is going to go to the person that was most engaged throughout our time together today. I know Tasha sent in a name from YouTube. And Dr. G, if you want to go ahead and just briefly reiterate what package she will be getting, and I'll go ahead and shout out her name before we bring on Tara.
Sure. So the winner is going to actually receive a free ticket to the next Diversity and Cultural Sensitivity Training course, which is a 6-week training. We meet 1 hour a week for 6 weeks. And what is in that package would be the entire course. They will also get a certificate of completion, plus a copy of my book as, you know, as an extra bonus. And they will also gain access to a community of those that are in that program. And it's over $1,000 worth of package.
Awesome. And I know that we also have some cultural sensitivity t-shirts and the book from your line.
Yep.
You want to talk a little bit about your book, Dr. G?
Sure. So my book is called Cultural Awareness, a strategy that can influence your journey to success. So this book is really the story of a little girl from the cornfields of Africa, just sharing her journey of failing at the age of 21 and finding herself through Canada and to the United States, and how she actually managed to survive those challenges, which I did share today about talking about my 5P success formula. So the book actually talks about the 5P success formula and how I use those to really walk through my challenges.
Awesome. So we're going to do a drum roll. So the winner coming from YouTube of the Diversity and Cultural Sensitivity Training beginning this February 9th is none other than Lisa. So Lisa, please, if you want to go ahead and email Eunity Solutions, Tasha, if you can please drop the email for Eunity Solutions. I think I shared it in the chat. So that email is eunitysolutions@gmail.com. Go ahead and email Eunity Solutions. Let them know you are the winner for the diversity and equity training today. And a member of the team will be in touch with you on how to get you enrolled. And we have another winner coming from Facebook. A name just came through, and it's actually one of our speakers. That will be Toya. So Toya, you get to win a book, Dr. Eunice's Cultural Awareness Training, and a t-shirt from her Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion line. So congratulations to Toya and Lisa on this win. Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Eunice. You continue to be a servant leader. Thank you for issuing these giveaways. We're going to go ahead and for everybody that has the survey, thank you. If you're just coming in, the survey should be in YouTube and Facebook platforms. Feel free to go ahead and take it. It will be open 24 hours. So even if you haven't taken it yet, it's just 4 minutes. Go ahead and take it when you have time. So we'd like to transition as we're closing out this event. You know, we've had all the speakers get us hyped on how to go ahead and execute all these resources, right? We also want to make sure that, you know, we experience some calm, okay? We've been learning, we've been impacting. We just want to get back to earth. So I'd like to go ahead and bring on none other than Tara to the stage right now. She's going to be leading us with some guided meditation. And Tara just recently relaunched her business, so I'm just so excited on all, you know, her membership program and everything she's been doing to just pour and pour and pour into people in this space. So Tara, welcome. Happy Friday.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Awesome. The stage is yours.
Yeah, it's a good day to meditate. It's been a Friday. So you'll have to let me know if you can hear the music when it comes
Yes,
on.
we can. Oh, we can hear you. No music yet.
Okay. Music is coming.
Yes.
Can you hear that? Is it too loud? Is it okay?
That's just perfect. We can
Okay, perfect. Okay, so as Linda said, I am Tara Elizabeth Gush of Soul Vitality, Transformative Living, and Life Coaching, and I am going to lead you through a short guided meditation. So wherever you are in your space, if you would like to just go ahead and find an easy seated position, somewhere where you are comfortable. You can also lie down if that is more comfortable for you. So whether it's on a cushion, a chair, or lying somewhere on your back, if you'd like to dim the lights, do anything that makes you feel a little bit more cozy in your space. And then I will invite you to go ahead and close your eyes. And we're going to work through a self-love meditation today. It's a powerful practice with the goal of easing your racing mind, which I'm sure is much needed during these times, and beginning to draw your attention to your innermost self, finding a source of inner peace and acceptance, and trying to allow any stressful thoughts that you have from your week just to gently diminish, to gain some peace and move forward with some grace. So wherever you have landed yourself with eyes closed gently in a nice relaxing position, we're taking our first action in self-love right now. Go ahead and take a nice gentle sip of air in through the nose. Maybe pause at the top for a moment. And then take a nice gentle exhale of air out through the mouth. Let it go. Maybe do that one more time, taking that gentle sip of air in through the nose, pausing at the top. And a nice gentle exhale out through the mouth. Let it go. Your ability to breathe at will in all different kinds of ways. So our breath has been here literally our entire lives, changing as needed to the demand of circumstances and flowing effortlessly when we are rested. We'll be taking multiple full and deep breaths just like we do every day. It takes 3.3 seconds for the average person to take an inhale and an exhale. So every 3.3 seconds, you give your breath the ability to change your body, to change your minds for the better. If we do not allow the natural love for ourselves to be expressed, love does not reveal itself or its beauty throughout the days of our lives. Go ahead and take one more gentle inhale in, one more gentle exhale out. And on your next inhale, you're inhaling fresh oxygen to supply to your bloodstream. Hold it at the top, allow it to soak in, and then gently just exhale without any effort at all. On your next inhale, taking a nice deep inhale with a deep breath, allowing your belly and lungs to expand as much as they can, holding it at the top for a brief moment, and gently exhaling with a sigh of relief. And on your third inhale, allow that inhalation to bring some energy, to become invigorated by this breath. Hold it for a brief moment and allow it to exhale easily. And on your fourth inhale, notice how and if your breathing in fully becomes a little bit more natural for you. That pause at the top to soak it in. And on your exhale, releasing any tension or worry. And on your fifth inhale, inhaling fully as a true act of self-love, pausing at the top to feel this love, and a gentle exhale into complete relaxation. And then begin to just give your breath permission to flow at any pace without any effort from you at all. And in doing this and giving your breath permission to flow at its natural rhythm, its natural pace, you are proving that you are capable of self-love and capable of self-acceptance. And when we take in these deep breaths, we increase the supply of oxygen to our brains. We stimulate our parasympathetic nervous system to our rest and digest nervous system. And too many times during the day, we are not taking this time to rest and digest. So we can take it now. By taking these deep breaths deeply and often, you begin to command your body to take that rest, to allow for those moments of relaxation to rejuvenate you. And this, in and of itself, is self-love in its simplest form that anyone can do at any time of any day. We can honor ourselves by relaxing the mind even further. Notice now how your thoughts are rising and falling in your mind, one after the other. Visualize them coming. Watch them float away. Notice which thoughts seem to linger for a little bit more time, and which thoughts seem to only come for a split second. And there's no judgment, just noticing. And if you can begin to really focus, you will notice even smaller thoughts, such as describing the world around you or labeling the things in your surroundings. Allow your hearing to become super alert now. Maybe begin to bring some focus on any sounds that are around you. Can you hear the physical sound of your breath as it enters and exits? And what does that sound like? Is it soft and gentle? Is it smooth? And can you hear any other sounds nearby in nature, in your home, in your space? Or perhaps cars passing by, people talking with each other. Just allow your mind to go from sound to sound, focusing on just one at a time. And now stop focusing on any sound in particular, and just allow all the noises around you to come in equally. And when you hear them, they almost act as tiny waves of relaxation, helping to calm your mind. Your mind relaxes when you activate your senses on command. Allow yourself to use the power of your amazing visualization abilities to induce this self-love and begin to imagine yourself full of an abundance of self-love. Do a gentle body scan. Notice if there is any resistance anywhere. Maybe notice where you are holding it. Notice how your eyelids feel, how your jaw and shoulders feel, if there's any tension that you can slowly release through your breath. Taking those inhales and exhales. Taking a deep inhalation now, full of fresh oxygen. Supplying that bloodstream and holding it to soak it in at the top, and exhaling without any effort at all. Taking another inhale in, breathing fully as it comes naturally to you, pausing at the top. And on your exhale, releasing any of that tension wherever it may be kept, in those eyelids, in the jawline, in the shoulders and neck. Allowing it to release. Taking another inhale full of that self-love. Pausing at the top to feel that self-love. And taking your next exhalation into complete relaxation. Come back to those thoughts that are rising in your mind, one after the other. And just take note if your mind is wandering. Just notice it, be with it. And then gently draw your attention back to this present moment, back to your breath. Coming back to those small racing thoughts if they're coming through. Bringing focus back to those inhalations and those exhalations. And notice now if your breath feels any different than it did at the start. And begin to notice things such as the texture of your breath. Notice the temperature of your breath. Notice if your breath is shallow or deep. Notice if your breath is the same duration on that inhalation and that exhalation. And then bring some awareness to the body itself. Maybe starting up at the crown of your head. Maybe imagine a feather at the crown of your head and allow that feather to just gently guide its way down over your eyelids, tracing over the jaw, the earlobes, the neck and shoulders. Just noticing any feelings, any sensations. Take that scan all the way down your spine to your tailbone, maybe into our hips where we tend to carry a lot of tension and emotions. Take that awareness all the way down from the hips down to your toes. Again, there's no judgment. There's no need to shift or change anything that's going on within the body. We're simply noticing it. We're simply listening to it. Then take that breath starting at the toes, Take that inhalation all the way up to the tailbone, up the spine, all the way back up to the crown of the head. And allow that exhalation to travel all the way back down. So begin to just explore the length and duration of your breath here. Explore and see if you can create a longer, deeper inhalation as you allow the belly to fill up with air. And take a longer exhalation as you allow the belly to release. Use the power of your amazing visualization throughout this breath, coming back to that idea of self-love. And so with each inhalation, imagine yourself filling up with this abundance of self-love. And with each exhalation, imagine spreading that love to somebody else. And keeping that focus on that breath, deep and steady, allowing your breath to bring you this rest and digest that's so greatly needed on a Friday afternoon. Your breath itself is self-love in its simplest form. It's honoring yourself by relaxing your mind. Notice now any thoughts or sensations arising in the mind or in the body, and simply just see them, welcome them, and allow them to linger if they need to. Allow them to come for a split second and leave. Bring some awareness to that mental chatter. This is another form of self-love, to simply observe that mental chatter. In order to have great self-love, you must expand the good things that you feel about yourself and challenge any negative thoughts as soon as they arrive. So hear yourself saying, "When I fully love myself, I am able to fully love others." Deciding to love myself is a wonderful agreement. Each day, I allow my love for myself to grow more and more. I am worthy of love, and I honor the joy that comes with it. Deciding to love myself unconditionally, no matter what happens, feels wonderful. Tell yourself, "I deserve love and self-respect." My self-esteem grows along with my self-love, and I accept everything fully about myself. The more that I am able to love myself, the better my entire health will be. I love every moment of my existence, and every part of me that makes me who I am is encompassed with love. I have unconditional love within me that overflows in abundance to those around me. Go ahead and take a gentle sip of air in through the nose, gently pause at the top and exhale it. Notice if your mind is still active or if your mind has become still. Notice if your body has any feelings of lingering anxiety or if it has come to a calmness. Notice again if your breath has changed since the start of our work. And notice where you're able to feel your breath the most easily. It may be the center of the chest, the abdomen, the shoulders, or the nostrils. Observe all the physical sensations of the body while it's breathing. And observe your breath simply for just a few moments. Allow it to be. Allow it to go off on its own. But returning to the breath patiently. And just noticing if and when you're lost in thought and the mind wanders. Notice if self-judgment arises. Notice it just as you would any other thoughts. Always allowing the breath to bring you back to this present moment right here, right now. Imagine your breath as a gentle wave of relaxation as it sweeps over you as you breathe in and out. Allowing that breath to just flow naturally. Inviting in those feelings of calm and peaceful. Knowing that you deserve this wonderful feeling of serenity. Knowing that your breath can open you to receive new thoughts. And with each new breath, you take in new and fresh energy. Those feelings of abundance, those feelings of being energized, those feelings of optimism. And staying with your breath here, allowing your intentions to remain positive. Imagining what joyful feels like. Breathing into this joy and this self-love that you are creating. Notice how your breath can consciously shift any sadness or anxious thoughts right now into peaceful feelings instead. Watching those feelings just diminish little by little, freed from their grip. Coming back to those inhalations and exhalations. We'll go ahead and I will invite you to take your hands and place them on your belly for a moment. Both hands, palms facing the belly. Taking a nice deep inhale as you allow your belly to fill with air and allow your belly to push into the palms of your hands. Pausing at the top. And then feel the exhalation as it leaves. We'll do that one more time with palms on the belly. Taking a full inhalation in, that act of self-love. feeling the belly fill up against the hands, pausing at the top to feel that self-love and that gentle push down with the hands as you exhale into complete relaxation. And then go ahead and bring both of your hands to your heart center. So hands on heart center. Taking an inhalation here, drawing that breath up into your heart and feeling your heart fill with that self-love and pausing at the top to hold on to it. And then taking a nice, gentle exhalation, allowing that breath to leave your heart, sending it off to somebody else who may need it more than you. And we'll do that just a few more times, keeping those hands close to your heart, taking those inhalations in, drawing in that self-love, drawing in those feelings of joy and peace and serenity, pausing at the top and just holding on to it. And then on your exhale out, allowing it to gently leave your heart and travel to somebody else's. One more time, taking that deep inhalation, hands on heart center. Exhaling out into that feeling of relaxation. And then pausing here for a moment to wrap up our breath work here and allow your breath just to float back to a natural rhythm, however that looks and feels and sounds for you in this moment. And take a moment to travel inward and notice anything that came up for you during this practice, anything that arose in your body and your mind, anything that your body and mind are trying to tell you. Maybe ask yourself how you can take that wisdom that has come to you and how you can take it into your day, into your weekends. And come back to that idea that the average time it takes for an inhalation and an exhalation is 3.3 seconds. So every 3.3 seconds of your day, you have the opportunity to allow your breath to help you rest and digest. You have the opportunity to allow your breath to alter your health. You have the opportunity to allow your breath to alter your happiness in just 3.3 seconds. We'll go ahead and take one final breath together. Go ahead and take that final inhalation as slow and steady and deep as you like. Go ahead and pause at the top for a moment or two. And take your final exhalation out slowly and gently. And then just begin to bring some awareness back to the body. Go ahead and wiggle your fingers and toes around a little bit. Maybe give yourself some gentle shoulder rolls and neck rolls, depending on where you are in your space, if you're seated or lying down, and just bring some gentle movements and wiggles and shifts back to the body. And if you are lying down, you can come on and bring yourself back up to a seated position and gently open your eyes and bring yourself back into this moment. And hopefully you have gotten a little extra rest and digest for your day today. One of the things I always share with people is that meditation does not have to be a scary thing. It doesn't have to be done in a room full of candles and incense, although that does certainly make it a little bit nicer to do. I personally have a space designated, which I'm kind of in right now, with some specific lighting for meditation, and I have sage and candles and crystals, and I usually play some really lovely soothing music. However, we don't always have that time and space, and so meditation can really be done anywhere, anytime, any place and space. And so if in your day your only time to yourself is in your car when you pull up to your house after work, you can do your meditation in the car. If you have an extra moment on the drive home from work and you live near the beach or a lake or a pond, you can just pull into a parking lot somewhere. Meditation does not have to be very long. Even 60 seconds of meditation during the day will provide some benefits to you both physically and mentally. Meditation has been shown to, like I said, work on that rest and digest, that parasympathetic nervous system. And so particularly if you are in the field of health and you are a healthcare worker or in any field where things are stressful and you are on the move and on the go a lot, you are working more on the other part of your brain, the working brain. So even 60 seconds of movement a day or meditation a day will help you allow that part of your brain to take a rest and rest and digest to take over. So thank you for joining me today for this meditation. I wish you all a really beautiful weekend, and hopefully you are all able to incorporate some meditation into your daily routines.
Tara, thank you so much. What a way to close this event. I like that you said meditation doesn't have to take long. It may just be, that 60 seconds of your day. I'm one of those. I try to maximize my day. I can do my meditation on my drive to work. That's my quiet time to play my Calm app, and I'm just going. So Jessica shared something important with me when we did our meditation with the winner circle, that after a meditation like this, everybody is zen. Let's go ahead and wrap it up. You can stay in that mode for the rest of the evening. Thank you so much. I will not say much. I just want to thank everybody for taking time to spend this day with us. Hopefully you were able to learn something that you would use to implement in your journey as a caregiver. Hope you're feeling as relaxed as I am, because I'm in Zen mode right now, and I want to stay this way for the rest of my evening. So if you didn't have a chance to take the survey, the link will be on Facebook and YouTube. Go ahead and do it. I do want to thank Eunity Solutions, Dr. Eunice Gwanmesia, our Newcastle County government, for the opportunity to do strategic planning and MC all three of these events. Thank you for an amazing team. Azumar with Acacia Consulting, Adora with Kemsey Consulting. We have Tasha on YouTube. Just thank you all so much for being an amazing team. Yesenia, you've seen her with all the other events, not even being here today. But I don't want to keep everybody too long. It's Friday evening. Please have a beautiful evening. Hug somebody, tell them you love them, and take care of you, because nobody will do it better than you can. Thank you all for tuning in to Burnout or Blossom. Continue to share your events with us on Facebook and all social media platforms using the hashtags Burnout or Blossom and Eunity Solutions. This concludes our event. Have a beautiful rest of your evening. And just continue to stay tuned with Eunity Solutions and everything else that they are bringing. Thanks especially to our speakers for the wealth of knowledge that they impacted with us today. Thank you all. Have a beautiful evening. Have a winning weekend and happy holidays to everybody. Thank you.